A fiery blonde beauty sat on the bed, her voice sweet as honey as she called out to the disheveled-haired man. "My dear," she smiled meaningfully, and another short-haired beauty whispered into his ear. "Stop pretending." The man lay back, enjoying as the short-haired beauty caressed his six-pack abs. The two beauties began their relentless assault, leaving the man in a daze of pleasure. Where did these beauties come from? Still lost in the moment, he mumbled, certain this was just a sweet dream. But then a drop of sweat rolled down, and he realized this sensation was terrifyingly real. A long, slimy tongue lipped his face, but he still groggily said, "Beauties, I'm awake now, stop licking, it tickles so much." His eyes shot open, cold sweat pouring as he realized the harsh truth. Damn it, turns out I was really dreaming, and this was reality. Two giant monster wolves, their eyes bloodshot, drooling as they eyed him like a delicious meal. One of the monsters lunged, its jagged fangs mere inches from his face, making the man scream in terror. "Don't come any closer." Cornered, Chu Guang gritted his teeth, his voice a growl. I said, "Get lost." A direct punch to the face, hitting its mark perfectly, dealt full damage to the monster wolf. He landed coolly after sending the monster flying, officially introducing himself. "My name is Chu Guang, a survivor in this post-apocalyptic world." Running for his life, Chu Guang bitterly recalled how he'd only gone out for food and, tired, dozed off for a bit, only to be chased relentlessly by these two creatures. His breathing grew heavier, sweat poured like rain, the chase draining his strength. Running and panting, he reassured himself that, luckily, these monsters were weak, not the really terrifying kind. After a burst of speed, he looked back and believed he had successfully shaken off the troublesome pack. Amidst the desolate ruins of the city, night was falling, and Chu Guang knew lingering outside any longer would only lead to death. Safety first, he decided to return to base, preferring to go hungry for a night, then become prey for the monsters. The destination appeared before him, a gloomy, abandoned hospital, which was Shelter 404, Chu Guang's base. Chu Guang stood before the high-tech door of Shelter 404, finally home. He stepped inside, telling himself not to judge by the dilapidated exterior, as the interior was full of high-tech equipment. And indeed, it was no joke. Inside the base was a modern control center, a world apart from the abandoned hospital outside. With a whoosh, a rabbit-eared assistant robot rushed out joyfully. "Master, you're finally back. Its name is Little Seven, designation 777. Chu Guang waved his hand, telling Little Seven to calm down. He had only been gone for half a day, but the robot was already nagging him about unfinished tasks. As he walked, he declared himself the administrator of this place, and in that capacity, at least he had a safe haven in this wretched world. Back in the control room, the first order of business was to refuel. Chu Guang quickly munched on a piece of dry bread. Food supplies in the base weren't plentiful, only enough to last a short while. He ate while clicking his mouse to check the system. Survival mode was over. Chu Guang clasped his hands, his eyes sharp. It was time to act as an administrator. His responsibility? To use Earth's internet to summon a bunch of players to this world and make them grind and explore the wasteland. Sitting before the advanced computer setup, Chu Guang smirked, declaring that as a transmigrator, it was time to initiate the Wasteland online reclamation plan. On an Earth forum, Chu Guang's account, Light, began enticing people with a super-realistic virtual reality game, but netizens only mocked him, thinking he was bluffing. In a dormitory, a blonde young man scrolled through the internet, scoffing that this Light guy was too reckless with his gaming. Technology of that caliber should be used for the military, not for games. The blonde man typed away, agreeing with another comment, suggesting that such technology would be much cooler if used to train soldiers. Suddenly, the blonde man's eyes widened, sweat pouring, his face filled with disbelief at what had just appeared on the screen. Light had just dropped a bombshell in the group chat. Anyone want to try it? Accompanied by a direct link to the Wasteland online website. Back in the Wasteland, inside Shelter 404, the central control room was still active, with lines of code running continuously. Chu Guang, still in his command seat, confirmed via the system. "I've sent the link, anyone interested can give it a try." His screen displayed the Wasteland online registration interface, with the slogan, 100% realistic game, accompanied by images of two fierce female characters and the current number of registered players, 11. Chu Guang flashed a calculating smile, confident that this number of guinea pigs was enough for him to complete his mission. Beep, mission complete. Chu Guang received a nanocarbon bulletproof vest and 5 bonus points. Finally some reward after 5 months of grinding in this ruined world. Recalling 5 months prior on Earth, Chu Guang was still a dashing salesman, looking every bit the big boss. That day, after closing a big deal, he was partying hard in a bar with some pretty girls. The fun was cut short. Chu Guang suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, and pain struck without warning. A piercing sound rang out. And before he could understand what was happening, his consciousness faded. A splitting headache assaulted him, and Chu Guang woke up in a completely different state. His eyes wide, sweat pouring, as he became aware of the harsh new reality. Opening his eyes, before Chu Guang was a city in ruins. Desolate, and exactly like an apocalypse movie. At first, he thought it was a prank, or he'd stumbled onto a movie set, so he ran headlong to escape this cursed place. But after running endlessly without finding an exit, he collapsed from exhaustion in the wasteland, realizing this was no joke. But what was more terrifying than the desolation itself was Chu Guang, realizing he had transformed into a completely different person, a true survivor. Just then, the piercing sound that had rung out before he was translocated once again tormented his mind. And then the most absurd thing happened. A virtual system panel suddenly appeared right before Chu Guang's eyes. The panel welcomed him to Wasteland Online and assigned him the title of Scavenger Chu Guang. His first reaction as a law-abiding citizen was to find his phone and call the police. But then he bitterly realized he had lost everything. Wandering aimlessly for an entire day, his hungry stomach began to rumble, pulling him back to the harsh reality. To survive, Chu Guang was forced to accept the truth. His immediate goal was to find something to eat. Unexpectedly, luck smiled upon him. He discovered an inhabited place. Bet Street Survivor Camp. Hiding behind the fence, Chu Guang observed the emaciated survivors inside, determined to find food first. Peeking from behind the fence, Chu Guang calculated that this was an opportunity to gather more information about this damned world. Suddenly, a cold gun barrel pressed against the back of his neck, and a gruff voice rang out. Freeze. Unless you want your brains blown out. Which shelter are you from? Although he had never heard this language, Chu Guang realized that thanks to his transmigrator's privilege, he could understand everything. The one holding the gun was a bearded old man named Old Walter, and Chu Guang was astonished to find that he not only understood, but could also speak this strange language fluently. Chu Guang quickly raised his hands in surrender, forcing a smile as he explained. Calm down, I was just passing by. Slash. A dazzling sword slash gleamed, fresh blood splattering nearby. It turned out that while Chu Guang was being captured, another axe-wielding survivor had just taken down a giant bear monster right in the camp. Old Walter growled a warning to Chu Guang. The wasteland is no playground for kids. Don't wander around without protection. The old man gestured with his chin towards the monster's corpse, continuing his lecture. Otherwise, you'll just become prey for the monsters out there. Chu Guang smiled, thanking him for the reminder, recalling that it was precisely thanks to this harsh lesson that he had survived for 5 months and gradually understood this world. A brief flashback. In 2129, a massive atomic bomb detonated, wiping out human civilization in a parallel world. Since then, the world entered a post-apocalyptic era, where hideous mutated monsters fought for survival in a bloody food chain. But the threat didn't just come from monsters, it also came from humans themselves. Desert marauders ready to tear anyone apart to survive. 5 months after being thrown into this ruined world, Chu Guang had gradually understood the rules of survival here. However, there was one thing he couldn't explain. A piercing sound that echoed in his head whenever he approached the place where he first appeared. Amidst the ruined city, Chu Guang advanced alone towards the mysterious call, determined to find the answer. The trail led him to an abandoned nursing home, which looked gloomy and full of death. The noise in his head grew louder, forcing him to clutch his head, but also confirming with certainty. This is the place. The mysterious sound emanated from a pitch-black passage below, urging Chu Guang to uncover the truth at all costs. Below was a surprisingly vast underground space, but it was empty, with nothing useful except the persistent ringing in his head. Suddenly, the piercing noise in Chu Guang's head fell silent, making him freeze in astonishment. Before him was a gigantic, high-tech gate. He realized this was a shelter, and the call was coming from within. The gate's central energy core glowed brightly, and an urgent command echoed in his mind. Blue light reflected in Chu Guang's eyes as the final message was transmitted. Activate it. He placed his hand on the control panel, and incredibly, the system recognized his fingerprint and began to activate. The massive steel gate slowly opened in an impressive light display, revealing a dark space within. Chu Guang cautiously stepped inside, cold smoke emanating from within, and a small figure flickered at the end of the corridor. Suddenly, a gigantic, menacing shadow loomed over him, making Chu Guang break out in a cold sweat. Damn it, did I just release the final boss? But no, the shadow was just a trick of the light. What was actually rushing towards him was just a tiny robot. Little Seven jumped up, gleefully welcoming him. Welcome, Administrator. Congratulations on becoming the master of Shelter 404. I am your little assistant, serial number 777. Chu Guang was stunned when the system announced that he had officially become the administrator, gaining full control of this shelter. The notification board confirmed. Scavenger NPC has successfully upgraded to level 0 GM Administrator. Little Seven gleefully confirmed that it would assist him with missions, explaining that each completion would reward both him and the players with experience to level up. The ultimate mission was assigned. Use Earth's internet to summon a bunch of gamers to grind here, clean up the wasteland, and Chu Guang realized this deal was too good to pass up. Little Seven confidently asserted that this shelter not only connected to Earth in a parallel world, but also had an official website. Each registered gamer would be assigned a serial number and enrolled in the resident list, looking no different from joining the military. With admin rights in hand, Chu Guang could freely select players, and of course, he would prioritize the pretty girls. The system would automatically send a virtual reality gaming helmet directly to the homes of the chosen individuals, turning the dream of transmigration into reality. Immediately, a player was drawn into a teleportation vortex, blinding blue light engulfing her. The pink-haired gamer girl officially became the first player abducted into the game, her face distorted by pressure and utter shock. The system explained the mechanism. Players only needed to wear the helmet to connect with one of the player clone bodies cultivated in the shelter. Chu Guang smirked sinisterly, realizing the deal of the century was right before his eyes. He clenched his fist, his aura soaring. Heaven never blocks all paths. It's finally time for me to hack this game. Chu Guang decided to name the assistant robot, because calling it by its serial number sounded too lame. From now on, you'll be Little Seven. Little Seven went ecstatic, its entire body glowing brightly as it received a name for the first time in its life. The robot suddenly split into two, bowing respectfully to Chu Guang. I am Little Seven. Esteemed administrator, please take care of me from now on. Chu Guang sighed exasperatedly, speechless at this AI. as innocent as a child. Even though his assistant was a bit silly, Chu Guang was still confident in his plan. Summon players to grind, level himself up, and who knows, maybe one day find a way back home. The system immediately assigned the first main mission. Recruit a minimum of 4 players, with a nanocarbon bulletproof vest and 5 points as rewards. The first target was locked, a male dormitory of a certain university on Earth. In a certain room, a blonde young man named Ye Wei sat in front of his laptop, smirking. Huh? There's even a game like this? Meanwhile, a gamer group chat was exploding over Wasteland Online, a game advertised as 100% hyper-realistic, feeling just like real life. Ye Wei scoffed, thinking this kind of hyper-realistic advertisement was cheap, fake goods. What era was it that they still used such outdated tricks to lure players? At the same time, in Shelter 404, Chu Guang was engrossed in a bank of computers, typing like a professional hacker. Chu Guang's gloved hand decisively clicked the mouse, sending out the decisive bait. In the group chat, Chu Guang's account, Light, dropped a final challenge with the game link, daring the gamers. If it's real, does anyone dare to try it? Ye Wei froze, sweat starting to pour as he saw that message. He began to fantasize. If this game was so realistic, could the waifus he modded into the game step out into real life? An illusion appeared. Ye Wei was at the peak of his life, surrounded and cared for by a harem ranging from dark-skinned elves to ancient beauties. He slammed the table, his eyes burning, telling himself he had to research this new technology and shouting, "Damn it, I'm playing." After making his decision, Ye Wei muttered, "Let's see how realistic you really are," then decisively clicked the register button for Wasteland Online. Scene change. At a university cafeteria, Ye Wei ambled in. He buried his face in the food tray, sniffing the spicy chicken like a starving man. This spicy chicken is damn good. With a full belly, Ye Wei walked along, whistling, let out a loud burp, and headed straight for the dormitory. Arriving at his room door, he froze when he saw a huge package. Huh? A parcel? Ye Wei carried the box inside, and a roommate curiously asked, "Wei, what did you buy that's such a big box?" He replied blankly, "I didn't buy anything. Who sent this?" Both roommates shook their heads, not knowing. Ye Wei broke out in a cold sweat, his face full of suspicion. "This is super suspicious." Ye Wei's eyes narrowed. A premonition told him something wasn't simple. Inside, the package was a high-tech helmet, looking extremely cool. Ye Wei tremblingly picked it up, his face pale with shock. "Is this a gaming helmet?" Ye Wei clicked his tongue and put the helmet on his head, muttering, "Let's see if this thing is really good." As soon as it fit his head, the helmet activated, and a blinding blue light made Ye Wei dizzy and scream. His consciousness was sucked into a tunnel of light, and he panicked, thinking he was going blind, but then realized, is the game about to begin? Ye Wei grinned triumphantly, shouting in his mind, "My 100% hyper-realistic game, my virtual waifus, the harem king is here." He began to fantasize. If the game was 100% realistic, then the benefits must be commensurate, with a harem of waifus beckoning. But his joy was short-lived. Ye Wei froze, his expression changing from eager to a puzzled frown. A cold notification appeared in the virtual space. Startup time. 72 hours, 00 minutes, 00 seconds. Ye Wei clutched his head and wailed in despair. "No. Why make me wait 3 days when I've already taken off my pants?" His midnight screams startled the entire dorm. His roommates grumbled. "Is old Wei crazy? Go down and see what he's doing and shut him up." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chu Guang sat before a modern computer setup, monitoring all connections of the first players. In the Bulls and Horses Club group chat, the gamers were buzzing because they suddenly received gaming helmets. Some found them at their doorstep, some in their garage, and some in their office. Level 8. Great. Gale analyzed the problem sharply. They are 500 kilometers apart but received the items almost simultaneously, proving that this game company's technological prowess is extraordinary. The group was half believing, half doubting. Some demanded to take off the helmets to check. Others wanted to call the police, but ultimately concluded that without evidence, reporting it would be useless. While they were confused, Chu Guang sent a voice message, fabricating a story that this was a company secret, and he had tried his best to secure 4 beta test slots for his brothers. A blue light connected the gaming helmet to a female gamer's player, clone, body, and a clear notification appeared. The helmet will be permanently locked to the user. Each person can only create 1 unique account. After hearing Chu Guang's explanation, the whole group decided to try the game. White, horse, passing, a crevice. Even joked that if the game was 100% realistic, he would try to relieve himself in it. Chu Guang smirked triumphantly, thinking to himself that his decision to find his old teammates to grind with him was absolutely correct. But then he became pensive, thinking about how he had been missing from Earth for 5 months, and everyone must have thought he had vanished long ago. Regaining his composure, Chu Guang turned to order his robot assistant, Little 7. "Our official website is too crappy. Add a forum, wiki, and media to it right now." Chu Guang determined the marketing strategy. The early game phase requires intense grinding, so it must focus on male gamers. Therefore, the website needs cool warrior waifus images to attract them. Chu Guang explained the dominant marketing strategy. Use hot AI, chatbot, waifu, to entice and persuade male gamers to stay and grind. The bait was taken. Ye Wei, with heart-shaped eyes glued to the screen, shouted, declaring that Big Brother Wei would carry them far and wide. Returning to reality, Chu Guang assigned the task to Little 7. "You have 3 days to upgrade this crappy website for me, preparing for the game's launch." Little 7 wondered, asking the administrator directly why there were 11 registrants but only 4 gaming helmets were sent. The robot further explained that the player, clone, body, storage in Sector B1 was mostly empty. Even accommodating all 11 players would only take up 10% of its capacity. Chu Guang smirked, explaining nonchalantly. Supply is tight. Fewer mouths to feed means less expense. Moreover, he only needs those who are truly serious. He can't force mediocre players to grind for him. He decided to play it slow and steady, focusing on nurturing the 4 highest quality players. White, Horse, Passing, A, Crevice, Knight 10, There, Will, B, Ample, Time, and Level 8, Great, Gale. The system immediately announced the player recruitment mission complete. The reward was a nanocarbon bulletproof vest and 5 bonus points. Chu Guang muttered that the name nanocarbon bulletproof vest sounded quite fancy, and he didn't hesitate to press the receive button. Whoosh! The bulletproof vest automatically equipped itself onto Chu Guang with a super cool high-tech effect, surprising him with its awesomeness. The nanocarbon bulletproof vest's stats panel appeared, showing a perfect 100% durability, helping to absorb and disperse damage. Chu Guang thought to himself that going out would be much safer from now on. Little 7 interjected, saying this vest was nothing. There were even better blind boxes waiting, with 3 tiers. Low tier for 1 point, mid-tier for 10 points, and the highest tier for 100 points. The robot explained clearly, low-tier boxes yield food, mid-tier yield medicine, and if you want hot items, you have to play the high-tier box. Chu Guang pondered, calculating whether to spend all 5 points opening some crappy boxes or grind to accumulate 100 points for a really good gun. While he was hesitating, Little 7 reported that a new mission had just been updated, asking him to check it immediately in the administrator log. The mission panel appeared. The main mission required at least 1 player to log in to receive an active material extractor. The side mission was to prepare a 10 kilowatts generator to receive a hot reward of 100 points. Chu Guang was heavily shocked to see the 100 point reward, while Little 7 further explained that active material was the resurrection currency used to create clones for players if they died. Chu Guang smirked cunningly, deciding to use the 100 bonus points from the mission to roll for weapons later. For now, he ordered Little 7 to use all current points to open low-tier blind boxes. Hiss! A giant storage chest slowly opened, and cold smoke billowed out obscurely. Chu Guang and Little 7 stood waiting, staring at the thick smoke as something inside began to crawl out. The smoke from the blind box gradually dissipated. Chu Guang and Little 7 stood still, holding their breath, waiting to see what the first spoils of war would be. And the result was 3 lollipops in apple, banana, and mango flavors, along with a compressed biscuit. Chu Guang was speechless, his face darkening at the pile of snacks. He snapped, unable to believe the box yielded these cheap children's items. And even one item was missing compared to what was promised. Amidst the pile of candies and biscuits, a crumpled piece of paper lay nestled, looking unremarkable. Chu Guang's eyes paused, a flicker of doubt appearing. He picked up the paper, muttering to himself if this could be the 5th item the system had hidden. Scanning the paper, Chu Guang realized it was a message from the first-generation administrator of this shelter, written in the language of the Wasteland world he had learned. That old man claimed to be a genius for devising a way to disguise the equipment as a game to exploit the players, who were enthusiastic, curious, and never discouraged. Chu Guang was furious, his eyes blazing, roaring that this was clearly shortchanging the reward, not some Easter egg, causing Little 7 to quickly speak up to calm him. However, after cooling down, he had to admit that the first-generation administrator was indeed a true genius to be able to develop such dominant technology in the apocalypse. Chu Guang turned to ask Little 7 about the first-generation administrator, but the robot replied curtly that it was only activated when he arrived, so it knew nothing. Without arguing, Chu Guang ordered it to scour the shelter's database, believing that such a dominant figure couldn't have left no trace. Little 7 began scanning the data, revealing that the last information was from over a century ago, the 1st of January 2157, when a planet-destroying Great War erupted. The data showed that an all-out war had taken place, with 2 factions fighting to the bitter end, flattening everything on the surface and pushing civilization back to the Stone Age. After the war, a prolonged nuclear winter wiped out almost all traces of humanity, and Little 7 confirmed there was no information about the first administrator, likely erased. Chu Guang decided to put that aside for now, declaring that players would arrive in 3 days and he needed to prepare, starting with a visit to the recycling center. He put away the paper from his predecessor, realizing that the most urgent problem was that the shelter was running out of food and water. Chu Guang instructed Little 7 to wait patiently for him, promising to return within 3 days, at the earliest by tomorrow night. Amidst the city's ruins, Chu Guang set off to return to the survivor camp to gather necessities for the upcoming new players. The path was far from peaceful. Chu Guang spotted a pair of 2-headed hyenas lurking, and they certainly wouldn't pass up a tasty meal like him. A pack of hideous, mutated 2-headed hyenas growled, sniffing out their prey. Chu Guang was startled, realizing he had been discovered. Damn it, have I been exposed? He calmed down, recalling his previous encounter with 2 mutated hyenas on the way back to the camp. According to information from the survivors, these hyenas were defective products of gamma rays, with combat power even weaker than before mutation. Chu Guang smirked disdainfully. Clearly seeing these monsters as mere small fry, he casually picked up a metal stick, confidently declaring that with a weapon, fighting two at once would be no problem. With the stick firmly in hand, he was more than capable of dealing with them cleanly. But Guang decided to sneak away, reasoning that there was no need to engage in combat when they hadn't directly spotted him yet. He knew well that these mutants were just a minor threat, not worth mentioning compared to the true monsters born to kill. However, the two-headed hyenas, though weak, were extremely cunning. They were often sent out as scouts, and once one was spotted, the entire pack was surely nearby. In this cruel world, a terrified woman screamed in horror as giant mutated cockroaches crawled all over her. Drowned in darkness by the pack of monsters, the woman could only cry in despair, for even a small mistake here meant being wiped out. The scene shifted to the Bet Street Survivor Camp, a dilapidated settlement with important locations such as the mayor's house and the recycling center. Guang stood looking at the camp, his mind racing with a plan. Go to the recycling center to exchange some chips, then buy supplies so the upcoming players wouldn't have to start empty-handed. Inside the center, a few batteries and tubes of glue were placed on an old electronic scale, next to a sign proclaiming fair trade. Old Walter, the owner of the center, paid Guang a mere 3 chips after weighing the pile of scrap. Old Walter complained the glue quality was too poor, so he only paid half price, then tried to persuade Guang to buy new goods from Boulder City, but he bluntly asked, "Do you have guns?" Old Walter sneered, saying he didn't have those hot goods, and even if he did, Guang wouldn't have enough money, then advised him to stock up on food and fuel before winter arrived. Guang asked in surprise about winter, and Old Walter reiterated that he had only been here for 5 months, so he hadn't experienced it yet. Temperatures would start to drop around this time every year, Old Walter mused, predicting that winter would arrive earlier this year, with the first snow likely falling in October. Old Walter warned that winter was when the mutants in the Wasteland became most frenzied to hoard for the cold months, a mutated bear tearing apart its prey being the clearest proof. The old man continued to threaten, saying that winter here was a life-or-death gamble. You'd never know if what was hidden under the snow was delicious food, or the sharp jaws of a monster waiting to tear you apart. The weather was so harsh that even the toughest traders would curse, struggling to finish their last shipment before hiding away until spring. Old Walter even pulled out a map to explain about Boulder City, 10 kilometers away, a market that remained active even in winter, making Guang secretly think that this old man, though talkative, was a living trove of information. Guang recalled Old Walter's past. He was once from another shelter, but was unfortunately captured and enslaved. Afterwards, he was auctioned off like a commodity, and bought by the mayor of Bet Street. The mayor assigned him the job of dealing with the scrap collectors, a job that required shrewdness and toughness. Guang believed that if not for this ruined world, a man like Old Walter could have become a renowned engineer, doctor, or scholar. Guang said goodbye to leave, and Old Walter didn't forget to tell him to be careful and remember to come back if he found any valuable items. As he walked through the dilapidated settlement, Guang pondered that perhaps Old Walter treated him well, because they were both survivors from another shelter. Guang returned to his shabby base, muttering calculations about the meager number of chips he had earned, deciding to go home and check his entire fortune. Sitting down heavily, he pulled out his money box to count, adding the 3 chips he just got, for a grand total of 50 chips. The entire fortune of the administrator of shelter, 404, was a box full of chips. He thought to himself that this should be enough for the initial construction phase. Guang began to plan. First, buy tools to renovate the old folks' home, then make the players grind for materials like clay and stone. He knew well that once a clone was assigned to a player, it would become a living creature that needs food and drink to replenish energy, and this was a fatal weakness. The worst-case scenario flashed through Guang's mind, a starving female gamer clinging to him and whining, and if the players rebelled due to hunger, he would immediately lose control. But then he smirked cunningly, a perfect exploitation plan forming. They're just chives for me to cut. Why bother feeding them well? Guang decided to go to the recycling center first, but just as he opened the door and stepped out, he bumped into someone rushing. The unexpected collision caused Guang's jacket to fly open, revealing his toned six-pack physique and the nano armor underneath, which stunned the girl. The young girl apologized profusely in a panic, and Guang immediately recognized her as Yu Xiaoyu, the youngest daughter of the Yu family. Yu Xiaoyu's face flushed, and she shyly explained, "I heard noises from your house. I was afraid there was a thief, so I came to check." Guang cleared his throat and gave a perfunctory thank you. While the little girl looked visibly pleased, Yu Xiaoyu quickly offered to house-sit for Guang whenever he was away in the future. The little girl grinned, saying she had nothing to do at home anyway. Guang suddenly changed his attitude, his face turning cold as he warned in a low voice, "Children shouldn't get close to strangers. If you meet a bad person, you'll be wiped out." Yu Xiaoyu puffed out her cheeks and retorted, "I'm not a child. My brother said I'm old enough to get married. Besides, you're not a bad person. Last time you even gave me soup when I was hungry." Guang suddenly remembered that this little girl had been lingering around his house since then. To appease the little girl, Guang offered her a lollipop, telling her not to tell anyone, or she wouldn't get any next time. Yu Xiaoyu was overjoyed, thanking him profusely as she had never eaten anything so delicious. Yu Xiaoyu took a bite of the hard candy, then asked in confusion, "Huh? Why can't I bite it?" Guang smiled, with the air of an experienced adult. "Here, let me help you." Guang went all out, unwrapping a bright red shiny lollipop, like a genuine luxury item. He handed the candy to Yu Xiaoyu, thinking to himself, "Poor kid. In the old world, she would still be going to school at this hour." Without hesitation, Yu Xiaoyu immediately tasted the unfamiliar treat, her face flushing. Her eyes lit up, tasting intoxicating sweetness for the first time in her life. Yu Xiaoyu happily sucked on the lollipop, completely immersed in the new flavor. The little girl pulled out the lollipop, a thin strand of saliva still lingering, looking extremely satisfied. Overjoyed, Yu Xiaoyu clutched the lollipop tightly, her face radiant as she declared, "It's so sweet." Chu Guang gave a rare smile and explained, "It's called a lollipop. As long as you like it." Yu Xiaoyu mischievously teased back, "Haha, so big brother can smile too." Saying that, the little girl continued to enjoy the lollipop, her face still blissful from the sweetness. Yu Xiaoyu's face flushed pink, and she held out the bright red lollipop, inviting him, "Big brother, you try some too." The little girl stood on tiptoes, closing the distance between her old sandals and Chu Guang's military boots. Yu Xiaoyu pushed the lollipop closer to Chu Guang, her eyes crinkling as she firmly asserted, "This candy is really sweet." Chu Guang patted her head, telling her to be good and watch the house while he was away, but Yu Xiaoyu pouted and argued that she was completely serious. Immediately after, Chu Guang disappeared without a trace, leaving Yu Xiaoyu looking around in confusion, searching, where did Big Brother go? Realizing the situation, the little girl immediately raised her hand and shouted loudly into the air, firmly promising, "Don't worry, Big Brother, I'll watch the house carefully." Meanwhile, Chu Guang had returned to Sector B, one of Shelter 404, descending the stairs with a calculating expression. Chu Guang smirked, muttering, "It's been 3 days. The players must be arriving soon." At the same time, elsewhere, the new recruits, including the blonde-haired Ye Wei, were wearing gaming helmets and gradually sinking into the virtual world. Countless hands reached towards a dazzling light, officially logging into the game, preparing for a life-or-death game. Ye Wei opened his eyes in a liquid-filled pod, officially landing in the game with a confident thought. Finally, it's time to torment other players. He was dazed as his consciousness slowly returned, realizing he was in a completely unfamiliar place. Clank! The pod opened, and Ye Wei was released onto the floor in a dark laboratory. Water from the pod splashed everywhere as Ye Wei landed, his body still soaking wet. At the same time, 3 other players also spawned, all looking at each other in a similar state of confusion. The white-haired man, white horse passing a crevice, pinched his own cheek and growled because the pain felt too real. This is a game? How could it be so real? Meanwhile, the curly-haired man, there will be ample time, bitterly looked at the character creation interface for a female character named Lai Rifang Cheng, muttering, because the game automatically locked his gender to male. The blue-haired bookworm, level 8 Great Gale, wiped his glasses, admitting that this feeling was no different from being transported to another world via a gaming helmet. Ye Wei suddenly snapped awake, shouting excitedly, "Exactly. I can even feel my underwear drying right now." All the new players were startled when a door in front of them emitted a blue light, and one person curiously asked, "Someone's coming? Is it Brother Guang?" A large figure and a small robot stood before the glowing doorway, and a voice rang out. "The war has ended, but our world has also been devastated." Chu Guang, administrator of Shelter 404, appeared with an extremely cool demeanor and bulging muscles, calling out, "That is why we need your help to reclaim our homeland, oh players." He introduced himself as the administrator with the codename Dawn, then pointed to the robot beside him and introduced it as Assistant Little 7. The assistant robot Little 7 bowed mechanically, stating that it would be responsible for guiding the new players. The 4 new players, including Ye Wei, level 8 Great Gale, white horse passing a crevice, and "There will be ample time," gaped in astonishment when the system announced that they had officially entered the game. Chu Guang smirked meaningfully, confident that he had completely controlled the situation and held the initiative. The noobs chattered like a marketplace, some asking about NPCs, some demanding to know the quests, and some bitter about not being able to change their character's gender. Annoyed, Chu Guang snapped, threw each of them a shelter resident handbook, and ordered, "Your mission is to shut up and memorize this." After putting them in their place, Chu Guang and Little 7 led the bewildered new players deeper into a dense forest. Ye Wei and level 8 Great Gale broke into a sweat reading the handbook, realizing that the administrator was no different from a GM with the power to permanently ban accounts, while White Horse passing a crevice reminded them that this game slot was provided by Brother Guang, and they couldn't afford to be banned so foolishly. Chu Guang began his pep talk, preaching about the apocalyptic setting, and emphasizing that these new players were the luckiest people on Earth to be chosen. He continued his impassioned speech, calling on the new recruits to shoulder the mission of reclaiming the Wasteland, and they all responded enthusiastically in unison. Chu Guang assigned the first mission, a beginner quest that couldn't be more mundane, to chop wood, to prepare for the upcoming winter. He explained the larger objective, to stockpile fuel and transform the nearby dilapidated nursing home into a sturdy outpost. The new players were full of vigor, shouting slogans as if they were veterans, while Chu Guang casually reminded them not to get lost and die. He warned the noobs about the mutated monsters, emphasizing that if they saw one, they had to run immediately, which made them all turn pale as they imagined the giant monster. Leaving the new players to fend for themselves, Chu Guang ordered Little 7 to go up to the 3rd floor to act as a surveillance camera, while he nonchalantly declared he would carry the robot up if the stairs broke. The 4 new players dispersed into the forest, beginning their first wood farming endeavor in the game. A figure swung an axe with incredible speed and strength. The wind whistled as the axe blade came down with decisive blows. Ye Wei and level 8 Great Gale were out of breath, while White Horse passing a crevice carried the axe as light as a feather, making Ye Wei bitterly exclaim about this absurd difference in physical stats. Ye Wei was indulging in fantasies, imagining his six-pack body surrounded by girls, secretly lamenting that it would be a waste if no girls admired this body. Meanwhile, There Will Be Ample Time began analyzing the game's lore like a precocious old man, hypothesizing that the characters had different stats because they were ancient people in hibernation or artificial humans. He leaned towards the second hypothesis. The players were artificial humans synthesized with high technology. His logic was that this mechanism would explain realistic resurrection in the game. If you die, just take the DNA clone and make a new body. Easy game. There Will Be Ample Time went into a high-tech frenzy, his eyes shining like headlights as he dreamed of a game system combining DNA and classes, while the other three looked at him with the expression, "This guy's at it again." Ye Wei suddenly pointed into the deep forest, a seemingly not-so-smart idea popping into his head. And as expected, Ye Wei again sank into fantasy, this time being passionately embraced and kissed by two beautiful elf girls in the forest. White Horse, passing a crevice unceremoniously, poured cold water on his fantasy, reminding him that the game's setting was 200 years post-apocalypse. The only things they could encounter were mutated abominations, or zombies, not elves. Level 8, Great Gale, and There Will Be Ample Time also joined in to correct Ye Wei, reiterating the administrator's order not to wander around, and that the whole team only had one axe, so encountering a monster would mean instant death for all of them. Ye Wei swung his axe, muttering dismissively about Chu Guang's order, believing him to be just an NPC, but then clicked his tongue and let it go out of respect for the brother who gave him a free game account. Suddenly, Ye Wei's sense of danger flared up, his eyes wide with vigilance. The axe in his hand fell to the ground, signaling an ill omen. A red warning icon appeared. Ye Wei shivered and wondered, "What is this? Why do I suddenly feel so uneasy?" Crash. An invisible attack struck, sending Ye Wei flying like a ragged doll. He scrambled to his feet amidst the rubble, his face still heavily shocked after the devastating impact. Black feathers fluttered down. Ye Wei looked up at the sky, muttering, "Damn it, I almost got taken out." A giant blackbird mutant with glowing red eyes appeared, making Ye Wei scream. "We're screwed, it's a mutant. Help!" The monster charged straight at him. Ye Wei howled in despair. "Chasing me again? Ancestor of blackbirds, spare me." Outside shelter 404, a figure was frantically running towards the bunker door. Inside, the alarm system blared. Little Seven shouted in panic. Oh no, something's happening." The system announced that Chu Guang had received the manual for the active material extractor, a formidable item capable of breaking down everything from minerals, humans, to even mutants. Holding the manual in his hand, Chu Guang confirmed. "So this is the active material extractor?" He looked at the giant machine, mentally calculating that according to the manual, even mutants were within its processing range. Chu Guang smirked calculatingly, putting the mutant issue aside because what was more important was that he finally had a way to acquire materials to synthesize clone bodies. While he was feeling pleased, Little Seven rushed over, shouting, "Master, something's happening." The assistant robot reported urgently, its voice full of panic. "Esteemed administrator, a giant bird is attacking players north of the nursing home." Chu Guang frowned, his face showing disbelief. Giant bird? The monster mentioned was a giant blackbird mutant with bloodshot eyes, letting out a roar full of murderous intent. In the northern forest, Ye Wei screamed, his face pale with fear. But There Will Be Ample Time nonchalantly praised. "Big bro knight, your dodge was amazing." While level 8 Great Gale analyzed. "It looks like a crow." Ye Wei confusedly asked how he knew. There Will Be Ample Time explained clearly that these were mutants, creatures transformed by gamma radiation according to the information on the homepage. Ye Wei shouted at Level 8, Great Gale. "The homepage doesn't have any of this stuff? Wasn't there just a registration button?" Level 8, Great Gale nonchalantly pushed up his glasses, explaining that the mutant library section was only updated yesterday. Truly a noob. White Horse, passing a crevice, appeared, grabbing the panicking Ye Wei. "That can wait. Right now we need to figure out how to deal with this giant crow." White Horse, passing a crevice, growled, trying to boost the team's morale. "Don't be scared." The muscular man shouted the "hold your ground" strategy, while the blackbird mutant was still circling in the sky. "If the enemy doesn't move, we don't move." Level 8 Great Gale was speechless after hearing that, muttering the second half of that ancient strategy. "If the enemy moves, we move first." As soon as he finished speaking, Level 8 Great Gale vanished in a flash, leaving an empty space. The blackbird mutant roared in frustration. "What the hell? What kind of teammates are these?" While the other three were hiding stealthily in the bushes. Whoosh! A stone flew straight at the monster, making it roar furiously. The whole team looked bewildered and vehemently denied it, not understanding who just did something stupid. The blackbird mutant's glowing red eyes flashed with lightning. It had locked onto its target. In the nick of time, Chu Guang appeared, bare-handedly catching a flying shard of icy energy. Chu Guang landed coolly, an iron pipe clutched in his hand, his sharp gaze locked onto his target. The blackbird mutant roared furiously, charging straight ahead like a blue lightning bolt, its crimson eyes burning with murderous intent. Facing the colossal shadow of the diving monster, Chu Guang stood firm without the slightest tremor. He tightened his grip on the iron rod, preparing for the direct impact. Chu Guang smirked mockingly, tauntingly saying, "Humph, a beast will always be a beast." Chu Guang's image reflected in the monster's bloodshot eyes. It was stunned to see its prey completely unafraid. The blackbird mutant circled in the air, seeking an opportunity to attack, while Chu Guang stood on the ground, looking up defiantly. He pointed his weapon directly at the monster's face, growling, "Even if your head were bigger, you still wouldn't have a human brain." Without hesitation, Chu Guang charged straight at the monster. An epic solo battle was about to begin. The new players, hidden in the bushes, their mouths agape, and eyes wide as they witnessed the epic solo, exclaimed, "This NPC is ridiculously strong." The mutants' feathers scattered, the battle ended in a flash, and they all cheered in unison, praising their administrator as so cool, so awesome. Without further ado, Chu Guang started a fire, and began roasting the creature he had just taken down, smoke billowing amidst the desolate forest. The colossal blackbird mutant was roasted golden brown on a makeshift spit, fat, sizzling enticingly. They all watched the roasted bird. One of them wondered if it was edible. Chu Guang casually replied, "If it's cooked, it's edible. And this is an eagle, not a crow." Flipping the prey, Chu Guang warned the rookies, "Mutants are just one of the threats. Sometimes, humans are even more dangerous." Chu Guang sighed, regretting the lack of salt, which would have made the dish perfect. But finding salt in this inland city was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Seeing the oversized prey, a player worried they couldn't finish it all. Chu Guang casually told them to just throw the leftovers in the fridge, as if it were obvious. Chu Guang smirked, revealing a harsh truth. In this land, only the mayor has luxuries like a refrigerator in his castle. Hearing mayor, Ye Wei immediately lost himself in thought, imagining himself as a lord surrounded by beautiful maids serving his every whim. Ye Wei, immersed in his fantasy, had 3 beauties surrounding his bed. Cooing, "Your Excellency, Mayor, let us warm your bed for you." This made him blush furiously as he replied, "Hey hey, then I won't be shy." While Ye Wei was reveling in his mayoral dream, "There will be ample time," slapped his shoulder, pulling him back to reality. "Hey, wake up. Stop daydreaming." He then asked Chu Guang about the mission. Chu Guang coldly and concisely replied, demanding the new players collect as much wood as possible. Looking at the sluggish, hungry new players, devoid of any survival motivation, Chu Guang thought to himself, "These kids are different from me. They can log out any time. To make them work, there must be rewards." Chu Guang snapped his fingers, offering a sweet deal. "Here's the deal. For logs as thick as an arm, you get 1 point per meter. For logs as thick as a thigh, 2 points per meter. Reward points can be exchanged for prizes." Just as they heard prizes, Chu Guang added a critical blow that made Ye Wei and Whitehorse passing a crevice drool. For example, a roasted leg costs 50 points. Level 8, Great Gale. "And there will be ample time, we're no better." Their eyes wide and mouths agape when they heard Chu Guang conclude. "And 2 roasted wings will cost 80 points. Immediately, Ye Wei and "There will be ample time," as if fully buffed with mana, shouted in unison to Chu Guang. "Administrator, I suddenly feel full of energy," while Chu Guang merely smirked with satisfaction. The whole group went wild, rushing off like madmen at breakneck speed, eagerly chopping trees to earn points for roasted meat. After a period of strenuous labor, all 4 new players lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, completely exhausted. Chu Guang, standing on the pile of wood like a boss, summarized the new players' labor results. "Thanks for your hard work. You've collectively earned over 2,000 contribution points." Whitehorse, passing a crevice, a factory owner in real life, proved his toughness by farming over 800 points, easily snatched a roasted leg, and boasted, "This level of skill is too simple for me. Ye Wei and "There will be ample time, we're not far behind," each farming over 400 points, high-fiving to celebrate their achievement after exchanging for roasted chicken wings. Meanwhile, the bookish young man, level 8 Great Gale, only earned 300 points, muttering complaints about his weak physique, like a snail, both in-game and in real life. Chu Guang thought to himself, "These new players did better than expected." Luckily, there was roasted bird to shut them up, otherwise they'd be complaining loudly. He shivered at the thought of the scenario. If he only rewarded them with 2 lollipops after they chopped down hundreds of trees, he might be the next one to be chopped down. Chu Guang cleared his throat, explaining the point system. Besides exchanging for items, contribution points could also be used to buy revival coins, but the price was a 3-day wait. The players discussed, believing the game was in closed beta, so features were still limited, and resolved to grind frantically to gain an advantage before the official launch. Chu Guang then considered another problem. The players couldn't understand the language of this world, and he didn't have many translation chips to distribute to them. It seemed he would have to build a translation device. "There will be ample time," wondered why the outpost had no electricity. Chu Guang bluntly replied that there was only 1 generator, and casually asked, "Does anyone among you know about electrical engineering?" Chu Guang offered a generous reward, promising a special prize if anyone could solve the electricity problem. Making the bookish level 8 Great Gale immediately step into the role of an expert, his glasses glinting with confidence. Ye Wei naively blurted out, "Why don't we just temporarily run a power cable from the shelter?" leaving his 2 friends. "There will be ample time," and Whitehorse passing a crevice, speechless and frozen. Chu Guang bluntly shot down that idiotic idea, explaining that the shelter didn't have such long cables and electricity wasn't infinite. It might work temporarily, but long-term it would only cause more trouble. As evening approached, the group decided to temporarily put aside their work and retreat to the shelter before night fully fell. On the way back, they chatted animatedly, some marveling at the game's realism, others not wanting to return to the cultivation pods, and still others eager to log out. Chu Guang, standing in the room containing the clone bodies, realized that manning the outpost alone at night was too risky, and decided he needed to recruit more players from different time zones to stand guard. Just then, the assistant robot Little 7 scurried over to report, "Administrator, the physical status of the clones has been updated," which surprised Chu Guang quite a bit. Little 7 explained that whenever a player logged out, the system would automatically scan the clone, extract germ cells, and record the gene sequence for monitoring, making Chu Guang immediately realize, clones can be upgraded? The robot continued to reveal that each clone was created from a different DNA sequence, so those with innate strength were already tougher, making Chu Guang understand. No wonder that guy, White Horse passing a crevice, is as strong as an ox compared to the rest. Little 7 displayed a data panel, explaining the gene development progress. If it reached 100%, the body would achieve its perfect designed state, but that was almost impossible. Little 7 reported the gene development progress of the 4-player types. Their current stats were all sluggishly below 1%, but it affirmed that continuous stimulation of survival instincts could increase it. The players were grinding their stats in their own ways. White Horse passing a crevice straining to lift bricks. Ye Wei meditating with a wooden fish. Level 8. Great Gale reading books. And, there will be ample time frantically playing games on a console. Chu Guang smirked triumphantly, realizing these seedlings not only had talent but could also level up. Deciding that in the future, he must design a truly special training course for them. The scene shifted to the real world. At the faculty dormitory of Jinling University, it turned out that the gamer, Level 8 Great Gale, was Professor Yan Feng, who had just taken off his gaming headset after an all-night grind, his face showing a hint of fatigue. Professor Yan Feng changed into neat clothes, stepped out of his room, planning to use lunchtime to ask Professor Wang about generators. Upon arriving at the cafeteria at noon, Professor Yan Feng was frustrated to see the long queue of people. He grumbled that he would starve to death at this rate. Suddenly, a group of female students whispered when they saw the handsome Professor Wang appear, commenting that he was eating with the eccentric Professor Yan Feng from the physics department. Professor Wang politely waved to the students, advising them to go eat lunch immediately as skipping meals was bad for their health, while Professor Yan Feng remained engrossed in his books. The handsome professor's advice immediately took effect. The heart-eyed female students obediently listened, praising him for being both understanding and thoughtful, saying age was no issue. Professor Wang curiously asked Professor Yan Feng, who was engrossed in an electrical engineering book, "Oh, are you researching generators?" Thwack! Professor Yan Feng slammed the book shut, his face as cold as ice. He explained, "Recently, I've been reading a post-apocalyptic novel." Professor Wang propped his chin, his face full of interest. "Oh, and then?" Professor Yan Feng posed an extremely serious question. "I want to know, if the apocalypse really happens, how would the lucky survivors generate electricity?" Professor Wang was speechless. "Don't tell me this is what you wanted to ask me," Professor Yan Feng casually confirmed, making his colleague sigh and advise him not to take a novel too seriously. Suddenly, Professor Wang leaned over and grabbed Yan Feng's hand with a meaningful smile, making the latter's face flush. The handsome professor smirked. "Unless you can truly transmigrate into a post-apocalyptic world." Yan Feng froze, unconsciously pushing up his glasses, unable to utter a word. The gamer was inwardly shaken, sweat pouring down. How did he know? Weren't there only 4 closed beta slots? Professor Wang burst out laughing, scratching his head nonchalantly. "Haha, don't be so tense. I was just kidding with you." Yan Feng breathed a sigh of relief, sweat still streaming down, secretly thinking it was a good thing his gamer identity hadn't been exposed. Professor Wang suddenly put on a serious face, trying to cover up. "I only read cultivation novels, so I'm not familiar. Could you briefly tell me about the setting of the novel you're reading?" Yan Feng immediately adopted the role of an expert, clasped his hands together, and declared confidently, "The setting is 200 years after a nuclear catastrophe." Professor Wang pondered. Analyzing that 200 years after a nuclear war would be tough, as electromagnetic waves would fry any unshielded electronic devices. Yan Feng brought up the idea of civilian generators, but Professor Wang immediately dismissed it. After 200 years, machinery would be rusted, scavenged, and gasoline would have evaporated long ago. Professor Wang smirked mysteriously, acting like he knew everything. "However, there's still a way." Yan Feng's eyes lit up, holding his notebook and pen like an exemplary student, urging, Tell me. Professor Wang began his lecture, pointing out that the generators in every car were good stuff. Just a little modification, get it spinning, and you'd have a stable 12V current, enough for lighting. He further explained that if they could find an inverter, they could upgrade it to 240V, running TVs and refrigerators. While Yan Feng was engrossed in taking notes, making the professor secretly think, physics students are really strange. No wonder there are rumors about robot Professor Yan Feng never smiling. Professor Wang concluded his lecture, acting like a senior, telling Yan Feng to ask if he didn't understand, then prepared to slip away for his afternoon class. No sooner had he finished speaking than a group of heart-eyed female students swarmed Professor Wang, shouting for private tutoring. Harassed by the fervent fans, Professor Wang broke out in a cold sweat, trying to escape while the girls pleaded and made all sorts of promises. Completely oblivious to the drama beside him, Yan Feng remained engrossed in his notes, his mind only on asking the administrator where to find cars once he logged into the game later. Suddenly, the phone in Yan Feng's pocket vibrated, and he wondered if it was new information about the game. Yan Feng opened his phone and saw a lengthy analysis from a gamer named There Will Be Ample Time, and he disdainfully thought to himself, another guy who doesn't work and only plays games, though he admitted the guy did have a few speedrun titles. The scene shifted to There Will Be Ample Time's room, a true pro gamer with a gleaming array of trophies on his shelf. The gamer began his stream, announcing to viewers that he would speak directly instead of typing for speed, and revealed that there were currently 2 NPCs in the game. There Will Be Ample Time analyzed that the human NPC named Dawn and the assistant robot Little 7 both had extremely advanced AI, feeling just like real people, and he suspected there was a hidden favorability system. To prove the game's realism, He pinched his own cheek and concluded that the game had a sense of pain, but also a protection mechanism, causing the viewers to type 666 inches applause. There will be ample time suggested that the developers should let gamers adjust the pain level themselves, even though he admitted the current realism was already incredibly satisfying. When asked about the resurrection mechanism, there will be ample time, nonchalantly replied that he had never died, but the rule was a loss of contribution points and a 3-day cooldown. He grimaced, flatly stating that he had no interest in testing death and challenged anyone brave enough to try it and report back. Suddenly remembering, he directly called out the administrator's name, earnestly pleading, Chu Guang, please let the game have a gender change feature. At Shelter 404, Chu Guang was watching the stream and disdainfully muttered, this kid. Little 7 reported that the number of players reserving slots had skyrocketed, but Chu Guang remained calm, believing there was no need to rush and that a test should be prepared for the new batch of rookies. Chu Guang admitted that there will be ample time was quite a figure, once a top 200 PUBG player, and thanks to his stream, all the lurkers in the group were drawn out. He also boasted that the streamer had just made him a group chat administrator and decided to turn on voice input mode to show off. Chu Guang entered the group chat, humbly pretending to have been busy, and confirming there will be ample times information, causing all the fans to spam believe in Chu Guang memes. Immediately after, Chu Guang poured cold water on the streamer's request. He posted a registration link for the new test, along with a huge crossed-out image over the gender change icon, to assert that this game does not allow self-selection of gender. The system explained about favorability. At level 10, the white-haired NPC vendor looked at players like trash, snapping, what are you looking at? There's nothing for you here. But when favorability was maxed out at 100, her attitude did a complete 180, affectionately offering a gun and inviting, hello my love, I have new stock. Would you like to be its new owner? Hearing about hidden quests and unlockable hidden classes, the gamers reacted fiercely. Some were shocked, some were jealous, and Ye Wei got a nosebleed from wishful thinking. Chu Guang concluded, telling them to check the details on the website and then get to work, not forgetting to praise there will be ample times review as good enough to be pinned to the top, making the streamer ecstatic. Done with work, Chu Guang leaned back in his chair, breathing a sigh of relief as he saw that the new rookie's first experience connecting to their clones seemed smooth. It turned out that the streamer, There Will Be Ample Time, had clearly explained that players needed official gaming helmets to connect their consciousness to their in-game clones. Chu Guang had an idea, turning to ask Little 7, if players can connect to clones, can I connect my consciousness to one? Little 7 reported back dejectedly, her voice full of helplessness. I'm sorry, Administrator. I don't have your genetic sequence data. These clones weren't designed for you to use. Chu Guang patted Little 7's head to comfort her, not bothering to argue, then ordered, never mind, use my health check results to calculate my attribute stats, just like you did for the clones. Chu Guang's stat panel appeared with all attributes at level 6, except for strength, which was 7. He then asked Little 7 to display the clone information for the alpha test players. Little 7 reported the stats of the weak clones, with gene progression at only 0.1%, while Chu Guang's 5 stats were a full level higher. Chu Guang pondered, realizing he was a variable not accounted for in the original administrator's plan. Chu Guang smirked with interest, thinking that a life full of unknowns like this was far more exciting than a predetermined script. Suddenly, a notification panel appeared. Chu Guang unlocked the newbie guide achievement because a player had been online for over 8 hours, receiving 10 bonus points. Little 7 announced that Chu Guang had enough points to spin the intermediate blind box. Chu Guang decided to try his luck, only hoping not to get a useless cough syrup. The gacha machine dispensed an item in a puff of white smoke, and Little 7 excitedly flew over to ask what the administrator had won. Here's the real deal. Muscle Cell Enhancement Injector XI. Permanently buffs strength. Little 7 cheered with delight, while Chu Guang sighed in relief, as at least it was better than cough syrup. Chu Guang picked up the syringe, breaking into a cold sweat as he realized this item had been in storage for 200 years and looked extremely dangerous with its glowing red solution inside. Little 7 puffed out her chest, assuring him that the items in this warehouse were all top-tier server goods, their quality beyond question. Encouraged by her words, Chu Guang ripped off his hoodie, revealing his bulging muscles beneath his nano armor, and prepared to inject himself. A simulation diagram showed the needle piercing the epidermis, injecting the red enhancement solution into the muscle cells, activating the process of strength breakthrough. After the injection, Chu Guang flexed his arm to check, but saw no changes. He tried punching his palm, feeling weak, and began to suspect he'd gotten expired goods. Is that it? I don't feel any different. Is the medicine expired? Looking at the empty syringe, Chu Guang sighed in resignation, comforting himself that no effect was better than side effects. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back, and blood vessels bulged red as a strange surge of power began to awaken. Chu Guang's entire body tingled, streams of glowing red energy like lightning coursed through him, and a burning sensation erupted from his heart. His eyes turned fiery red, and he broke into a crazed, delighted smile. The real deal, not fake medicine after all. But then, poof, the energy completely vanished, and he suddenly felt his body limp and noticeably weaker. Chu Guang was utterly bewildered, clenching his fists but feeling no strength at all, muttering, could it really be expired? He flung the syringe away, concluding that his body hadn't changed, and it was fortunate that this expired medicine didn't have any bugs. But to be safe, Chu Guang ordered Little 7, help me perform a full body scan, thoroughly, from the inside out. Little 7 reported the results. Although his gene evolution hadn't budged, Chu Guang still received a permanent +1 strength and +1 constitution buff. Just one more point, and his strength would be double that of an ordinary person. Little 7 displayed a comparison chart, explaining that a stat of 5 was the baseline for an untrained ordinary 2-0-year-old, and also the reference point for all other stats. Chu Guang clenched his fist, grinning gleefully as he realized each additional point was equivalent to 20% of an adult's strength. Excellent. Amidst his excitement, he suddenly turned to ask Little 7 what time it was. Little 7 immediately projected a virtual screen. The clock showed exactly 4 a.m. Reminded by Little 7 that the players would be online in just an hour and a half, Chu Guang sat down, patted the robot's head, and declared he would go prepare immediately. Little 7 happily hummed a tune as Chu Guang went deeper into the base. Donning his hoodie, Chu Guang checked the quest board and was startled. The quests updated again? There was only one yesterday. Now suddenly there are 20. He scrolled through the quest list, filled with trivial tasks like repairs, monster hunting, and resource gathering. Noticing the daily tag, guessing they would refresh daily. Flopping onto a chair, Chu Guang calculated that 20 quests yielded a total of 150 reward points, and concluded, if I grind all these alone, I'll die suddenly. You'll have to throw out some contribution points to get those leaks to do it instead. Chu Guang muttered, dismissing the daily quests, identifying the ultimate goal as the generator quest. Because without electricity, they'd live like primitive tribesmen, but with electricity, they'd automatically ascend to nobility, surrounded by maids. Deciding to act, Chu Guang sat down at his computer, determined to recruit more new recruits to see if any of them were decent. He chortled when he saw 10 new chickens had applied, a total of 35 people, but compared to the group chat with hundreds of people, it was still far too few. Chu Guang scratched his head, realizing he couldn't advertise the game in the usual way because Wasteland Online didn't even have a server on Earth. It was nothing more than pirated goods. He wearily imagined a scene of immature players, just whining, demanding food, complaining about bad gear, then logging out to go on dates, determined to raise the recruitment standards. An idea struck him, and Chu Guang decided to modify the registration page, requiring players to declare their phone numbers and home addresses to filter out the weak-willed and the trash clones. Typing like a hacker, he added an attribute survey to attract serious grinders, then directly dropped the registration link into the group chat. Immediately, a notification from the Bull and Horse Club group on the Teng Teng app popped up on the screen. At the same time, elsewhere, a girl wearing glasses who was working suddenly flinched at the notification sound. It turned out to be a female designer tearing her hair out due to a lack of inspiration. She sighed in relief, thankful it wasn't a client's message pushing a deadline. The female designer sipped her coffee, muttering that she was utterly swamped with the company's fashion show and had no time to play games with the group. She decisively placed her cup on the table, apparently drawn in by the group's conversation. Scrolling through the group chat, the girl frowned when she saw a bunch of people praising Wasteland Online to the heavens. From its hyper-realistic graphics to its 100% immersive experience, suspecting it was just cheap marketing. However, when she saw even the veteran player, there will be ample time also praising Admin Light, she began to waver, thinking this game might be worth a try. Chu Guang, under the alias Light, finally dropped the registration link into the group. Without a second's hesitation, the female designer clicked her mouse, deciding to dive in. The Wasteland Online registration website appeared on her laptop screen. The interface looked quite decent. The registration page announced that players would have to complete a survey to allocate 5 basic attributes, promising that strength-type players would have a higher chance of getting strength-type talents. The strength attribute was illustrated very intuitively. It increases carrying capacity, melee damage, and even weapon throwing distance. Next was the agility attribute, which increases reaction speed, movement ability, and dodge chance, perfect for hit-and-run players. The constitution attribute was introduced. It increases toughness, healing ability, and resistance to negative effects, perfect for tanks. The intelligence attribute was not an IQ score, but learning speed, mental recovery, and the ability to control neural devices, allowing multitasking like a boss. Finally, there was the perception attribute, which determines intuition and sensitivity to danger, helping players sniff out traps and uncover hidden clues. Sitting in front of her computer, the female designer sighed, muttering that this game wasn't particularly special. But then a line of text on the screen caught her attention, and her eyes lit up. The registration page announced an incredibly powerful feature. If players were not satisfied with their character's appearance, they could undergo plastic surgery or even body modification in the future. The words plastic surgery and body modification struck her like lightning. The female designer clutched her head, her face flushed, realizing these were the hottest trends. That's it. I finally found my inspiration. The girl jumped up, completely shedding her previous fatigue. Her face glowed with extreme excitement, and she whispered ecstatically, "Amazing, absolutely amazing." Without a second's hesitation, the female designer rushed to her computer, typing frantically, shouting in her mind, "Wasteland Online, let's do this." The female designer sighed in relief when she saw the game had enough registration slots, hoping to glean some inspiration for new costume designs. Meanwhile, Chu Guang propped his feet on the table, smirking as he saw the number of players skyrocketing, muttering that the era of good products selling themselves was long gone. Marketing was still the true love. Suddenly realizing something, Chu Guang's gaze sharpened. The clock struck exactly 6 a.m. Chu Guang jumped up, let out a domineering sneer, declaring it was time for the online players to get a taste. In the game, a perception-type young man named Girl's Public Enemy 10 times a night was turning pale. Little 7 welcomed the players back, while the whole group was complaining about their pathetic intelligence stats. An intelligence-type player boastfully showed off his 7 intelligence and 3 strength points. Suddenly, Girl's public enemy 10 times a night clutched his stomach, his face green as if about to faint. He shouted for little Seven, asking where the toilet was because he couldn't hold it anymore. But the robot calmly replied that there were no living facilities here and advised him to calm down because perception-type players had very strong senses. 2 other players had to rush to hold back the blonde guy who was having a fit. White Horse passing a crevice was surprised by his unexpected strength, while the others shouted to stop them, fearing that offending an NPC would cause their favorability points to plummet. Girl's public enemy 10 times a night's face drained of all color, sweat poured down him like rain. Realizing a physiological disaster was imminent, Chu Guang stood from above, in a commanding voice ordering the chaotic players. No fighting, line up. The whole group of players, including Girl's public enemy 10 times a night and White Horse passing a crevice, turned pale with fear, and immediately fell into line obediently. Chu Guang smirked inwardly, secretly pleased at having scared the new recruits with the favorability point trap, telling himself to maintain his domineering demeanor, to accelerate the outpost's construction before winter. He began to announce the quests, stockpiling food, water, fuel, and building fortifications, then directed them to the sign at the nursing home for details. Hearing about new quests, Flex Muscle player's eyes gleamed, eager to show off, while the intelligence-type player was disappointed there was no quest to find a generator. Chu Guang concluded the brief meeting, declaring that if no one had any questions, the team would depart immediately. Just then, Girl's public enemy 10 times a night couldn't hold it anymore, shouting for the administrator, asking to go to the bathroom, which made Chu Guang freeze, realizing he had overlooked this fundamental issue. Chu Guang's face twisted in a grimace at the awkward situation, but he maintained his cold demeanor and ordered the blonde guy, "Follow me." As Chu Guang led the way, Girl's public enemy 10 times a night yelped, begging him to slow down, and the urge to relieve themselves suddenly spread to White Horse passing a crevice and another player, making them also clutch their stomachs and groan. The intelligence-type player was speechless at the game's realism. Even diarrhea was simulated, while a pathetic scream echoed from afar, due to the stench. Chu Guang and Little Seven stood watching the group of players dragging themselves back, each of them pale-faced, staggering as if they had just survived a life-or-death battle. The whole bunch started complaining loudly. One complained about the lack of toilets, another cried about using leaves to wipe until they were sore, and Girl's public enemy 10 times a night shouted about a burning sensation, only for the intelligence-type player to calmly ask if he had used stinging nettles. Chu Guang sweated profusely, speechless, thinking to himself he should have told them to use cloth, but the whole group had bolted like ghosts once they reached the surface. A thud echoed as a military boot stomped heavily on the ground, signaling that something was about to happen. Chu Guang froze, his face blank, not understanding what was happening before his eyes. Flex Muscle player bravely raised his hand, and on behalf of his comrades, proposed to the administrator. "We propose building toilets at the base." And the whole group clamored in agreement. White Horse passing a crevice, the dark-skinned, white-haired man, followed up with a detailed plan. "Once there are toilets, we should dig a large pit to collect the products." The Flex Muscle player continued to explain like an agricultural expert, detailing how to mix waste with plant ash and wood chips for microbial composting to kill pathogens. And so, from their immense pain, they invented a way to produce high-quality organic fertilizer for the base. Chu Guang suddenly remembered that the Bet Street area also collected waste to sell to the nearby Brown farm, perhaps also for making fertilizer. The Flex Muscle player continued to analyze, explaining that in his hometown, people even composted waste with organic garbage to produce methane gas in biogas digesters. This methane gas could be used for fuel cells, and from that, they could even build a power plant run by toilets. Chu Guang reflected that Brown Farm indeed had a biogas digester to generate electricity, so theoretically, their base could also build one themselves. Chu Guang nodded, admitting this idea wasn't bad, and had to concede that these players were much more useful than he had imagined. The intelligence-type player immediately pointed out the core problem. To build toilets and biogas digesters, they would need a large amount of sealing and gas-containing materials. Chu Guang chuckled, reassuring everyone that this wasteland had no shortage of plastic, as the locals were afraid of burning it and releasing toxic gas, so they didn't dare touch it. He pointed towards the notice board, telling everyone that if they searched around this area, they would find piles of necessary materials. On the board was a brand new quest list: collect wood, find water containers, and scavenge for recyclable waste, all exchangeable for contribution points. Chu Guang smirked, announcing he had added new quests for everyone. Pick up plastic bags and plastic bottles. The players marveled at how realistic the game was. Even NPCs knew how to analyze the situation to give quests. While Girl's public enemy 10 times a night broke out in a cold sweat, recalling the administrator's smile. Suddenly, the intelligence-type player raised his hand, declaring he had a better way to solve the generator problem. He stood in the middle of the junkyard, boldly presenting his idea in front of Chu Guang. He pushed up his glasses, proposing a simple yet effective idea. Find a normal car, because every car already has a generator inside. Chu Guang replied that he had already checked the nearby parking lot and found nothing valuable. But the intelligence-type player still insisted on checking again, believing that if they found a generator, the outpost would have electricity. Chu Guang nodded in agreement for him to go, but didn't forget to add a condition. He warned that the wasteland was full of mutants and extremely dangerous, so he needed to choose one more person to go along for support. Hearing this, the rest of the players turned pale, and everyone broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that an intelligence-type player going to farm items definitely needed a tank to go along and take hits. Chu Guang crossed his arms, declaring bluntly, "I need to pick one more person to go with level 8 Great Gale to find the generator." Without further ado, he pointed directly at Ye Wei and ordered, "You, go with him. Both of you. Follow me to get the map and equipment." Ye Wei immediately saluted like a soldier receiving orders, while the other players began to analyze that the administrator chose him because his perception stat was more suitable for reconnaissance than brute strength. Ye Wei burst out laughing, teasing his teammates before running off to get his gear, ignoring the group who were yelling after him, telling him not to get too cocky or he'd end up being carried back in a body bag. Level 8, Great Gale unfolded the tattered map, pinpointed the parking lot's location, and announced that the team had arrived. The two players stepped into the desolate parking lot, where rusted vehicles and tangled vines created nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. Ye Wei yelled in frustration, holding only a tiny compass, cursing that this place had been completely looted, leaving nothing behind. Seeing the dire situation, Ye Wei started to get cold feet, suggesting to Level 8 Great Gale that they should just turn back. Level 8. Great Gale pushed up his glasses, his eyes sharp, and declared firmly, "We can't leave empty-handed after coming all this way." Through the broken window of a car, Level 8 Great Gale's silhouette approached, seemingly having discovered something. Level 8 Great Gale strained every muscle, his face contorted, but the car's hood wouldn't budge. Out of options, he turned and yelled for Ye Wei. "Hey, come here and give me a hand." Ye Wei reluctantly agreed, thinking to himself that after playing together for years, he still had no idea what his friend did in real life. Both counted to 3, then roared, putting all their might into a monumental tug. With a creak, the hood finally popped open, revealing an old engine block inside. The two huddled together to examine it. Level 8 Great Gale skeptically asking, "Is this a generator?" Ye Wei could only nod vaguely to get it over with. Level 8. Great Gale ordered Ye Wei to check it, having heard he knew how to drive, but the other guy casually replied, "Does playing Need for Speed count?" Level 8. Great Gale was speechless, veins throbbing on his forehead. All he wanted to do was curse to vent his frustration. Ye Wei suddenly remembered something, turning to ask back, "Wait, I remember you have your own car. Why are you asking me?" Level 8, Great Gale, poker-faced, confessed that he lived in a dorm and only had a bicycle, which completely shocked Ye Wei. Level 8, Great Gale buried his face in the wrecked car, tearing at his hair because he couldn't find what he needed, while Ye Wei stood by, eavesdropping. Level 8, Great Gale was sweating, muttering that he had found the engine but couldn't find the power unit, which was truly bizarre. Ye Wei lost patience, pointing his sickle at a trash can. It's been 200 years. Of course it's been stripped clean. Digging through trash makes more sense. But Level 8 Great Gale suddenly came up with a wild theory. Ancient technology was advanced enough to use remote power sources. Looking at the entire scrap car lot, he sighed, concluding that any hope of finding a generator here was gone. Suddenly, Ye Wei yelled from a distance, "Bro, over here. Earth-shattering discovery," making Level 8 Great Gale jump. Level 8. Great Gale rushed over, immediately asking if he had found the generator. Ye Wei casually replied, "No, I found a hole." Then both looked down into a pitch-black underground sewer entrance. Level 8 Great Gale suggested they go in and check, as he didn't sense any danger. Ye Wei quickly stopped him, placing a hand on his friend's shoulder and warning, "Hold on. Even the administrator doesn't know about this place. Rushing in is too reckless." Ye Wei smirked confidently, turning the tables. Precisely because he doesn't know, it's worth exploring. Who knows? There might be a hidden quest or cool NPCs. Ye Wei began to fantasize. He was a hero storming a dungeon, swinging his axe to chop down goblin minions to rescue 2 damsels in distress who were chained up. In his dream, 2 hot girls embraced Ye Wei, thanking him profusely, and he smugly declared, "I am Ye Wei. I do good deeds without expecting anything in return. From now on, you two can follow me." Level 8. Great Gale pouted, thinking his friend's fantasies were too mundane, because dungeons in the game were for finding treasure chests with valuable items like generators, not women. Back to reality, the two decided to cooperate. Level 8 Great Gale reminded Ye Wei not to forget the administrator's warning before they left. In a flashback, Chu Guang stood with his arms crossed, ordering, "If you encounter mutants, run. If you can't run, absolutely do not turn your back on the enemy. Do you want to commit suicide?" Both entered the tunnel entrance, a dark passage illuminated by strange, glowing blue mushrooms. A decisive step splashed into a muddy puddle, officially beginning their underground expedition. Level 8 Great Gale wondered about the strange, never-before-seen mushrooms, while Ye Wei already had the idea of picking some to take back. Ye Wei picked up a mushroom to examine it, marveling at its beautiful glow, then blurted out a fatal question. "I wonder what it tastes like." Level 8. Great Gale quickly stopped him, pulling out a trash bag and warning, "Take it back and ask if it's edible first, don't self-destruct." A bunch of people have died from eating poisonous mushrooms this year. After harvesting the mushrooms, Level 8 Great Gale wanted to go back, but Ye Wei's adventurous spirit flared up, believing the place was safe and deciding to go deeper to hunt for good loot. Ye Wei eagerly rushed forward, leaving Level 8 Great Gale frantically calling after him, his mind solely focused on the treasure awaiting him. Suddenly, Ye Wei froze, his eyes wide, sweat pouring down him as he realized something was wrong ahead. Level 8. Great Gale nearly crashed into his friend's back, irritably snapping, "Hey, what the hell are you doing? Why did you suddenly stop?" A red danger sign flashed in Ye Wei's mind. He broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, "Oh no." He felt a familiar, chilling pressure, exactly like the time he encountered the Blackbird mutant. An earth-shattering roar echoed from the deep darkness. Level 8. Great Gale trembled, speculating. Could it be the sound of a mutant? Without a word of explanation, level 8 Great Gale grabbed the bewildered Yewei and bolted, yelling, "Run! What are you standing there babbling for?" From the darkness, a giant green giant worm mutant slowly emerged, its round, tooth-filled mouth wriggling. Scene change. Flex Muscle Player and White Horse passing a crevice were panting under the sun, complaining that the recent work was even more tiring than manual labor at a factory. Chu Guang assessed the two players' work. Not bad. Each gets 200 contribution points. He also instructed them to store feces and urine separately, as mixing them would make it too thick. Amidst the ruins, Chu Guang continued his survival lecture, explaining that urine was sterile and could be used directly to water plants. While Flex Muscle Player and White Horse passing a crevice were utterly exhausted, Chu Guang frowned, contemplating the base's myriad problems. Nearby water sources were full of mutants, personal hygiene for hundreds of incoming people would be a disaster, and medical supplies were scarce. Flex Muscle Player suddenly had an idea and excitedly suggested, "Why don't we build a public bathhouse? Who knows, maybe female players will join later." The two guys began to sink into fantasies about female gamers, eagerly discussing having hot water and even being able to scrub each other's backs. The perverted duo's fantasies continued, with beautiful girls relaxing in a steamy, hazy bathhouse. While the two players looked delighted, imagining female gamers arriving early, Chu Guang was speechless. "I've never seen such shameless rascals, and both of them at that." Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed throughout the base as someone fell straight into a deep pit. It turned out to be Yewei and level 8 Great Gale, who had just run for their lives, emerging from underground. Level 8 Great Gale quickly pulled his friend back, while Yewei exclaimed, "That was close. I almost fell in." Both guys were pale as ghosts, screaming in horror after their narrow escape from the underground monster. Level 8 Great Gale, still falling, yelled at Yewei, "I told you to say something before you did anything." The consequence of the fall was a shower of green mushrooms flying everywhere. Flex Muscle Player and White Horse passing a crevice excitedly watched their two dazed teammates in the pit, casually commenting that they probably wouldn't die since there were already leaves lining it. A military boot decisively stomped down, blocking a rolling mushroom. Chu Guang bent down and neatly picked up the green mushroom. Chu Guang held out the mushroom, smiling meaningfully, and declared that everyone had worked hard and could go get water to wash up and rest, secretly thinking that these guys had found something good. A huge pot of mushroom soup was placed over the fire, bubbling vigorously and looking quite appetizing. All the players happily slurped the mushroom soup, while Chu Guang stood behind them, speechless, finding it as bland as water and wondering if his taste buds were broken. Chu Guang cleared his throat, picked up a mushroom, and asked the intelligence-type guy where he had found it. Yewei loudly explained that, although they hadn't found a generator, they had discovered a pile of green mushrooms at the entrance of a creek, then shouted that he was the one who found the spot. Yewei held his bowl of soup, innocently asking level 8 Great Gale if the green mushrooms were edible, or if they could be used to craft buff potions. Chu Guang sneered, stating bluntly, "Eat them? These things are called green angels. If you eat them, you'll meet real angels within an hour, unless you're a mutant immune to toxins." He explained in more detail that these mushrooms were inedible but were the main ingredient for crafting radiation-reducing medicine, a commodity highly sought after by merchant caravans in Boulder City. But then Chu Guang added a final blow. "You two are lucky you didn't go deeper, because these mushrooms usually grow near mutant leech nests." He described the new creature. Young mutant leeches are only the size of a hand, but when they mature, they grow longer than a meter, some even reaching 3 meters, with mouths full of teeth. A terrifying image appeared, illustrating a giant mutant leech neatly swallowing a woman. Yewei and level 8 Great Gale turned pale, realizing they had just strolled right in front of the gates of hell. Chu Guang smirked, seemingly pleased that they still remembered the way. Level 8 Great Gale hastily pulled out his map, pointed to the marked location, and affirmed that he remembered it clearly. Chu Guang nodded in confirmation. Chu Guang pointed at the map, praising how valuable these chives were becoming, then announced a reward of 220 contribution points for Gale and Night 10 for finding the leech nest and harvesting the mushrooms. All the players joyfully thanked the administrator, while Chu Guang secretly calculated, "I can't over-reward them. Otherwise, they'll risk their lives harvesting mushrooms, and all perish in there." Chu Guang muttered, surprised to find a mutant leech nest nearby. He told himself to be careful and prioritize finding a generator first. Looking at the 2 bags of green mushrooms, Chu Guang calculated, 2 kilograms of mushrooms could be exchanged for 40 chips, which was his entire fortune from 5 months of grinding, and he knew the actual value of this item was double that. Chu Guang announced he was going to find more supplies, telling the players to stay put in the shelter and not wander off, entrusting Little 7 with supervision and summarization. A pot was placed over the burning fire, preparing for a hot meal. The players gathered around Little 7, and level 8 Great Gale wondered why green mushrooms were a valuable ingredient. Yet there was no reserve in the shelter. Yewei scratched his head in confusion, questioning why the two of them only received 20 contribution points, equivalent to chopping down 2 trees. Clearly, something was wrong. Flex Muscle Player began to analyze like a professional gamer. Rewards should be commensurate with difficulty. We just unlocked a new area and collected high-value items. We should have been rewarded more. Flex Muscle Player snapped his fingers, concluding with one word, priority, leaving Yewei bewildered and clueless. Flex Muscle Player explained that the administrator had emphasized survival as the top priority, and Yewei chuckled, admitting he was the type of player who always skipped the storyline. Flex Muscle Player continued to deduce, suggesting that the quests on the bulletin board weren't everything, because this game had a high degree of freedom, so quests could be triggered by the players themselves. The muscular guy declared like a sage. Those mushroom picking or toilet building quests this afternoon were assigned by the administrator because he found our suggestions reasonable. So even if you didn't find a generator, you two still deserved points. The muscular guy concluded his logic. Just do things that benefit Shelter 404, and you'll get points. The greater the value created, the bigger the reward. Level 8. Great Gale nodded, but also reminded him that doing quests on the bulletin board still gave points, and not a small amount either. The muscular guy smirked confidently. Exactly. The muscular guy continued his display, reiterating the favorability mechanism that the game dev had mentioned. White Horse passing a crevice nodded, indicating he understood, while Ye Wei remained clueless, snapping. Understand what? Just say it directly, I'm getting impatient. The muscular guy gave 2 thumbs up, praising his own intelligence, then explained, the quests on the board are just fixed. Low reward tasks. Actively triggering new quests shows your skill level and, most importantly, improves the administrator's evaluation of us. Just as he was feeling smug, the muscular guy suddenly turned pale, sweat pouring down him like rain, stammering. No, he continued to mumble, his voice full of panic, that all the above deductions were only true if this was a 100% virtual reality game, and the administrator's behavior wasn't that of a pre-programmed AI. The muscular guy analyzed further. If the administrator's intelligence wasn't as high as they thought, then all deductions would be useless. But the problem was, this guy was much smarter than Little Seven the robot, acting just like a real person. Level 8. Great Gale suddenly realized a terrifying possibility. You mean he's tricking us? Ye Wei also flinched. Don't tell me he's exploiting our labor? All the players stood before the bullet-riddled shooting target, sharing a chilling thought. Could the administrator really be exploiting us? The muscular guy brushed aside the worry of being exploited, reasoning that even if the administrator was a real person, it didn't matter since he had saved them. The current issue was to grind NPC favorability before the second test phase. With that, the muscular guy extended his hand, officially calling for the formation of an alliance to gain an advantage over the new players. White Horse passing a crevice, and Ye Wei immediately agreed, while Level 8 Great Gale hesitated slightly but also joined, only asking for more details. The muscular guy declared that from now on, they were a team, sharing information and supporting each other, with the goal of utilizing each person's strengths. He immediately assigned a task to Level 8 Great Gale. You go investigate the lakeside, pay attention to the distribution and paths of the mutants, and mark any spots that look like lairs. The muscular guy further instructed to avoid combat at all costs because the team needed a safe water source, making Ye Wei grumble irritably. Damn it, he's just appointed himself captain, hasn't he? After that, the muscular guy turned to shake hands with White Horse passing a crevice. Both decided to continue chopping wood, also promising to look online for ways to utilize that wood tomorrow. Night gradually fell upon the desolate world, signaling the end of a day's grind for the new recruits. Under the sunset, 2 figures were leading a caravan of pack animals silently into a ruined settlement. The clinking of iron chains echoed as a chained woman, her legs shackled and dressed in tattered clothes, walked across the dusty ground. A voluptuous blonde girl appeared, but her situation was miserable. Her clothes were torn, and her neck and legs were shackled like merchandise. The nearby thugs immediately stared, one of them uttering a crude remark. What a fine piece of goods. While another lamented. What a shame. Such a delicious cabbage is about to be eaten by pigs. In the ruined settlement, the caravan foreman yelled, urging the caravan workers to unload the goods quickly, so as not to delay List's journey. Old Walter, representing the mayor of Bet Street, bowed deeply in welcome and showed extreme deference to the newcomer. List, the human trafficker, handed the blonde girl over to Old Walter, calling her the merchandise the mayor wanted, and advising the old mayor to use her carefully. A pair of military boots stopped, signaling the arrival of a character observing from afar. Chu Guang stood behind, muttering as he recognized that List had come here once again. He recalled rumors about Boulder City's slave trade and was surprised to witness it firsthand today, imagining high-end merchandise being kept in glass cages. Chu Guang smirked, thinking that only the corrupt mayor was capable enough to afford such a luxury item, and more importantly, the presence of the caravan was an opportunity for him to find a good buyer for his own stash. After unloading the goods, List tossed bonus money to the caravan workers, who profusely thanked him and begged to be called for work again next time. Amidst the ruined sunset landscape, Chu Guang and Little Seven stood watching List's pack animals prepare to depart. Without further ado, Chu Guang stepped out to block the path, calling out, Hey List, got a moment? I have something you want. List turned back with a suspicious and arrogant expression, shouldering his hunting rifle and asking directly, Who are you? Chu Guang raised both hands, grinning innocently. No ill intentions, just want to trade. This nanocarbon armor gives me 5 seconds to run, as long as I don't get headshotted. List sneered contemptuously, thinking Chu Guang was just a small-time scavenger newly emerged in Bet Street. His henchmen standing nearby also burst into mocking laughter. Chu Guang introduced himself, but List brushed him off, declaring he didn't do business with small fry, and told him to take his trash elsewhere. Hearing the word trash, Chu Guang merely sneered, then sat down and opened 2 sacks, revealing a pile of sparkling green crystals. Are you sure these 2 kilograms of goods are trash? Upon seeing the hot commodity, List was immediately speechless, his expression shifting from contempt to extreme astonishment. Huh? Where did you get this? Chu Guang casually retorted with a powerful flex. Under the sewers next to a mutant leech nest. Wanna go down and check? This made List flinch and step back, then quickly change his tone to ask for the price. Chu Guang held up 2 fingers, setting a steep price. 2 kilograms here, I want 200 chips. confident that his unique item was worth far more than the paltry scrap metal price on the street. List gritted his teeth and agreed, while Chu Guang was annoyed, knowing he had undersold it and should have demanded 10 times the price. Chu Guang grew even more furious, imagining the corrupt mayor reselling this batch of goods to merchants at an exorbitant price. List set a condition, hoping this transaction wouldn't reach the ears of some old man Charlie. Chu Guang smirked, stating he also didn't want to cause more trouble. Praising List as someone who knew how to adapt, List changed the terms. Instead of paying 200 chips, he suggested Chu Guang use that money to buy his goods directly, with a 20% discount to save trouble. Chu Guang didn't hesitate, declaring directly that he wanted to buy a gun, secretly thinking as long as it was cheaper than Bet Street. List snapped his fingers, sealing the deal immediately. The merchant introduced a 9mm iron-barreled rifle for 200 chips, along with 30 rounds of ammunition at 1 chip per round, asserting this was an extremely friendly price. Chu Guang took the gun, raised it to aim, his face full of calculation. Chu Guang directly asked if this price included the 20% discount. List confirmed and offered an additional 5mm pistol for 100 chips, but concluded that cheap goods were only for shooting people, not for dealing with mutants. Chu Guang began to haggle, demanding a 9mm rifle, 60 rounds of ammunition, and an additional 25 chips for necessities, causing List to frown at the unexpected counteroffer. Not giving the other party time to react, Chu Guang played his trump card, smirking as he revealed there were over 2 kilograms of mushrooms in the mutant leech nest, pointedly asking List if he understood the situation. Chu Guang turned the tables, declaring bluntly, "Invest in me, and I'll bring back 10 times the goods." He asserted that even at this price, List would still profit handsomely. List began to calculate, realizing how much radiation-resistant medicine 20 kilograms of Blue Angel mushrooms could produce. Enough profit to buy hundreds of guns, let alone just one. Immediately, the cunning merchant changed his attitude, extending his hand and introducing himself. "Let's be friends. I am List. I'm very interested in you." Chu Guang shook hands to seal the deal, also introducing himself, officially establishing a business partnership. As soon as he agreed to cooperate, Chu Guang smirked slyly to himself. "However much you cheated me today, I, Chu Guang, will get back tenfold later." The transaction complete, Chu Guang requested List to immediately deliver a new rifle, 60 rounds of ammunition, and some supplies. List held the glowing blue mushroom in his hand, nodding smugly. "Just as I thought. All the good stuff is hidden near nuclear bomb craters." Chu Guang wrapped the brand new rifle in cloth, his eyes sharp, looking like a true player ready for any hunt. List paid Chu Guang a handful of chips, considering it a tip for the lucrative business deal. The merchant put on a superior air. "Normally few people get chips from my hands, you're an exception." Chu Guang smirked, replying nonchalantly, "It seems my luck isn't bad after all." List smirked to himself, imagining Chu Guang facing the giant worm mutants, and hoping his luck was great enough to survive. Chu Guang also fully understood the difficulty of this deal. List was right, good mushrooms always grew near monster lairs, and there was no telling how many mutant leeches were in their nest, he muttered, analyzing the goods. "These giant worm mutants have thick skin and flesh. Ordinary bullets would only tickle them. What's worse, their vitality and regenerative abilities are absurd. Even if a section is cut off, it still wriggles as usual. The severed body part quickly regrows into a new head, ready to fight again. The worst part is that if you cut them in half, they don't die but split into 2 complete new creatures. Only a few critical weak points on their bodies can kill them." Chu Guang dismissed the idea of using fire. "Burning them is easy. But if the mushrooms burn too, what will I eat? Dirt." List patted Chu Guang's shoulder, feigning calculated friendliness. The merchant made an offer. "I'll be back at the end of this month, which is also my last trip of the year. I hope to see your 20 kilograms of blue mushrooms then." List casually set the price. "I'll round it up to 2,000 chips for those 20 kilograms of mushrooms. Just order from me. You won't have to pick up scraps others don't want." Chu Guang smirked, muttering to himself, This merchant is trying to trick me again," then asked directly, "How do I know what goods you have?" With a snap of his fingers, List signaled his subordinate. A List henchman immediately brought out a glowing tablet, presenting the catalog of goods to Chu Guang. Chu Guang glanced over it, speechless at the quality of the goods. Flying goggles for 50 chips, bulletproof vests for a whopping 500 chips. Truly impressive. List confidently advertised as Chu Guang looked at the night vision goggles and bulletproof vest. "The goods are guaranteed to be exactly as pictured. You know how to use them, so I don't need to teach you." Chu Guang continued scrolling on the tablet, and his eyes widened in astonishment when he saw an unbelievable item. A formidable item appeared. A 10 kilowatts wood-burning generator, priced at 1,200 chips, an ultimate item in the apocalypse. Chu Guang scrolled to the next formidable item. The KV-1 power exoskeleton, a basic but robust item, priced at 800 chips. "Have you chosen?" List asked, and Chu Guang confirmed he had finalized his order. List praised Chu Guang's discerning eye, advertising the KV-1 as the most durable item, then conveniently tried to persuade him to buy more batteries for the generator. The cunning merchant continued to entice him with cheap exchange services, quoting a chemical energy battery for a hefty 150 chips. List began to grow suspicious, directly asking where a mere scavenger like Chu Guang intended to hide such a huge generator. Chu Guang smirked confidently, reassuring the merchant. "Don't worry, I won't be taking it back to Bet Street." Chu Guang's eyes flashed with calculation. He decided he had to quell this man's suspicions for the transaction to proceed smoothly. Chu Guang turned and walked away, muttering curses under his breath about the merchant, while List casually bid him farewell, promising to meet again. Night gradually fell, ending the intense negotiation. At the last minute, Chu Guang still tried to salvage something, calling back to demand a 20% discount, but List just smirked in response. Haha, the price you see is already discounted, kid. Cheated by the merchant, Chu Guang angrily raised his middle finger and cursed under his breath. You dog. Just you wait. I'll bleed you dry later. As night fell, the desolate city became more dangerous. Chu Guang muttered that it was time to return to base. He decided not to risk traveling at night, and instead found a nearby shack to stay in temporarily. Chu Guang entered a makeshift market, where survivors were jostling to buy luxuries like soap and cooking oil. A tired old man hawked both salt and tobacco, letting the crowd choose for themselves before going to rest, showing the chaos of the market. Suddenly, a town official raised a sign high, shouting an order for requisition. Each household must submit 100 kilograms of firewood and a quarter cubic meter of fur before the end of the month. The survivors immediately began to murmur and discuss, some lamenting how they would survive the winter, others fearing eviction if they didn't comply. Chu Guang smirked, well aware that the corrupt mayor was trying to make one last grab before the trade caravans arrived, to enjoy a luxurious winter, but he didn't care, as he would be long gone from this place before winter even arrived. On his way, he encountered a boy bothering Yu Xiaoyu, who resolutely blocked the door. No, my brother told me to watch the house. The boy, Wang Defu, the third son of the Wang family, strained his neck and yelled, "What's the point of guarding a dead man's house?" Yu Xiaoyu's face flushed red, and she gritted her teeth, refusing to give an inch. She shouted back that her brother wasn't dead, but Wang Defu just smirked, thinking she was lying because that foreigner had been gone for days. The young man began to divide things up, demanding the roof beams and the door, throwing the rest to the Yu family, then outright chasing the girl away. Seeing Yu Xiaoyu stubbornly refusing to leave, Wang Defu started to get furious, raising his fist threateningly. "You stinking brat, get out, or you'll get a beating." Yu Xiaoyu was stunned, unable to believe this thug dared to hit someone in broad daylight. Wang Defu smirked smugly, thinking he had nothing to fear since her father and two older brothers were all away. Just as the fist was about to connect, a cold hand stopped it. Chu Guang appeared, his voice nonchalant. "Who said I was dead?" Yu Xiaoyu was so happy she almost cried, shouting, "Big brother," when she finally saw the person she had been waiting for return. While Wang Defu lay sprawled on the ground, Yu Xiaoyu quickly reported him to Chu Guang, who calmly thanked her for helping him watch the house. Chu Guang placed a hand on Yu Xiaoyu's shoulder, declaring firmly, "With me here, no one will bully you." Chu Guang smirked menacingly, looking directly at the stunned Wang Defu. "Little Wang, are you going to leave by yourself, or should I escort you out?" In the desolate wasteland, Chu Guang stood shielding Yu Xiaoyu, his overwhelming aura completely dominating the retreating thug, Wang Defu. Wang Defu broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale, stammering incoherently under the terrifying pressure. Chu Guang slowly reached out, touching the hilt of the sharp weapon on his back. A silent warning. Frightened to the point of panic, Wang Defu grabbed Yu Xiaoyu's hand as a shield, his mouth still trembling with incoherent sounds. Seeing he couldn't win, Wang Defu turned tail and ran, yelling curses. "Just you wait. I'll definitely go tell my father and my brother." Yu Xiaoyu looked up at Chu Guang with sparkling eyes, softly thanking her big brother. Chu Guang replied that it was just mutual help, but in his mind, he wondered, why does she keep staring at me? Could it be? Chu Guang gave Yu Xiaoyu a lollipop as a reward. "You've worked hard these past few days." Yu Xiaoyu happily accepted the lollipop from Chu Guang, softly thanking her big brother. She unwrapped the candy and licked her lips with delight. Chu Guang offered to watch the house whenever she went out, then teased that she probably just wanted more candy, but admitted that the girl was loyal and deserved a reward. Suddenly, a group of men carrying heavy sacks called out Yu Xiaoyu's name from a distance, startling her. It turned out to be her father and two older brothers, Yu Hu and Yu Xiong, who had returned, and her face immediately changed. Seeing her family, Yu Xiaoyu bolted, leaving Chu Guang bewildered and wondering, is her family forbidding her from playing with me? That's strange. Yu Hu used to come over and talk to me back then. Deciding to act on his thoughts, Chu Guang stopped, determined to ask for clarification. He walked straight towards the Yu family, and the older brother turned to look. Yu Hu, the second son of the Yu family, offered a greeting typical of the apocalypse. "Long time no see. I thought you'd kick the bucket." Chu Guang smirked and replied nonchalantly, "Looks like your intuition isn't very accurate, huh?" Leaving Yu Hu frozen, Yu Hu explained the tense situation. "The mayor just issued a requisition order. Every man has to hand over 100 kilograms of firewood and 2 square meters of animal hide. Our family has 3 men, so the burden is triple." He invited Chu Guang to hunt deer in the northern forest for hides and meat, as he heard the Li family had spotted their tracks. Chu Guang flatly refused, secretly thinking that the hunting ground was near his base, and hoping he wouldn't run into these guys. Yu Hu began to scheme, suggesting that although Chu Guang was capable, going alone made him vulnerable to bullying by the Wang family, so he needed allies. He suddenly had a shocking idea. He offered to marry his younger sister to Chu Guang, saying she would be old enough to marry next year. Seeing Chu Guang still bewildered, Yu Hu delivered a fatal blow. "If you're in a hurry, we can even hold it tonight," making Chu Guang so shocked he almost spat blood. Chu Guang bolted and disappeared, only managing to shout back, "No need, thank you," leaving Yu Hu standing bewildered. Yu Hu scratched his head regretfully, muttering that if Chu Guang married his sister and had a son, perhaps the Yu family would also have a powerful backer. Meanwhile, Chu Guang was hiding behind a wall, out of breath and panicking. "That madman? He wants me to marry a lowly girl?" But immediately after, he was lost in a fantasy of a charming, adult Yu Xiaoyu, softly calling him darling husband in the morning. Chu Guang was lost in a fantasy, where a charming adult, Yu Xiaoyu, wearing only an apron, whispered, "Darling husband, do you want to eat first, bathe first, or..." He snapped awake, his face beat red, screaming in his head that even if the girl was old enough to marry by refugee standards, he absolutely couldn't accept it. The scene shifted to the second day, outside the nursing home. The landscape was desolate and ruined, with huge piles of freshly cut timber. A silver-haired veteran survivor, who seemed to be an expert, explained to Chu Guang that fresh wood would crack and warp if not treated. The veteran survivor then listed the methods. One was to dry it over a fire, and the other was to paint both ends of the log and let it air dry naturally. He focused on painting the end of a log, looking extremely professional and like a skilled craftsman. The last option was to throw it directly into the water, but this method made it very difficult to dry the wood later, and he hoped it wouldn't rain for the next few days. The veteran survivor expressed regret, telling Chu Guang that if the wood collected over the past 2 days had been treated in time, they could have finished repairing the north and west walls of the nursing home. Ironically, it began to pour rain onto the untreated piles of wood, risking complete rot if the rain continued. Chu Guang was speechless, only able to stand there silently watching. His plan to reinforce the base seemed to have encountered its first obstacle from fate. Seeing his wood plan thwarted by the heavens, Chu Guang changed tactics, patting the veteran survivor on the shoulder and sealing the deal. "How about we use cement instead?" Chu Guang pointed to the rubble, explaining that scrap concrete was abundant in the nursing home and throughout the wasteland, so there was no shortage of material to use. The veteran survivor mused, admitting that even if it was shoddy construction, mixing concrete rubble with cement and rebar was still much better than wood. But a new problem arose. To get cement, they needed coal and a kiln capable of withstanding 1,450 degrees Celsius, all rare commodities. Just as they were racking their brains, Ye Wei and Level 8 Great Gale clattered back with buckets, loudly announcing the good news. "We're back. We've made a big discovery." Ye Wei excitedly reported on a new river that had formed east of Linhu Lake, a location that wasn't on any old maps from 200 years ago. The blonde guy continued to boast about his achievements, claiming he had scouted the entire lakeshore from east to south, knowing the terrain like the back of his hand. Chu Guang glanced down at the bucket Level 8 Great Gale had just set down, which was filled with a thick, black mud that looked anything but ordinary. Seeing his boss seemed interested, Ye Wei quickly rummaged through his bag, promising to immediately show them the map of the area they had just scouted. The map was unrolled, and Level 8 Great Gale pointed to the symbols. The X marks were mutant dens, and the circles were safe water sources, extremely strategic information. A flex muscle player looked at the bucket of mud that Ye Wei's group had brought back, curiously asking if it was cement. Level 8 Great Gale briefly explained that they found this stuff by the riverbank. In a flashback, Ye Wei and Level 8 Great Gale were secretly peeping when they were discovered by a female NPC bathing, who yelled "perverts" at them. Ye Wei was annoyed, thinking he'd found a good opportunity, only to end up with mud. Chu Guang approached, and Level 8 Great Gale reported that they brought the mud back because they thought it could be used as building material. The veteran survivor sat down to examine it, immediately delivering a cold splash of water. "This stuff can't be used to build houses. It'll just wash away with water." He carefully dipped his finger into the thick mud to check its consistency. However, the veteran survivor smirked, confirming it was good stuff. "But it's an excellent material for us to build a kiln." Chu Guang explained to the two bewildered young men that he and the veteran survivor had just finished discussing how to make cement, and now they had the material for a kiln. The veteran survivor patted Chu Guang's shoulder, reminding everyone not to forget they were in a game where anything was possible. With a confident expression, the veteran survivor declared that this was a hyper-realistic sandbox game where nothing was impossible, and urged everyone to get to work. The veteran survivor complained that there wasn't enough mud, stating bluntly, "This isn't enough to build a kiln. Go scoop a few more buckets." Ye Wei and Level 8 Great Gale could only hesitantly agree. Ye Wei's face crumpled, speechless as he thought. Is Old Man Bai a construction foreman? This natural aura of ordering people to haul bricks is truly innate. Meanwhile, the veteran survivor turned to White Horse passing a crevice, assigning a new task. "As for us, we'll continue chopping trees." That guy enthusiastically raised his axe. "Ready when you are." The veteran survivor rallied the group. "Give it your all. Let's give the administrator a big surprise." All three young men responded in unison, their spirits soaring. Suddenly, the situation reversed, and Ye Wei and Level 8 Great Gale ran for their lives from a giant two-headed mutant bear, screaming, "Help! White Horse passing a crevice, save us!" The veteran survivor and White Horse passing a crevice froze, their faces paling at the horrifying sight. With a whoosh, White Horse passing a crevice was thrown back by an immense force, unable to react. Ye Wei screamed in despair as he watched his teammates fall one by one. "Brothers, get up!" The two-headed bear roared, preparing to pounce on Level 8 Great Gale, who lay helpless on the ground, its red eyes filled with murderous intent. Chu Guang woke up with a start, drenched in sweat, realizing it was all just a nightmare. Chu Guang's hand gripped his gun tightly, still tense from the nightmare. He sat bolt upright in the dilapidated tent, sighing in relief as he realized it was all just a dream. Looking at the pile of empty boxes and bottles on the floor, Chu Guang was annoyed that his 5 months' worth of accumulated food supplies had vanished completely because of the players. He began to worry about the new recruits, even with Little Seven accompanying them. Recalling Ye Wei, arguing heatedly with the robot still made him uneasy. Just then, a clear voice rang out from outside the door. Big brother, it's me, Yu Xiaoyu, are you home? Which surprised Chu Guang because she had arrived too early. Chu Guang stood up, walked over, and opened the heavy metal door. Yu Xiaoyu stood right in front of him, looking up with flushed cheeks, prompting Chu Guang to ask what was wrong. The girl shyly held out a carefully wrapped hot roasted sweet potato. Big brother, this is for you. Chu Guang froze, his face turning red at the girl's unexpected gesture, stammering. For me? Finally, he reached out and accepted the small but meaningful gift from Yu Xiaoyu. Chu Guang accidentally touched Yu Xiaoyu's overall strap, making her blush in embarrassment, unsure what to do. Yu Xiaoyu leaned close to Chu Guang's ear, whispering a shocking secret. Big brother told me to say that I made this cake for you myself. Chu Guang's face went blank after hearing that, completely shocked. In Chu Guang's mind, the image of Yu Hu with a sinister smile appeared. He was speechless, never expecting that guy to be the type who enjoyed such petty schemes. Chu Guang awkwardly asked why she told him that secret, and Yu Xiaoyu smiled, her eyes crinkling, replying, because I don't want to lie to you. A strange voice asked Chu Guang if he was going hunting. Yu Xiaoyu recognized it as Wang Defu and his brother, her face turning pale. Chu Guang immediately ordered her to hide in the tent. Wang Defu, a rather cunning-looking kid, stood next to his heavily cloaked burly brother and instructed, make sure you come back alive, big brother. His brother said nothing, grabbed Wang Defu by the collar, lifted him up, and growled, stop talking nonsense. The kid turned pale with fear and quickly agreed. Chu Guang and the hooded archer passed each other, the atmosphere as tense as a stretched bowstring, invisible killing intent clashing. Beneath the hood, a red mechanical eye flashed with deadly light. This was the real deal, not to be underestimated. Chu Guang narrowed his eyes. He clearly felt the danger emanating from this stranger, an opponent not to be taken lightly. Chu Guang watched the backs of the two brothers, confirming in his mind that the hooded archer was indeed a tough opponent. He turned back, waving to reassure Yu Xiaoyu that everything was fine, and that he was also about to leave. Yu Xiaoyu's face was flushed, and she softly told Chu Guang to be careful, promising to stay home and wait for his return. Chu Guang smiled and patted her head, calculating in his mind. The little one is adorable, but too young. I'll have to wait a few more years. For a second, his brain automatically conjured an image of imaginary adult Yu Xiaoyu in a wedding dress, making him quickly dismiss the thought of waiting for her to grow up. The hunting party, including Chu Guang and Wang Defu's brother, began to move through the ruined streets of the refugee camp. Chu Guang went to a shop where old Walter, the owner, was already waiting for customers. Without further ado, Chu Guang threw 21 chips onto the counter and ordered 7 kilograms of green wheat. He also asked about tobacco leaves for curing meat, and old Walter quoted a straightforward price, 50 grams per chip. Chu Guang decided to take 200 grams, calculating that with this, the hunted meat could be preserved for months. And now that he had a gun, farming resources would be much easier. Chu Guang put the bag of goods down, completing the order swiftly. Here are 7 kilograms of green wheat. Old Walter crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. I remember you only bought 5 kilograms a few days ago. Chu Guang replied curtly. Is there a problem? Startled by Chu Guang's attitude, old Walter quickly waved his hands to clarify. No, it's good to stock up. Chu Guang's eyes flashed. He suddenly realized a fatal mistake. He silently cursed himself for being careless, not bringing back any valuable scrap metal, but instead spending money on goods twice in a short period. He imagined the scenario of being noticed by the fat, corrupt mayor, suspected of building a gang, and then having assassins hired to eliminate him. Chu Guang secretly envied the main characters in survival games, who could fly around the ruined city while carrying a massive inventory. He hoisted the heavy bag of goods onto his shoulder, telling himself that life wasn't like a game. Everything had its weight. Chu Guang said goodbye to leave, and old Walter immediately suggested he get a pack animal. He instantly thought of buying List's 2-headed cow. Old Walter watched his retreating back, his eyes sharpening, and issued an enigmatic warning. Be careful. Leaving the market, Chu Guang told himself to leave quickly, because old Walter, though kind, was still the corrupt mayor's subordinate and couldn't be fully trusted. Passing through the ruined streets, he quietly made his way to his base. As soon as he arrived, a group of players cheered excitedly. The administrator is back. Chu Guang froze, carrying the bag of goods on his shoulder, staring blankly at a row of newly built earthen kilns, thinking, I never assigned a task to build kilns, did I? The flex muscle player, who seemed to be leading the project, turned around with a proud expression. Chu Guang asked about the situation, worried that the group might have encountered mutants or other survivors in his absence. The flex muscle player boasted of their achievements, reporting that they hadn't met anyone but had figured out how to build kilns to make crude cement. Chu Guang was stunned, recalling the time he tried to make cement following an online video, but the finished product crumbled with a light squeeze. Realizing his own skill was truly garbage, the flex muscle player continued to report their plan, holding up a bottle of the finished product and declaring they would use this cement to repair the wall of the nursing home. He also boasted that they had filtered potash water, an extremely useful ingredient for tanning leather, which could be used to make high-quality items like shiny leather shoes. Chu Guang had just praised the players when he felt a headache coming on. Well done. Damn it. How do I reward them now? The flex muscle player's eyes lit up, shouting about the honor of shouldering civilization, and secretly thinking his favorability must have skyrocketed. Immediately, Ye Wei put the flex muscle player in a headlock, cursing him for daring to take all the credit, while others also chimed in, demanding a fair share of the reward. Chu Guang chuckled. announcing that he would reward the entire group with a new assistant, and realizing that manual labor helped the strength-type players level up faster. Hearing this, the players' eyes gleamed. Ye shouted for the administrator to invite a young, beautiful female player, while the dark-skinned player suggested it should be a muscular big sister to be cool. Chu Guang broke out in a cold sweat, nodding awkwardly. I will consider your suggestions. Keep up the good work. The entire group of players immediately stood at attention, saluting militarily, shouting slogans of obedience to the administrator, and swearing under the banner of the Human Federation. With their spirits boosted, the group eagerly rushed back to work, scrambling to chop trees, while Chu Guang stood behind them, deciding to let them develop freely. Chu Guang returned to the central control room, threw the heavy sack of goods onto the floor, preparing for his next plan. Suddenly, a virtual notification popped up, and Chu Guang was astonished to receive another reward, likely due to the player's cement-making achievement. Chu Guang decided to spend 7 reward points on gacha, and the system announced the successful exchange for a blind box. First box, 5 fruit-flavored lollipops. Not bad, good for a quick sugar boost. Second box, a 200G chocolate bar. Basic energy recovery item. Nothing special. Last box, a 500G bag of refined salt. A premium item, the kind survivors usually only dream of. Chu Guang leaned back in his chair, sighing in disappointment, because the bag of salt was too small, only enough to cook a few dishes, let alone marinate meat. But then his mind immediately sparked. Wait, if I trade this refined salt for coarse salt, I could multiply the quantity by 20 or 30. He quickly dismissed that idea, realizing that refined salt was second only to weapons in value, and trading it without sufficient strength would be suicide. Chu Guang decided to put aside the idea of getting rich, focusing on building the base first. He'd think about wealth once he had power. Meanwhile, the Wasteland online game group chat was buzzing with new players, and Ye was boasting about his achievement of grinding cement all night. Chu Guang watched the conversation, secretly judging the new recruits as a bit green, but was also pleased that his first 4 guinea pigs were promoting the game for him. The group chat was lively. The new players were discussing the game's exhausting realism, while a guy named Quit Smoking was loudly begging the administrator for a slot. Suddenly, a new account named WC Really Has Mosquitoes jumped in, spouting a string of chemical knowledge about wood distillation, which stunned Chu Guang, who was observing. Chu Guang's mind raced, realizing that this guy's knowledge could be used to create smokeless gunpowder, an incredibly strategic item. Without a moment's hesitation, his hand glided over the mouse, a decisive click echoing. His target was WC Really Has Mosquitoes' profile, determined to find out who this knowledgeable deity was. The guy's profile appeared, male, looked quite ordinary, but an album of photos caught his attention. Looking at the photos of a woodworking shop full of tools, Chu Guang temporarily deduced he must be a furniture seller. While the first batch of players were still struggling to chop wood in the background, Chu Guang smirked triumphantly, having found a talent who could turn useless wood into treasure. Scene shifts to the real world. A man was diligently sketching technical drawings on his workbench in his woodworking shop. Revealed, it was WC Really Has Mosquitoes, a professional carpenter, the one holding the key to technology for Shelter 404. WC Really Has Mosquitoes received a message from a stranger named Light, inviting him to join the closed beta. He cautiously asked, "Who are you?" The other guy claimed to be the game designer of Wasteland Online, named Light. WC Really Has Mosquitoes was utterly shocked, unable to believe that the big boss of the game company would seek him out. Keeping a cool head, WC Really Has Mosquitoes demanded proof. Light didn't say much, just threw a registration link at him, telling him to enter and find out for himself. After clicking the link, WC Really Has Mosquitoes carefully asked if there was a fee, but Light had vanished, with no reply. Although he knew online scams were rampant, WC Really Has Mosquitoes still smirked, deciding to take a big gamble. What if this game was real? In the dark control room, Chu Guang, who was Light, was sitting in front of a computer setup, typing away. After completing the registration, WC Really Has Mosquitoes messaged Light again, asking what to do next. Chu Guang typed furiously, replying quickly, "Send your registration number. I'll mark it in the system, and in 3 days, the online game will notify you." Chu Guang sat with his arms crossed, a look of extreme satisfaction on his face, having recruited a skilled carpenter, while in the distance, the new player WC Really Has Mosquitoes had already begun his first menial task of carrying wood. Suddenly, a ting-ting sound rang out, and Chu Guang's eyes flashed with vigilance. In the Bull and Horse Club group chat, WC Really Has Mosquitoes crowed loudly. "Ha ha ha, brothers, I got a beta test slot," making Quit Smoking curse angrily because he had registered earlier. Sitting in front of the screen, Chu Guang muttered irritably as he saw the guy boasting everywhere. "It seems I can't keep my cards hidden anymore." Chu Guang, as Administrator Light, had to enter the group to calm down the frantic players, explaining that this was just a testing phase and required specialized players. Seeing the crowd still clamoring for slots, Chu Guang broke into a sweat, pondering deeply. Maybe I should let a few more in? Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him, and he flashed a cunning smile. That's right, if there's food, there must be someone to cook it. The outpost is still missing a chef. Immediately, Chu Guang typed an announcement into the group. That's right, we still need a chef to test the cooking system. As soon as the announcement went up, the entire group chat exploded with messages from self-proclaimed chefs, loudly spamming memes to win a slot. Chu Guang clutched his head in panic, silently screaming internally. Damn it, how am I supposed to choose? Everyone in the world knows how to cook 1 or 2 dishes. But then, a light flashed in his mind, and Chu Guang's eyes lit up with a decisive realization. That's it. Amidst the chaotic crowd, an account named Stir-Fried Tomato and Scrambled Eggs posted a photo of a professional chef with trophies and certificates, declaring succinctly, "Everyone move aside. The chef from Tanxin Fang is here." Click. Chu Guang immediately selected the real chef, a triumphant look on his face. "It's you." Soon after, Chu Guang went to the third floor of an abandoned nursing home, where his assistant, Little Seven, was steaming profusely. As soon as it saw its master, Little Seven immediately whined. "Master, you finally came for me." Chu Guang asked what was wrong, and it turned out the robot only had 1% battery left. On the verge of shutting down, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was something serious. "You scared me. It's just a minor thing." But immediately, Chu Guang froze, sweat pouring down him. "Wait, where in this ruined world am I going to find a charging spot for you?" Little Seven confidently showed off its wireless charging port, saying it just needed to return to the shelter to be fully charged. Chu Guang suddenly realized, finally understanding why the computer in the shelter ran smoothly without a server. It was all wireless charging technology. Without another word, Chu Guang scooped Little Seven into his arms. Decisively, "Let's go. Time to charge you up." As they were going down the stairs, Little Seven suddenly called out, "Oh, right, master," making Chu Guang jump and ask, "What?" Sensing something ominous, Little Seven unexpectedly revealed a shocking piece of information. The shelter was powered by a massive nuclear fusion reactor core. Chu Guang was utterly dumbfounded, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Nuclear fusion? After a second of freezing, Chu Guang snapped back to reality, muttering, "Nice, I need to figure out how to steal power from inside." But Little Seven immediately poured cold water on his idea, stating that this reactor had been running for a very long time, ever since the shelter was built. Chu Guang turned pale again, sensing something ominous. "Huh? So if the power runs out, we're screwed?" Little Seven calmly shook its head. "I don't know," leaving Chu Guang speechless, silently screaming internally. "You don't know?" The robot further explained, "According to the plan, this shelter should have opened a century ago, but it's unclear why it was delayed." Little Seven reassured him that there was still a way to save it. "The energy room is on basement level B3. Just unlock that level and replace the fuel rods, and it'll be fine." Chu Guang was petrified on the spot, his face blank. "Easy for you to say. Where am I supposed to find nuclear fusion fuel rods now?" Upon arriving, Chu Guang set Little Seven down, ordering, "We're here. Charge your battery." After being fully charged, Little Seven happily waved its hand, thanking its master. Chu Guang secretly calculated. Even though this shelter had been running in power-saving mode for a century, it hadn't reached its full capacity. With the remaining energy, it might still be enough to last for a few more decades. Electricity wasn't the immediate problem. What worried him more was the harsh winter that was about to arrive. The entire city was already covered in white snow. There wasn't much time left to prepare for the deadly winter, and Chu Guang stepped out of the cold corridor of the shelter. As soon as he returned to the surface, he encountered a man carrying a shovel, and the surrounding landscape had completely changed. Chu Guang froze, eyes wide with astonishment at the scene before him. The players, somehow, had managed to build 8 charcoal kilns, all spewing thick smoke. The veteran survivor, shovel in hand, scratched his head and grinned broadly upon seeing the administrator appear. Chu Guang asked if this was their idea, and received a proud reply that it was the fruit of everyone's labor. Chu Guang smiled powerfully, declaring there was no need for modesty, as the organization would acknowledge all the players' contributions. Instant reward. Level 8. Great Gale, Ye Wei, and White Horse passing a crevice each received 1,000 contribution points. One looked cool, one was shocked, and one's eyes shone like headlights. The veteran survivor hit the jackpot. Chu Guang directly appointed him as construction captain, along with 1,000 contribution points, leaving him completely stunned. Standing before the outpost, Chu Guang granted full authority to the new captain. "Feel free to be creative, within the scope of the plan." Overwhelmed with gratitude, the veteran survivor bowed deeply, solemnly promising to dedicate all his efforts to building their common home. Meanwhile, Ye Wei was fuming with jealousy, bitterly muttering, "Damn it, why did only that old man get an extra reward?" Chu Guang crossed his arms, adopting the air of a big boss, and asked the veteran survivor to present a detailed plan. The veteran survivor immediately became serious, responding clearly and loudly. This old man was truly the real deal, recounting how after going offline, he personally surveyed a cement factory and learned the secret of adding iron powder to increase durability. Chu Guang nodded, acknowledging the idea, but immediately posed a critical question about its practicality. But how much cement can be produced using only bark? The veteran survivor proved he was the real deal, presenting a plan to produce high-quality cement using a professional 1450-degree kiln, replacing inferior wood ash with limestone and clay. Chu Guang nodded decisively, immediately approving the passionate plan, making the veteran survivor as happy as if he'd struck gold. With the construction work done, Chu Guang turned to inform the entire team. 2 new recruits will soon be joining the team. Hearing that the big boss Chu Guang intended to throw a welcoming party, all the players were taken aback. Chu Guang, acting like a boss, declared that he couldn't treat the new recruits to plain porridge, and called on everyone to go hunting to prepare for the party. "Who wants to hunt with me?" At the mention of hunting, everyone eagerly raised their hands, scrambling for a spot, each wanting to show off. Chu Guang was speechless at the team's excessive enthusiasm, then pointed directly at Ye Wei. "You're a perception type. Come with me." Ye Wei was ecstatic, loudly accepting the order while the others were furious, their eyes practically popping out from being left out. Before the main hunt, Chu Guang led Ye Wei to a special location according to his plan. A mutant leech nest. The two ventured deep into the desolate city, where weeds and vines had swallowed the remnants of civilization. Chu Guang pointed to a pitch-black hole, explaining it was where mushrooms were found, and warning Ye Wei that it was lucky he hadn't ventured deep inside. The big boss patted Ye Wei's shoulder, his face cold as he declared, "Let's go. They're not our target today." Ye Wei asked blankly why they were going so far from the forest while hunting, and Chu Guang simply replied with a terse, "Yeah." Chu Guang's demeanor suddenly changed, his eyes blazing, weapon in hand, as he declared chillingly, "The forest begins here." Ye Wei froze, utterly shocked, unable to comprehend what the big boss was talking about. It turned out the forest Chu Guang spoke of was an entire colossal ruined city, overgrown with trees like a concrete jungle. Overwhelmed by the sight, Ye Wei's jaw dropped as he admitted, "Now this is a real forest." Chu Guang gripped his gun, warning him to be careful from now on, while a red-eyed wild boar mutant lurked nearby. The two ventured deeper into the dead city, which after the catastrophe had become a paradise for plants and fungi. Not just plants, but wild animals had also turned this place into their territory, with monster wolves and other mutated creatures roaming everywhere. Amidst the ruins, animals had evolved into hideous monsters due to the effects of radioactive weapons, mutated genes, and time. They were collectively known as mutants. Chu Guang warned that the dangers here weren't just the mutants, making Ye Wei's face pale as he realized he was in an extremely hardcore area. But instead of fear, Ye Wei's gamer blood boiled with excitement, and he loudly exclaimed, "Finally, new monsters in the game. This is so thrilling." Chu Guang ordered the rookie to stick close and not wander off. Ye Wei immediately complied. While moving, Chu Guang suddenly stopped, his ears, sharp as radar, having picked up an unusual sound. Chu Guang's expression immediately tensed, like a taut string. A predator's intuition told him something was amiss. Chu Guang raised a hand to signal a halt, informing Ye Wei that something was happening nearby. While Ye Wei was still bewildered, not understanding what was going on, Chu Guang was highly focused, observing the situation. Chu Guang, now with his face covered by a scarf, stated definitively, "There are traces of survivor activity." Ye Wei was utterly shocked, his jaw dropping in disbelief that there were other players, no, other survivors in this godforsaken place. Ye Wei loudly boasted, his eyes shining brightly, thinking he was finally about to meet NPCs in the game. Chu Guang immediately poured cold water on his enthusiasm, warning that this was not good news, making Ye Wei ask blankly. With sharp eyes, Chu Guang explained clearly, "In this place, strangers are even more dangerous than the mutants." The two approached a wrecked car, covered in tangled vines, a typical scene of desolation. Chu Guang picked up a fragment, quickly analyzing. Gunpowder containing sulfur, spikes, and iron shards. There might be mutants or marauders nearby. Chu Guang stated firmly that normal survivors wouldn't set booby traps near settlements. These were clearly meant for people, not for mutants with their keen senses. Based on the lingering scent, Chu Guang deduced the explosion had only occurred within the last 5 hours, and turned to ask Ye Wei if he heard anything from the east. But the rookie was completely clueless. Chu Guang ordered Ye Wei to wait there, while he advanced alone to scout the situation. Ye Wei eagerly asked to go along, but Chu Guang continued to walk coldly, indicating he didn't need a dead weight following him. Chu Guang turned back with an undeniable gaze, giving a decisive order. "You, stay here." Left behind, Ye Wei broke out in a cold sweat, secretly thinking that if this admin got annoyed, he could easily be kicked from the game. So he obediently accepted. "Alright, fine." Chu Guang advanced alone into the ruins, calculating in his mind, "I originally intended to use this newbie as bait, but the situation has changed." He analyzed that the enemy was likely marauders or a mutant tribe. Using bait now would only alert them. Chu Guang determined that this location was too close to the base, and those newbies were busy with production. Even a small sound would be enough to attract a whole lot of trouble. He stood amidst the ruins, highly vigilant, determined not to let this potential danger linger around his home. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chu Guang's killing intent erupted, as he was surrounded by a pack of red-eyed monsters. He declared bluntly, "Once you're a threat, I'll strike first." It turned out the enemies were a pack of dog-sized mutant rats, each with bloodshot eyes, poised to tear their prey apart. Facing the pack of rats, Chu Guang merely sneered, pointed his weapon directly at them, and uttered a contemptuous remark. "Idiots." With a few basic moves, the entire pack of rats was wiped out. Chu Guang calmly stepped over the pile of corpses, estimating there were only about 20 of them. This wasn't their main nest yet. Having dealt with the small fry, Chu Guang stood atop a ruined building, silently observing the desolate, dead city. While observing, Chu Guang suddenly paused, his eyes flashing with vigilance as he detected something unusual. Looking down from above, he spotted a makeshift camp erected amidst the ruins, clearly indicating someone was occupying this place. Chu Guang muttered, analyzing. Survivor settlements usually come in 2 types. One utilizes old buildings, and the other sets up camps in ruins. But this wasn't a normal human camp. It was the lair of a group of hulking mutants, over 2 meters tall and weighing hundreds of pounds, standing menacingly behind a trembling captured woman. A disgusting mutant licked something off its hand, its mouth smacking. They were omnivores, eating everything from mold and mutated flies to cockroaches and rats. But these monsters' favorite delicacy was humans. A horrifying scene unfolded as one of them tore apart a victim. Chu Guang narrowed his eyes, focusing on the grotesque camp below. He muttered, "I knew it," as he spotted a mutant standing guard, confirming this was no mindless pack of beasts. This mutant was even equipped with a bow and arrows, proving they had brains, not just brute strength. More horrifying still, the words Squad 2 were carved into its armor, evidence of an organized, hierarchical force. These mutants even had proper guards. A hulking, green-skinned, red-eyed mutant sat imposingly like a god. He imagined the scene if they foolishly charged in. They'd all be riddled with arrows like a porcupine in an ambush. Damn it, the terrain was too well covered. Chu Guang held his breath, scouting, unable to count how many were inside. A quick glance at the shoddy camp scale led him to estimate there were around 20 to 30 mutants lurking about. Chu Guang broke out in a cold sweat. Just a small settlement, yet it was this tough. These guys were no pushovers. Just as things were heating up, a side quest suddenly appeared. Clear out the mutant tribe on Street 76. Reward 200 points. He was speechless. Accepting this quest was like offering himself to death. Feeling like a child facing a giant monster, Chu Guang was astonished. It turned out quests could be activated anywhere outside the shelter. The system couldn't be opened, but the quest still popped up. After a moment of bewilderment, he realized this was a sweet deal. 200 reward points was no small amount. Chu Guang snuck into a dilapidated factory complex, where vines and rubble covered the pathways, looking like a giant mausoleum. He calculated. The quest to summon 100 players only gave 100 points, while this mutant nest clearing quest rewarded 200 points. Clearly, it was a sweet deal, but also extremely risky. Seeing Chu Guang's tense expression, Ye Wei broke out in a cold sweat, stammering as he asked the administrator what horrible thing he had just seen. Chu Guang replied curtly, "A mutant camp." The answer drained all color from Ye Wei's face, his expression twisted as if he'd seen a ghost. Still in shock, Ye Wei naively asked again, "So, should we just run away?" A question typical of a complete rookie. Chu Guang was speechless. In his mind, he pictured a giant mutant chef preparing to put Ye Wei into a hot pot if they just charged in. Or do you want to fight them and get thrown into a boiling cauldron? He pointed to his head, lecturing the rookie. "Use your brain. We only have one gun. To be frank, I'm the only one who knows how to fight." Only then did Ye Wei realize, horrified, that the mutants weren't NPCs to farm for points, but a hostile, cannibalistic force. In his mind, he pictured a brute mutant carrying 2 girls on its shoulders. While Ye Wei was still panicking, Chu Guang decisively finalized the plan. "It's unwise to provoke these monsters now. We need to prepare thoroughly, gather our forces, and then wipe them out once and for all." Chu Guang irritably informed Ye Wei that the cannibalistic mutant camp was right opposite the park's east gate. What rotten luck, and reminded him to be extremely careful. They both entered an abandoned container area. The scene was desolate. Wild plants intertwined everywhere, and the air reeked of danger. They stopped before a giant pile of rocks. Ye Wei was bewildered, not understanding anything, but Chu Guang seemed to have recognized something. Chu Guang immediately realized it wasn't ordinary rock, but a valuable limestone quarry. His face lit up, and his mind began calculating the potential of this windfall resource. Chu Guang calculated that by simply unlocking cement technology from calcium carbonate, this limestone pile would be enough to build 2 buildings, completely solving their long-term material problem. At 3 in the afternoon, they both returned to the surface outpost, tossing down the corpses of 2 mutated hyenas as spoils. The other players immediately came out to greet them. Chu Guang rested 1 foot on a monster's corpse, declaring that this pile of meat was enough for a few meals. But more importantly, he had 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. The veteran survivor, along with White Horse passing a crevice and level 8 Great Gale, immediately cut to the chase. "What's the good news?" Chu Guang delivered the good news. "We found an abandoned construction site to the northeast, revealing an open-pit limestone quarry. Good stuff for making cement, and there are even some wheelbarrows available. A quick fix and they're ready to use." What a jackpot. The veteran survivor's face lit up. He had been racking his brain over the lack of cement materials, and Chu Guang had solved the problem. Ye Wei's face paled slightly, sensing something ominous, and immediately asked, "What about the bad news?" Chu Guang delivered the bad news. "Nearby, there's a mutant camp, estimated to have at least 20 of them." Ye Wei was scared stiff, imagining being torn apart by the mutants, while the others seemed eager for details. Chu Guang warned, "These guys are the real deal, cannibals. Be careful." Chu Guang analyzed the situation. "These hulking mutants are at least level 10. Our current team isn't strong enough. Charging in would only feed them kills and reveal our position." As leader, Chu Guang ordered the area around Street 76 to be off limits, declaring it a danger zone until the threat was dealt with. The entire team promptly obeyed, shouting "understood" in unison, and saluting militarily, showing absolute trust in their commander. Chu Guang stood on the corpses of the mutated hyenas, coldly calculating how to process these 2 kills. An experienced butcher survivor handed Chu Guang some grilled meat skewers, admitting that despite often eating meat, he had never butchered it himself. While Chu Guang confessed his hunting skills were 0, Chu Guang grimaced, thinking of the stench of the unbled prey, muttering that he only knew the theory and had never practiced. Just then, Gale enthusiastically raised his hand high, shouting for boss. Chu Guang turned to look, and Gale immediately got to the point, asking for some of the prey's blood. Gale pushed up his glasses, his eyes full of intellectual fervor, declaring he needed the blood to test some hypotheses. Slash. Without another word, Chu Guang drew his knife and swiftly severed one of the hyena's legs. Chu Guang tossed the bloody leg directly to Gale, his face expressionless as he curtly stated, "Take it." Gale joyfully caught the spoils, inwardly petrified but outwardly trying to appear calm, profusely thanking him. Amidst the ruins, columns of white smoke rose from newly erected kilns, signaling a new phase of development. Numerous manual brick kilns were operating at full capacity, glowing red and puffing smoke in the twilight. A veteran survivor with white hair rushed over, shouting loudly, "Sir," the man reported with a proud expression. "Boss, under your brilliant guidance, the cement kiln at the outpost is almost complete. Tomorrow, we can produce the first batch." Chu Guang subtly smirked, nodding his approval briefly. "Very good." He began his familiar speech, boosting his subordinates' morale. "Thanks to everyone, we've taken another step towards the great goal of restoring the human alliance. The organization will remember all your contributions, brothers." The veteran survivor's eyes shone brightly. He saluted militarily with a decisive gesture, straining his neck as he shouted, "Understood, sir." He turned to work with renewed vigor, while Chu Guang stood with his arms crossed, thinking to himself, Hey, my skill at drawing up grand plans has really improved lately." Chu Guang realized these players didn't care about his empty promises. Instead, they found joy in the arduous task of rebuilding their homeland. Chu Guang thought to himself, "This is the beauty of a sandbox game. Watching these grinders, from grilling meat, building kilns, and hauling goods, to collapsing in sleep, they're all enjoying the pleasure of building their homeland." He smirked. Of course, he was happy to see the players enjoying themselves, but the problem was that the shelter was now dirt poor. Where would he get cool rewards for them? Stepping into the control room, Chu Guang admitted to himself that for now, he could only feed the players empty promises and a bit of virtual currency. Having dealt with the chickens in the wasteland, it was time to see how the chickens on Earth were doing. Chu Guang sat down at his computer desk, deciding to check the group chat. Click! He opened the gamers group chat. The chat channel immediately buzzed loudly. The first message that caught his eye was from Ye Wei, boasting loudly. "Mutants. New faction update. The administrator has confirmed a hostile mutant settlement on Street 76. The chat channel exploded with a flurry of memes and questions. What do the mutants look like? Why hasn't the official website updated yet? Awesome. A hostile faction means the alpha test is coming soon. Ye Wei tried to reassure everyone that he hadn't seen anything either, while a player named Quit Smoking wondered why only a few people were online today. The conversation quickly devolved into teasing and complaining. Some were excited about getting into the game soon, while others whined about having pre-registered but still waiting. Truly a gamer's group chat. Chu Guang sneered as he scrolled through the chat, thinking to himself about some noob named Yorking, who still didn't believe in the existence of the virtual reality VR game. He suddenly realized something. The dedicated gamer with the nickname Good Time was nowhere to be seen in the group chat. Deciding on the spot, Chu Guang decided to check the official forum directly, guessing that guy might be active there. As soon as he entered the forum, he curled his lips into a sly smile when he immediately saw Good Time's post. A very passionate review about the test version that was attracting a lot of people. Good Time's post, who was the muscular white horse passing a crevice, summarized his grinding process in the game, building a cement kiln, praising the game's realism, and warning his comrades about the hostile mutant tribe that the administrator had just revealed. Scanning through a series of glowing comments, Chu Guang nodded in approval, deciding he would prioritize recruiting intelligent and loyal gamers like these from the forum. After reviewing the community situation, Chu Guang stood up from his computer desk, muttering that it was time to collect his own rewards. He stretched refreshingly after sitting still for a while, then called out loudly, "System." A virtual quest board appeared, listing trivial quests like chopping trees and killing mutants, making Chu Guang a bit disappointed because he had only completed a few today. Chu Guang looked at the quest board with its crappy rewards, only a few points for chopping trees and killing monsters quests, pouted in disdain, then decided to quickly open a lucky box instead. Ding! Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the open button directly. With a whoosh, the box lid popped open, emitting a mysterious blue light. Poof! After the smoke cleared, what appeared was a pile of colorful lollipops, looking like children's toys. Chu Guang froze, his face pale, screaming in silent fury. "This damn system, it's all trash." But then he suddenly stopped, his eyes flashing with light as he noticed something unusual. Wait a minute. Among the pile of cheap lollipops, there was a lollipop wrapped in shimmering golden paper that looked extremely different, making him exclaim, "What the hell is this?" He realized this chocolate-flavored lollipop was an enhancement item, and seemed to be a high-quality one. An information panel appeared. Chocolate-flavored enhancement lollipop. Increases strength by 10% for 10 hours. Chu Guang burst into tears of joy, shouting that the system was truly the best, and he could finally stop being an idiot. Chu Guang held the dazzling golden lollipop, half believing it was a snack, and half doubting if it was doping, but a 10% strength buff was certainly a big deal. System confirmed. Chocolate-flavored enhanced lollipop. 10% strength buff. Lasting for 10 whole hours. Chu Guang smirked, calculating. A 10% strength buff might sound small, but in a tense combat situation, it could be the key to turning the tide. He imagined himself looking cool, charging into combat with a lollipop in his mouth, but then cringed at the childish idea. Forget it. Chu Guang decided to put the lollipop away. Keeping it as a trump card for self-preservation was better. The next morning, the entire team of players returned to base after a night of grinding for materials, looking exhausted but spirited. The gamers were worn out but still excited. The veteran survivor announced that they had gathered enough materials to start making concrete. The veteran survivor got straight to work, yelling out the first command, "Smash the limestone," then powerfully swung a sledgehammer. Crash. A thunderous blow, and the pile of limestone shattered into fragments. Next, the veteran survivor instructed Ye Wei and Gale to pour iron powder and clay into the crushed limestone to mix the mortar. The batch of materials was sent straight into the blazing kiln, the goal being to reach a temperature threshold of 2,642 degrees Fahrenheit. A muscular young man eagerly volunteered to pump the furnace, declaring he would fan the flames to burn even more fiercely. While enthusiastically working, he suddenly paused, realizing a critical problem in the process. A fresh-faced gamer turned to ask, "How do we know the temperature inside the furnace?" The muscular young man nonchalantly replied, "No idea." His irresponsible answer immediately earned him a shout from someone, his face showing extreme panic. The veteran survivor snapped, scolding the group. "No idea? No time for chatter, just pump harder with all your might." The muscular young man was speechless, thinking to himself that ever since being appointed construction captain, the veteran survivor was increasingly acting like a real foreman. He suddenly looked up, startled, as if something had happened. The veteran survivor, supervising, suddenly noticed two figures had disappeared and wondered where Gale and Ye Wei had wandered off to. It turned out the two new recruits were sitting dejectedly, with their knees hugged in front of the bunker entrance, caught red-handed by Chu Guang, who had a puzzled expression. Ye Wei and Gale dragged themselves back, out of breath, carrying two heavy buckets. As soon as they saw Chu Guang, they obediently greeted him. "Boss!" Chu Guang crossed his arms, his face cold as he questioned. "Where have you two been?" Gale stammered, confessing they had been loitering near a mutant leech nest. Chu Guang's killing intent flared, his face darkening as he growled. "Didn't I tell you not to go there?" Both of them turned pale with fear, quickly explaining that they only set traps on the periphery and didn't enter the cave, then showed off their spoils, a bunch of mutant leech larvae. Inside, the buckets were dozens of glass bottles, each filled with disgusting baby leeches. Chu Guang froze, sweat pouring down, muttering, "Mutant leech larva." His earlier anger vanished, replaced by astonishment. The baby leeches squirmed, slimy and writhing, inside the cramped glass bottles. Chu Guang's attitude changed, showing clear interest. "Interesting. How did you two catch them?" He thought to himself. These mutated insects, though rich in protein, were also full of parasites and difficult to process. He shuddered, recalling the time he ate something bad and was laid out. Ye Wei proudly explained their genius plan. Using animal blood as bait in bottles, the baby leeches could crawl in, but couldn't get out, while the big ones could only watch. Gale, acting like an expert, analyzed that these mutant leeches probably hunted at night and hid in their dens during the day. Gale grinned slyly, boasting that even though a few bottles broke, these small fry were still neatly trapped. He admitted they initially just wanted to try for fun, but the results were unexpectedly good. Chu Guang nodded in agreement. "I see. That's a truly clever idea," which made Ye Wei and Gale stand proudly, feeling smug. Chu Guang suddenly remembered. "No wonder Gale asked me for some prey meat yesterday, so it was to bait these mutant leech larvae." He turned to ask directly, "But what do you two plan to do with these creatures?" "Mutant leeches definitely aren't edible." Gale pushed up his glasses, nonchalantly replying, "I have no intention of researching how to eat them. I plan to use them for fishing." Chu Guang was dumbfounded. Fishing? In his mind, he pictured Gale screaming and struggling with a giant monster fish. Gale explained that during his last reconnaissance, he saw black birds catching fish in the lake, proving there was an abundant food source down there. Chu Guang's eyes lit up, acknowledging this was a genius idea because fishing was much less risky than hunting. In his mind, he already imagined himself reeling in a sharp-toothed fish. However, Chu Guang also had to admit his fishing skills were terrible. Even with good gear, he couldn't catch anything, let alone with makeshift branches. Chu Guang explained that the problem wasn't just his poor fishing skills. The mutant fish in the lake were all formidable, but bait made from mutant leeches, with their paralyzing effect, would be the key to turning the tide. He turned to ask Gale and Ye Wei directly if they knew how to fish. Gale nonchalantly replied no, but he would craft some fish traps. Hearing a clear plan, Chu Guang immediately dumped all the work on the two new recruits, chuckling with delight, as Gale and Ye Wei eagerly accepted the orders. After sending the two off on their mission, Chu Guang turned to deal with the spoils, finding a way to preserve the pile of mutated hyena meat. He recalled a recipe he'd picked up from the refugees, wrapping tobacco leaves around the meat and slowly roasting it over a fire. Chu Guang mumbled about the scientific principle that tobacco resin would sterilize and kill parasites, but when he brought it to his nose to sniff, something about the smell felt off. His face twisted as he realized the meat smell was completely wrong, nothing like what he had expected. In Chu Guang's mind, the image of perfectly finished meat appeared, golden, glistening with fat, and subtly fragrant with nicotine. But reality was cruel. His meat was dark red, burnt on the outside and raw on the inside, emitting a pungent smell of rotten flesh. Chu Guang froze, racking his brain to figure out which step he had messed up to produce such a disastrous result. Chu Guang grimaced as he sniffed the smoked meat, muttering, "It stinks. Did I really get the recipe wrong?" He dejectedly tossed the meat away, concluding that this thing was definitely inedible. Looking at the remaining raw meat, Chu Guang wished he had a refrigerator to preserve food. An idea sparked in his head. To get a generator to run a refrigerator, he needed to find blue mushrooms to trade with a man named Li Dayu. But Chu Guang suddenly remembered that Li Dayu's caravan wouldn't arrive in this area until the end of the month. He sighed deeply, realizing this plan was too far-fetched. He couldn't wait until the end of the month to start stockpiling food. Chu Guang silently returned to the bunker, accepting the fact that, given the current economic situation, a refrigerator was a luxury item. So for the next 3 days, Chu Guang switched to grind mode, hunting in the morning, charging straight in to skewer a mutated hyena. In the afternoon, he returned to cook for the players, watching Ye Wei and Gale eat like starving beasts. After taking care of the new recruits, Chu Guang continued his research into the art of smoking meat, determined not to give up. Even though his meat smoking skills were still amateurish, Chu Guang still wore a smug expression because the new recruits had grinded so effectively, bringing him a sweet 7 reward points. 7 reward points glittered on the control panel. Chu Guang smirked a cunning smile, ready for the upcoming gacha pull. He could have saved up more, but he decided to go all in on a few basic mystery boxes to see how his luck would fare. What luck! This time it wasn't a useless lollipop. Chu Guang actually pulled a bottle of soy sauce, his face astonished because this seemingly simple item was a luxury brand in this world. As soon as he drizzled a little soy sauce on the chicken leg, Ye Wei, Gale, and the other players salivated like starving beasts, while Chu Guang wore a triumphant expression. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. 4 players sat around the campfire, each with a face as glum as a cockroach. Ye Wei was the first to speak, complaining that every day he had to swallow such bland stews that he was about to throw up. He recalled that at first he was excited the game allowed eating, but now he truly understood the suffering of having to chew terrible food. Ye Wei cried out in despair, complaining that his mouth could endure it, but his rear end had reached its alarm limit. White Horse, passing a crevice, picked up a piece of meat and declared, "It must be because the game's taste system isn't fully developed, so even with a little salt, it still tastes completely bland." White Horse, passing a crevice, grimaced as if he had eaten something foul, complaining that the meat was both fatty and bitter, worse than even wheat porridge. Veteran Survivor also nodded, declaring that the meat was too fishy, and only with deodorizing spices could it possibly be swallowed. Veteran Survivor tried to sound optimistic, saying that this was a wasteland, so they had to endure it, and good food would come in the future, which infuriated White Horse, passing a crevice with such an empty promise. White Horse, passing a crevice, bitterly thought to himself, ever since he became the construction team leader, that guy has learned the game developer's habit of making empty promises. A thought suddenly occurred to him. If the game pursued realism, then selling spices as a luxury, for a fee, would be perfectly reasonable. Ye Wei chewed his food dejectedly while complaining, hoping the next update would sell spices. He was ready to pay for them immediately. Meanwhile, Gale just quietly munched. His mind had already moved on to other things, wondering if he could use in-game money to buy better fish traps. The conversation about food quickly reached a dead end, and all 4 players fell into an awkward silence around the campfire. Veteran Survivor then changed the subject, turning to ask Ye Wei about the progress of cement making, and boasting that the quality was improving day by day. Almost a success. Ye Wei had a blank look on his face, unable to believe his ears, but the other guy insisted he was being serious, not joking at all. Veteran Survivor continued to boast, bragging that besides cement, he and White Horse, passing a crevice, were also researching how to make bricks. The old man admitted that, due to a lack of molds, the finished products looked like lumps of dirt, distorted and misshapen, but still confidently declared they were probably usable, while White Horse, passing a crevice, was speechless. Ye Wei naively asked a critical question. Why not use wood for molds? White Horse, passing a crevice, smirked, acting like a senior teaching a junior. You think it's that simple? He began to lecture, distinguishing between good molds and bad molds, then lamented that a hardcore survival expert like him, who could build a house in the forest in half an hour, was stuck on such a basic problem. He bitterly recalled a scene where he could erect an entire villa in the forest in another game, but here he was helpless with a few bricks, the flame of indignation burning within him. Finally, White Horse, passing a crevice, sighed deeply, blaming the game's overly realistic, overly hardcore mechanics. Ye Wei fell silent, while Gale, who had been as quiet as a mouse until now, suddenly saw his chance to recount his own woes. Gale bitterly recalled his string of failures, following all the survival clips online, creating numerous traps but failing to catch a single fish. It turned out it wasn't due to his poor skill, but because the dominant mutant blackbirds by the lake had hunted all the fish long ago, leaving nothing for the players. Gale bitterly explained, "The mutated fish are now advanced, cunning as foxes. They only nibble at the bait and won't bite the hook." Recalling his helplessness, Gale could only cry out in despair, clutching his empty, self-made fish trap. While chewing his food, Gale muttered curses at the wretched fish that had devoured all his baby mutated leeches, deciding to temporarily fatten them up, awaiting the day of his revenge. Veteran Survivor gleefully announced that new recruits were coming, and White Horse, passing a crevice, immediately brightened up, boasting loudly that he hoped for 2 girls to join the team to change the atmosphere. Hearing about girls, Ye Wei immediately switched to pervert mode. His brain automatically conjured the image of an imaginary hot girl, and he affirmed that his senses told him this was definitely a top-tier pick. While the group was chatting idly, Gale suddenly froze, his sharp eyes behind his glasses, as footsteps were approaching. Both Ye Wei and White Horse, passing a crevice, also startled and became alert, whipping their heads around to look towards the bunker door. Veteran Survivor also held his breath, sensing something was amiss, and the entire group turned their eyes towards the entrance. Chu Guang stepped out from the shadows with an imposing aura, and declared simply, "Let me introduce them." Standing before the group, Chu Guang pointed behind him, where 2 tall figures stood, and announced that these were the 2 new members of the shelter. Chu Guang introduced the first new member, a chubby young man nicknamed Burger P. The second was a rather dashing fellow with long hair and a goatee, named WC Mosquito. Ye Wei, along with White Horse, passing a crevice, and Veteran Survivor, cried out in despair. Why are they 2 more guys? Despite the protests, Chu Guang still stepped forward to introduce the 2 new recruits to the entire team. WC Mosquito waved a friendly greeting, while Burger P stood beside him, looking a bit dazed. Chu Guang gleefully clapped his hands in welcome, while in old Walter's mind only one thought appeared. All these silly names. The group of veterans clapped half-heartedly, their faces as grim as if attending a funeral, their minds repeatedly asking, when will we get female players? Without saying a word, the group of veterans turned their backs, ignoring the two new members, who stood there bewildered. Being given the cold shoulder, Burger P and WC Mosquito dejectedly walked towards the pot of soup simmering in the middle of the yard. The rich aroma from the soup pot wafted up strongly, immediately attracting both new recruits, who instantly forgot the cold welcome they had just received. The moist, stewed meat smell hit them directly in the face, making Chu Guang and WC Mosquito dizzy, both exclaiming, "This is amazing." In the middle of the yard, a giant pot of meat soup was simmering over the fire, emitting an irresistible aroma. Burger Pie and WC Mosquito drooled profusely beside the soup pot, while Veteran Survivor stood with his arms crossed, asking about the stats of the two new recruits. WC Mosquito confidently pointed to himself, boasting, "I specialize in agility." Burger P was about to report his stats when he froze, seeing Ye Wei and White Horse passing a crevice already slurping soup from their bowls. Ye Wei, eating, explained that the administrator intended to hold a welcoming ceremony, but it seemed to have fallen apart, so he allowed everyone to eat first. Seeing the two new guys, Ye Wei offered a bowl of soup. "You two just woke up, right? Have a bowl?" WC Mosquito looked at the soup bowl, which seemed like garbage, thinking to himself that even if it was poisonous, he would just die and respawn. This was his first time eating in the game. He couldn't miss it. Deciding to go for it, he closed his eyes, brought the bowl to his mouth, and took a huge gulp. WC Mosquito's taste buds exploded. He cried tears of joy, shouting, "My taste buds! This game's food is actually delicious, guys." White Horse passing a crevice casually explained, "If you don't eat, your blood sugar will drop." While WC, really, has. Mosquitoes looked as if his soul had been drained due to the taste shock. White Horse passing a crevice thought to himself that the game didn't need to be so realistic, unless there was a pretty girl feeding him, while Burger P sniffed at the soup bowl, which looked like sewage water. Burger P turned pale when he saw a purple mist rising from the soup bowl, his voice trembling. What kind of monstrous stew is this?" Veteran Survivor crossed his arms, smirked, and replied simply, "Meat." Burger P asked again, bewildered, "What kind of meat? Pink, pigtail?" Player explained that it was mutated hyena meat, a type of mutant. Unclear if it was a dog or a wolf, making Burger P disgusted, and spit out all the soup. Despite the disgusting appearance, hunger still won out. Burger P closed his eyes and took a large gulp from the bowl. As soon as he swallowed, Burger P grimaced intensely, complaining, "Why is it so fishy? Didn't you bleed it?" The veteran players' faces were blank as statues, and they replied in unison, "We don't know. This prey was caught by an NPC." Veteran Survivor, seeing an opportunity, then whispered into Burger P's ear, "If you know how to cook, go see the administrator. As long as you have a special skill, you'll be valued." After hearing this, Burger P's eyes lit up like headlights, and he excitedly slung his arm over Veteran Survivor's shoulder. "Really? Then I have to try it later." While Burger P and Veteran Survivor were still bewildered, a red-haired new recruit confidently raised his hand. "Do you need a carpenter?" "I know carpentry." Veteran Survivor, hearing the two words carpentry, immediately widened his eyes, completely shocked as if he had struck gold. Veteran Survivor immediately grabbed WC really has mosquitoes by the collar, asking again to be sure. The newbie still innocently boasted that his family specialized in selling handmade wooden items, even trying to get him to add him as a friend for a discount. A rare find. Veteran Survivor and Showmercy firmly grabbed WC really has mosquitoes, overjoyed as if they'd struck gold, because they needed someone to make molds. "WC really has." Mosquitoes cried out in panic as he was dragged away, his hand still reaching for his unfinished bowl of soup. "Wait, I haven't finished eating yet." The two men ignored him, dragging the newbie away roughly and reassuring him that the chef could just cook another pot, while the other players chimed in that the soup was terrible anyway. Burger P watched the two burly men drag WC really has mosquitoes into a building, the poor carpenter's curses still echoing. In Burger P's mind, the scene just now transformed into a BDSM-style introduction, and he started sweating profusely, wondering, is this game really wholesome? Burger P turned to look at Ye Wei and Level 8 Great Gale with suspicious eyes, but both merely avoided his gaze, stammering, "Probably?" Meanwhile, Ye Wei was lost in a power fantasy, dreaming of himself holding a gun, protecting a hot girl, and telling himself that the unhealthy content hadn't appeared yet. Annoyed by the old player's infuriating answers, Burger P decided to hell with it, head explore the game himself to get it over with. Meanwhile, WC really has mosquitoes was sawing wood and grumbling about the new player's idiotic work, letting the wood almost grow mushrooms. Veteran Survivor held the finished product in his hand, his eyes shining, acknowledging that this newbie mosquito's craftsmanship was truly authentic. WC really has mosquitoes wiped his sweat, asking Veteran Survivor if that was enough. Veteran Survivor put his arm around WC really has mosquitoes, grinning broadly and thanking him profusely, promising to be there with just a shout if he needed anything. Veteran Survivor secretly thought he had struck gold this time. Next time, he wouldn't be so polite and would exploit the newbie's labor to the fullest. Immediately after, Veteran Survivor began the next step, pressing the mortar mixture firmly into the wooden mold with his hands. As each brick was cast, Veteran Survivor carefully arranged them in neat rows under Showmercy's supervision. The bricks were used to build a kiln, and the fire blazed fiercely. Veteran survivor wiped his sweat, his face filled with satisfaction as he looked at the much-improved new kiln. Showmercy looked at the new kiln, his face full of doubt. Will this damn thing even work? Veteran survivor stood tall, his aura overwhelming, and declared confidently. Have some faith, kid. He smirked, his voice full of power. Don't ask if it will work. Affirm that it will. The two men stood guarding the kiln, which was puffing out smoke, looking professional. Seeing Showmercy still hesitant, veteran survivor snapped, telling his subordinate to believe in their achievement. Veteran survivor put his arm around Showmercy and pulled him away. Leave it be, let the kiln burn for a while. The two walked towards the ruins, veteran survivor planning their next move. Let's go check the cement kiln. I have a feeling it's almost done. Let's try to farm a barrel before logging off. From above, Chu Guang observed with satisfaction. Both the newbies and veterans were diligently grinding, while WC Really Has Mosquitoes had just shown Ye Wei a brand new fish trap, making the blonde man's eyes widen in astonishment. WC Really Has Mosquitoes smugly explained the upgrade, changing the rhombus structure to a cage, reinforced with sturdy steel bars instead of flimsy wooden ones. Ye Wei and Level 8 Great Gale put their arms around WC Really Has Mosquitoes, their faces full of excitement, believing that with this awesome fish trap, their next meal would definitely be lavish. Ye Wei imagined catching a hot mermaid, confidently declaring that with this trap, no creature would escape. Spirits High, Ye Wei, Level 8 Great Gale, and WC Really Has Mosquitoes carried the iron cage, boldly heading into the ruins to hunt for fish. Seeing the newbies grinding so enthusiastically, Chu Guang couldn't just sit idle. He decided to continue processing the pile of hyena meat. Suddenly, a voice from behind asked Chu Guang what he was doing, making him look up to see who it was. A chubby newbie appeared, and Chu Guang immediately recognized his profile, a professional chef from a prestigious culinary academy. Chu Guang smirked, saying he was researching how to make smoked meat, and the chef had arrived at just the right time. Without another word, Chu Guang grabbed Pro Chef Player's shoulder, his face serious as he declared, "From now on, you are Outpost 404's chef." Chu Guang assigned a crucial task. Besides building facilities, they had to stockpile enough food for 100 new players about to arrive before winter. Pointing directly at the chef's face, Chu Guang concluded with a weighty statement. "I need your help." Pro Chef Player, though still stunned, quickly accepted, affirming his skills and saying he had prepared himself before logging into the game. Pro Chef Player's face twisted. He couldn't believe he was in a game but still had to practice his old profession. The chef froze, wondering if he had just switched to a life skill player class. While Pro Chef Player was still processing, Chu Guang merely smirked, replying with a meaningful remark. Chu Guang got straight to the point, admitting he had tried smoking but failed, and needed a professional's help to solve the food preservation problem. Pro Chef Player was still a bit hesitant, thinking that real-life experience might not necessarily apply in the game world. Chu Guang brushed him off, declaring that he needed a professional's opinion, and asked the chef to examine his homemade smoking rack. Pro Chef Player glanced at the so-called smoking rack and was speechless. The creation looked unbelievably crude, a giant leg of meat skewered over a meager fire. The chef screamed in silent agony. "Find out what's wrong with it. It'd be better to ask if there's anything right with it." Regaining his composure, Pro Chef Player began his introductory lecture. Smoking requires an enclosed environment. Doing it this way would only char the outer layer, not to mention the suspicious-looking powder sprinkled on the meat. Chu Guang nonchalantly explained that the powder was a special kind of tobacco leaf, leaving Pro Chef Player dumbfounded. Tobacco leaves? It turned out that in this wasteland, salt was as expensive as gold. So the survivors here used tobacco leaves rich in aromatic compounds and tar as a substitute, crushing them and applying them to meat for preservation. Pro Chef Player's face went blank, his brain starting to process the information. That works too? He mumbled that, theoretically, aromatic compounds could indeed be used as food preservatives, but the chef still couldn't accept it, his mind reeling as he cried out that this was the first time he'd heard that this damn thing was edible. Regaining his professional demeanor, Pro Chef Player stated that smoking was possible without salt, though the taste wouldn't be good, and this method of smoking with tobacco leaves was definitely unhealthy. When Chu Guang heard the part about not needing salt, his eyes widened and his mouth dropped open, shouting as if he had just discovered a new truth of life. Pro Chef Player went into lecture mode, explaining the basic principle. Smoking is for dehydration and killing microorganisms. Salt makes it more effective, but it can still be done without it, as long as it's done correctly. He continued to analyze. Lean meat is easier to dehydrate, while fatty meat is tougher. It all depends on the type of meat. However, the chef scratched his head and concluded with a blunt statement. But no matter what, without an enclosed environment, it's all meaningless. It's bound to fail. Chu Guang calculated that if food could be preserved without those bizarre tobacco leaves, it would truly be good news, saving the outpost a mountain of money. But then he realized, no matter how incompetent the refugees here were, they had survived for so long. There was no way they would be clueless about such a basic survival skill. Chu Guang patted Pro Chef Player's shoulder, smirking. "Oh well, if NPCs could solve everything, what would we need players for? This glorious but arduous task is yours." Amidst the ruins, Chu Guang casually dusted off his hands, as if a problem had been solved, leaving Pro Chef Player still bewildered and unsure of what had happened. With the food problem having a direction, Chu Guang strode along the desolate road, beginning to calculate the next plan for the base. He came up with the idea of recruiting more players to increase productivity, imagining male gamers scrambling to sign up just for a hot white-haired NPC. The harsh reality was that with only a few players lying exhausted after a day of labor, Chu Guang realized that building defensive walls this month was impossible. Suddenly, Chu Guang froze, his eyes lighting up with surprise and joy. Amazing. Damn it, it finally worked. Veteran survivor and flex muscle player rushed over, their faces beaming as they called out, "Sir!" Both held something out to Chu Guang, and veteran survivor excitedly told him to look at their achievement. Chu Guang's eyes widened, sweat pouring down as he couldn't believe what he was seeing. What shocked him was a pile of silicate cement that had just been successfully manufactured, looking no different from a pile of loot. Veteran survivor and flex muscle player proudly showed Chu Guang, "Sir, we've finally succeeded in making silicate cement." Flex muscle player explained that since it was a test batch, they didn't produce much. Veteran survivor confidently reported that with this homemade furnace, producing half a ton a day was a piece of cake. Tears welled up in his eyes, proud that despite their shoddy equipment, they still managed to achieve something great. Both recalled working their fingers to the bone, fanning the furnace until their arms ached, and shoveling coal until their muscles bulged, all to fire the cement. Chu Guang nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging their efforts. "You two did very well." Standing before the pile of cement, Chu Guang declared that the plan had advanced a step further and rewarded each of them with 1,000 contribution points. Hearing about the huge reward, both veteran survivor and flex muscle player were completely stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Veteran survivor and flex muscle player cried out in joy, tears welling up as their days of hard work had finally paid off handsomely. Chu Guang mused about his past, where he only wished to earn money and enjoy life. But now, as an admin, he had to worry about over-distributing currency to the new players, which could cause inflation and affect the game's lifespan. To solve the problem, Chu Guang came up with the idea of draining the players' resources by releasing luxury items, such as stake combos, limited skins, and even supercars and villas, leaving the two men to cry as their contribution points vanished. Chu Guang had a brilliant idea. Open a virtual girlfriend gacha system with only a 5% SSR drop rate, each pull costing 1,000 contribution points. A perfect money-burning machine. Back in reality, Flex Muscle Player seriously raised his hand, interrupting Chu Guang's thoughts to report something important. He explained that now that they could produce cement, they needed more manpower to start building the outpost, officially expanding their scale. Chu Guang crossed his arms, looking like a powerful admin, and directly asked the two players about the number of workers they needed for the plan. Veteran Survivor was extremely excited, his eyes shining brightly as he declared they needed at least 10 people, and of course, the more the merrier. He analyzed in detail. The cement kiln required 2 people to manually fan it in shifts, and when the second kiln was built, that number would double. Furthermore, the material grinding process also consumed more manpower, significantly increasing the total number of people needed for the production line to operate smoothly. Veteran Survivor continued calculating. Just transporting rocks from the construction site alone would take 4 people. Moreover, building walls and houses required another 8 people, totaling a formidable labor force. Flex Muscle Player broke out in a sweat, mentally calculating a total of 16 people. While the outpost's current food supply was only enough for 7 people for 1 week, Chu Guang pondered. If the population suddenly doubled, logistics would surely be in chaos. He worried that with the soaring number of mouths to feed, the meager food supply would vanish in an instant, and time waited for no one. Looking at the unfinished building amidst the approaching snow, Chu Guang understood that if they didn't speed up, the plan to build the outpost before winter would fall apart. He decisively said, "All right, I understand." Chu Guang, acting like a powerful admin, declared that he would request support from his superiors, and in just 3 days, a new group of members would be awakened to join the grinding efforts on the surface. Hearing the news of more people, Veteran Survivor and Flex Muscle Player were overjoyed, their eyes sparkling as they imagined a formidable army of new recruits about to arrive. Veteran Survivor clenched his fist, his spirit ablaze. "Excellent. With more people, our construction project will be much easier." With their morale soaring, all the players shouted in unison, ready to work hard for the great construction endeavor. Professor Yanfeng muttered to himself, a knowing smile on his face. Just as I suspected. This NPC is clearly no ordinary one. He realized that Chu Guang was not just a simple NPC, but a force that could even interfere with the progress of the closed beta. Professor Yanfeng's mind raced, and a crazy hypothesis flashed through it. Could it be like those old-fashioned online game novels? He imagined Wasteland Online was not an ordinary game, but one run by a supercomputer with infinite power, where the AI generated all the content itself. In his imagination, Chu Guang was the one manipulating every line of code, a true admin in the virtual world. Snapping his fingers, Professor Yanfeng concluded, Wasteland Online is precisely that kind of top-tier virtual reality game. Meanwhile, at the outpost, construction was still unfinished amidst the desolate landscape, with dust flying everywhere. WC really has mosquitoes in the restroom sighed in relief, a blade of grass in his mouth, looking like a cool guy. Phew, finally done. He proudly showed off his achievement. A high-quality wooden toilet carved from a tree trunk, guaranteed not to hurt the user's backside. WC really has mosquitoes. Crossed his arms smugly, while Pro Chef Player burst into tears of joy, finally escaping the fate of squatting until his legs went numb. Professor Yanfeng's face turned pale. He yelled that he couldn't hold it anymore, and dashed off like a whirlwind. Just then, WC really has mosquitoes appeared like a god, proudly presenting the VIP wooden toilet to Burger P. Here's the hot stuff, try it right away. But Professor Yanfeng looked disgusted. Thinking about having to share it with other people's butts already felt wrong. He flat out refused and bolted straight outside, leaving Burger P bewildered. Professor Yanfeng declared head rather squat in the bushes, leaving Burger Pie speechless at the professor's pickiness in a game. Burger Pie could only show a helpless expression, completely unable to understand his teammates' logic. Suddenly, a call of Pie rang out, making Burger Pie jump and turn around. A loud noise echoed, and dust flew up from the riverside, making Burger Pie look up. Yi Wei carried a giant fish mutant on his shoulder, excitedly running back to show off his trophy. Pie, we did it. Burger Pie's jaw dropped, his eyes wide in disbelief at the sight before him. Yi Wei yelled for everyone to come see. While Burger Pie's jaw dropped, his face contorted in horror at something oversized rushing towards him. It turned out Yi Wei was straining to carry a mutant fish as big as a boat, boldly declaring, "Look what we caught." Boom! Yi Wei hurled the monster to the ground with terrifying force, the impact sending Burger Pie, who was standing nearby, flying. As soon as he finished straining, Yi Wei burst into tears, clenching his fists in celebration because he had finally hunted one after 3 days of struggle. Professor Yanfeng, who had just returned from relieving himself, was astonished at the sight, and asked Yi Wei if he had carried this mutant fish back alone. Yi Wei turned and snapped at Professor Yanfeng, taunting that it was all thanks to the professor abandoning them halfway just because he couldn't relieve himself in the wilderness. Hit where it hurt, Professor Yanfeng blushed awkwardly, stammering that he needed a familiar toilet. Burger Pie circled the fish, then bluntly remarked, "Only one after 3 days, and it looks like it's dead?" Hearing that, Yi Wei exploded, pointing directly at Burger Pie and yelling, "You think one is too few? You dare say it's not fresh? Do you even know how we've lived these past 3 days?" It turned out that for those 3 days, Yi Wei and Professor Yanfeng had to sit and stake out prey by the river until their legs went numb, achieving nothing. Yi Wei recounted that while they were both hiding in the bushes, he had expressed doubts about the new trap, but Professor Yanfeng had snapped at him to shut up and wait. A sound echoed, and the rope tightened, signaling that heavy prey had been caught. Both jumped, looking up sharply as they felt a huge commotion from the trap. The two men scrambled out of the pit as the trap snapped shut, preparing for the harvest. The giant fish mutant growled in the pit, its strength bending the iron bars of the cage. Level 8. Great Gale's eyes lit up with excitement. He yelled urgently as he pulled the rope with all his might. "Quick, pull the fish up." Suddenly, a premonition of death arose, and Yi Wei grabbed Level 8 Great Gale, shouting a warning of impending doom. Swoosh! A lightning-fast aerial attack swooped down, forcing both of them to flatten themselves on the ground to dodge the deadly dives. Looking up, both were stunned to see a flock of mutant blackbirds also circling overhead, hunting. Yi Wei explained that as soon as the birds flew away, they had to quickly use a pole to drag the fish mutant ashore before any other variables appeared. Yi Wei continued. The fish mutant, though trapped, was incredibly strong, thrashing once and scaring both of them pale. To prevent the predatory birds in the sky from detecting it, Yi Wei and Level 8 Great Gale had to use cold weapons to silence the fish in a pool of blood. After a struggle, the group finally managed to drag the giant fish carcass back to base. Pro Chef Player looked dazed. Yi Wei put an arm around Pro Chef Player's shoulder, assigning the task to the expert. Pro Chef Player, see if this thing is edible. Pro Chef Player, a professional chef, also gaped. I've been cooking for almost half my life. This is the first time I've seen a catfish this big. The chef continued to exclaim, estimating that this monster must weigh over 100 pounds, its head alone enough to fill a wash basin. Yi Wei proposed a seemingly amateur idea. How about we smoke it? Which left Pro Chef Player speechless. Pro Chef Player grumbled, explaining that no one would smoke a fish this fatty and slimy. It would be extremely troublesome to process. The three stood looking at the enormous trophy. Level 8 Great Gale broke the silence. So, what do we do next? Pro Chef Player broke out in a sweat, muttering calculations that this 100-pound fish would collapse the grill. They'd have to start over. Pro Chef Player broke out in a sweat as the oversized mutant catfish collapsed the makeshift grill. Amidst the desolate ruins, the team lit a campfire, preparing for their survival meal. After much deliberation, Pro Chef Player settled on the final plan. Mutant catfish soup. This is the only dish possible. The entire monster fish head was dropped into the pot, bubbling in the golden, steaming broth. The team gathered around the fire. Pro Chef Player distributed the soup and announced the situation. No tofu, no spices to remove the fishy smell, just salt and soy sauce, guys, make do with this. Yi Wei cautiously brought the bowl of soup to his mouth, reassuring himself. The smell is fine. It should be edible. The whole group, from Yi Wei, Level 8 Great Gale, to the other veteran players, all slurped down a large mouthful. Immediately, everyone's eyes widened, utterly astonished by the incredible taste of the dish. The whole group burst into tears like children, shouting in delight. It's so delicious. Finally, a normal meal. Yi Wei froze, his face turning serious, and he declared bluntly, "It's 1,000 times better than anything those NPCs cook." 6 p.m. in the Wasteland. The players had logged out. Chu Guang stood alone in the laboratory, observing the player clone bodies suspended in the tanks. He sat in the command chair before the massive array of screens, muttering that it was time to recruit more chickens, new players to help with construction. Click-clack. He began typing on the keyboard, preparing to release a new announcement to stir up the community. The Alpha 0.2 update announcement was posted. 24 more test slots opened, bringing the total number of players to 30. Chu Guang smirked, knowing that the Dog's Body gamer community was in an uproar over this news, just as expected. In the group chat, Quit Smoking yelled, urging everyone to check the homepage, then announced the game update and new slots, astonishing the whole group. Yorking mocked the herding chickens incident, while Quit Smoking was thrilled it was free. No. One recycler immediately dashed his hopes. Over 100 guys have already registered, the competition is fierce. And Nalev confirmed the number was 111, leaving Quit Smoking to just curse. Chu Guang rested his chin on his hand with an extremely cunning expression, thinking gleefully. Over 100 guys, huh? Now which chicken should I pluck? He intently gazed at the long list of registrations on the screen, beginning the process of selecting new recruits. The detailed update appeared. Player count increased to 30. Upcoming winter event with temperatures of -50 degrees Fahrenheit. Survive for a title. Fail for a server reset, along with physics upgrades, new monsters, and bug fixes. Ding. A Player Handbook 2 update notification popped up. The number of registrations had jumped to 113, making Chu Guang smirk. A quick F5, and 2 more guys appeared. Chu Guang started to feel bewildered, wondering where these people came from, as the group chat wasn't that crowded. He immediately dismissed the thought of someone using clone accounts, because Wasteland Online's system was extremely strict against cheating, leaving no room for such nonsense. In his mind, the anti-clone mechanism appeared. Only 1 slot per person. Changing IP or device was useless, unlike other trash games. That's right, I should check the forum. Chu Guang decided to scout the situation and clicked his mouse. In the Dogs Body Club group chat, Quit Smoking was yelling, asking why the forum was so crowded, while the rest were spamming memes and guessing that someone had shared the link to a NSFW story group. When 2 female newbies asked if the game was decent, Quit Smoking immediately played the role of a team saboteur, declaring the game was full of fakes and shooing them away from registering, causing the 2 girls to quietly leave. Observing the entire incident, Chu Guang was speechless, his face dumbfounded by the stupidity of his own player. He was furious, silently yelling in his head. Is Quit Smoking crazy? The forum just got a little fame and he's chasing people away. He might have chased away a dozen already. Finally, Chu Guang could only let out a helpless sigh, leaning back in his chair, feeling exhausted by his troublesome recruits. After browsing the forum for a while, Chu Guang finally found out why the user count had surged. It turned out someone had screenshotted the chat in Dogs Body Club and then dumped the game link into other groups. Chu Guang looked smug. Thanks to this, Wasteland Online suddenly went viral across various gaming forums, even though the information only consisted of a few brief introductory lines and some empty promises. But the new players kept asking ridiculous questions like, can you take off clothes in the game? Or is there censorship? Which made Chu Guang's face turn pale. He got a headache thinking about having to recruit a few mods to clean up this forum, which was like a chaotic marketplace. Suddenly, the Dogs Body Club group chat exploded with notifications. He secretly hoped they were discussing something sensible. Contrary to his expectations, the whole group was yelling because the newly closed beta game already had an expansion. And Quit Smoking even shouted, demanding to tag the admin to top up money for more slots. As soon as he saw Quit Smoking's name, Chu Guang's blood rushed to his head again, his face looking as if he wanted to slaughter the whole world. Suddenly, a private message popped up. He was surprised to see the sender was Whitehorse Passing a Crevice. Whitehorse Passing a Crevice messaged him directly. Chu Guang, are you there? Ignoring the chaotic group chat below. In a room full of golden trophies, Whitehorse Passing a Crevice, a true gamer, received the message notification while sitting in front of his PC setup. As soon as he saw a reply, his eyes lit up with excitement. Oh, he replied. The chat screen appeared. Chu Guang replied concisely. Just finished work. What's up? Whitehorse Passing a Crevice typed furiously, getting straight to the point. Is the administrator NPC that we often call played by a company employee, or is it an AI? He quickly added a probing sentence. I'm just asking casually. If it's a company secret, just ignore it. Chu Guang replied nonchalantly, claiming he was just a lowly planner who knew no secrets, which made Whitehorse Passing a Crevice even more eager, urging him to continue. Chu Guang began his grand reveal, dropping a tantalizing bait. His existence is very special. Whitehorse Passing a Crevice immediately took the bait, his eyes shining. Special? Wow. This NPC is truly something else. Whitehorse Passing a Crevice typed rapidly. Can you be more specific? On the other side, Chu Guang flashed a cunning smile, preparing to deliver the final blow. With a dramatic expression as if revealing an earth-shattering secret, Chu Guang typed out a shocking line. He is the first-generation perfect AI developed by our company, making Whitehorse Passing a Crevice gape and yell in his head. A perfect AI? Goodtime gulped, sweat pouring down as he heard the shocking news, his brain starting to overload. But instead of fear, Goodtime cheered in delight, his eyes gleaming like car headlights. Holy crap, this is awesome. Chu Guang continued his bluster, asserting that the administrator was an almost human AI, with thoughts, memories, and full control over the players. Goodtime furiously typed on his keyboard, smug that he had guessed correctly. Just as I predicted. I truly am a genius. The gamer typed like a man possessed, finally understanding why every decision made by the administrator directly affected the entire server's game testing progress. Goodtime praised the game's realism, feeling as if he was living in a real world, not just a video game. He firmly declared that even if one nitpicked, they wouldn't find a single bug. This game was too perfect. According to Goodtime, the game's only weakness was having just one NPC, and that was the administrator. He deduced that the purpose of this test wasn't to test the game, but to test that super powerful AI itself. Goodtime concluded that even the Winter is Coming update was released solely to serve this AI test. Goodtime puffed out his chest, confidently declaring that he had seen through the developers' true intentions and grasped their entire scheme. He sneered, scoffing at the small fry on the forums who only discussed trivial matters about the Winter is Coming update. Goodtime typed furiously, messaging Chu Guang directly. exposing that on the surface it was a game test, but in reality, they were testing a perfect AI. He firmly concluded that the Winter is Coming update was released precisely to test the company's mysterious AI. Chu Guang broke out in a cold sweat, frozen for a few seconds by this gamer's godlike deduction. He secretly thought he should immediately delete the noob-tricking script folder, because Good Time's bluster sounded even more plausible than the script head made up. Seeing Chu Guang remain silent and unresponsive, Good Time became even more smug, believing he had guessed correctly and everything was going according to plan. Chu Guang flashed a devilish smile, deciding to play along, and typed a confirmation that Good Time's hypothesis was entirely accurate. Good Time pressed, asking if the test's progress would be affected by the storyline, and Chu Guang coldly confirmed that it would. The gamer typed like a storm after learning that only the administrator could advance the storyline, and promised to keep this shocking secret under wraps. Chu Guang messaged back that it wasn't exactly a secret, but Good Time still vehemently vowed not to utter a word, confidently declaring himself super trustworthy, leaving Chu Guang speechless. Chu Guang sighed inwardly, finally witnessing firsthand the legendary realm of delusion from a gamer. Nevertheless, Chu Guang felt relieved, thinking that having such an experienced new player would save him a lot of trouble when he entered the laboratory. Standing before two-player clone body cultivation tanks, Chu Guang muttered that it was time to prepare to welcome the new recruits. Meanwhile, the outside world was changing. Yellowing leaves and sharply dropping temperatures signaled an unprecedented crisis was approaching, as monster wolves and mutant birds began to roam the ruined city. Chu Guang gathered the players amidst the ruins, announcing the bad news. This winter will be harsher than usual, and it's coming earlier than expected. We don't have much time to prepare. The faces of the gamers, from Pro Chef Player, WC Mosquito, to Gale, all grew tense, realizing the gravity of the situation. Ye Wei, Shadow, and the other players were no exception. All exuded a determined readiness to face the coming cold snap. Chu Guang pointed to the quest board, declaring it had been updated. The list of necessities, required constructions, and corresponding rewards were all there. Chu Guang looked down at the entire lineup from above, concluding with a stern statement. Remember, we must unite to overcome this difficult time together. Chu Guang's face was cold as he sternly declared, Winter is coming. This is fate's test for all of us. Standing high above, Chu Guang officially launched the first beta game expansion, Winter is Coming, while the players below were fired up, ready for battle. The atmosphere at the base became urgent. Players rushed into work, some built furnaces, others transported materials, all hastily preparing for the harsh winter. Chu Guang stood alone, exhaling a puff of smoke, clearly feeling the cold seeping into the air and the urgency of the situation. Chu Guang broke into a cold sweat, thinking about the population about to increase from 6 to 30 mouths to feed, and all of them would be screaming for food like a hungry horde of zombies. To stockpile food, Chu Guang took Ye Wei hunting, a clean arrow taking down the 10th mutant bird of the day. Utilizing Ye Wei's sensory abilities, the two successfully ambushed a two-headed hyena. Ye Wei leaped into the air and delivered a fatal finishing blow. The result after 3 days of grinding was a mountain of monster corpses. Over a dozen mutated hyenas along with countless rabbits and squirrels, so many that Gale was left wide-mouthed in astonishment. Thanks to leeching experience from Chu Guang, Ye Wei finally officially leveled up to 1, escaping his fate as a level 0 rookie. Ye Wei went wild with joy, flexing his arms in celebration of being carried to a higher level, while Chu Guang stood behind him, speechless. Chu Guang felt a surge of power stirring within his body, vaguely sensing the threshold of a breakthrough, but getting stuck because his gene sequence was too unique compared to the GM's. Standing before the analysis screen with Little 7, Chu Guang admitted he was also clueless about how to level up, only able to rely on the machines to find clues. The scan results showed that his gene development progress had only budged a little, reaching 52%, a number that revealed how arduous the path of a true original was. Meanwhile, the new players were performing exceptionally well, each with their own talents, throwing themselves into the base construction under Chu Guang's observation. Shadow and WC Mosquito teamed up to build a crude smelting furnace, using charcoal as a reducing agent to begin the metal refining process from scrap. The first result was a pile of glistening iron slag, refined from rusty steel bars and old car parts, a major step forward in recycling. The two men put all their strength into it, swinging hammers with resounding thuds to crush limestone and clay, preparing for the cement clinker production stage. After much sweat and effort, both men breathed a sigh of relief before the pile of high-quality cement clinker, fresh from the kiln, a crucial material for construction. Whether it was manually pulling the furnace bellows or pushing wheelbarrows full of rocks, all the work was arduous manual labor, draining both of their strength, but their efforts were well rewarded. Shadow roared with delight as his strength-type gene sequence officially leveled up to 2, gaining an additional attribute point. Time also roared with delight as he broke through from level 0 to level 1, but ironically, the increased stat was agility, not strength. The logic of this game was very realistic. Use it to strengthen it. Shadow swinging a hammer increased strength, while those who only freeloaded would only drop levels and become useless. Among the beta players, only Storm was the biggest deadweight on the team, still stuck at level 0, while his two friends had already leveled up to 1 and were laughing at him. Seeing Storm's experience bar was pitiful, stuck at 99.99999%, just a tiny bit short of leveling up but unable to budge. It turned out that farming monsters with traps only gave a few meager experience points, while personally spearing a mutant fish rewarded 5 points. Truly, the game encouraged hands-on players. The two remaining new players worked tirelessly, like WC Mosquito, who was highly focused on his woodworking. Pro chef player was no less diligent, frantically showcasing his cooking skills by the fire, contributing to the team's logistics. WC Mosquito not only took care of his own work but was also a great teammate, occasionally running over to help Shadow in time. He was even kind enough to sit and repair Storm's dilapidated fish trap. Truly, a professional was different. Besides helping his comrades, WC Mosquito also completed an impressive construction on his own, a sturdy wooden house, looking like a professional builder's work. WC Mosquito not only built a house but also transformed it into a chemical laboratory and storage room, truly befitting a mad scientist type. He collected all sorts of bottles and jars from the construction site, preparing equipment for his makeshift lab. Chu Guang was speechless at this sight, anticipating a massive explosion, but ignoring it because WC Mosquito seemed very high. In contrast to WC Mosquito's unorthodox style, Pro Chef Player was a genuine grinder, diligently focusing on his specialty. Burger P not only handled the cooking but also doubled as a butcher, neatly processing the hunted meat for Chu Guang. The chef's biggest challenge was having to smoke meat for storage when salt was a luxury, unavailable for use. Without salt, we'll go primitive. Burger P confidently declared he would smoke the meat without adding anything. The chef began the process, hanging the cut meat on a steel rack, before placing it into a makeshift oven made of clay and bricks. The meat was slowly smoked using charcoal and pine branches, an ancient technique that dries the meat and preserves it for a long time without salt. When winter arrived, this dried meat would be wrapped and buried under the snow, enough for the entire team to last through spring. However, Chu Guang tasted the smoked meat, and his face contorted. Its flavor was indescribably bad. Not only a cook, Burger P was also a resourceful player, skinning the mutated hyenas to prepare for the tanning process. The manual tanning process was extremely complicated and smelly, from chemical soaking to hair scraping, making Chu Guang feel disgusted just by looking at it. But the goal wasn't designer brands. A set of warm animal hides to withstand winter was enough, so the chef skipped all the tedious steps. The main ingredient was the potash lye that Shadow had filtered beforehand, stored in several scavenged plastic barrels. Burger P used that very liquid to soak the freshly stripped and cleaned raw hides, beginning a homemade processing method. After the hides were thoroughly soaked, he stretched them onto a makeshift rack to dry, resulting in a decent quality hide. Finishing his work, Burger P sat on the ground, reporting the results to the esteemed administrator Chu Guang, while Ye Wei stood beside him. The chef, sweating profusely, complained that he was overwhelmed and shouted for more help, even just one person. Ye Wei froze, while Chu Guang and Burger P exchanged fiery glances. A tense, silent interview began. The chef glared at Ye Wei, thinking, "This guy is utterly useless. He's good for nothing but carrying things for the administrator. Might as well make him help out." Being stared at, Ye Wei was startled and frantically waved his hands in denial. "Why are you looking at me? I'm very busy." Ye Wei sneered, a scene of him tagging along with Chu Guang to hunt monster wolves and leech EXP flashing through his mind. Dream on. Miss out on leeching EXP from such a high-tier NPC just to cook with you? Blood rushed to his head, and the chef roared, his eyes blazing. "Busy my ass." Chu Guang stepped in to mediate, calmly explaining, "I need Night 10 to scout for prey. His danger perception ability is unique, so he can't stay and help you." But Chu Guang immediately reassured him, promising confidently, "Your problem will be solved soon. Reinforcements are on their way." Hearing that, the chef sighed in relief, sweat pouring down. "That's great, thank you." The chef then brought up another issue, pointing at the drying animal hide. "There's one more thing. I've finished tanning the hide, but it's only roughly processed. I don't know how to sew it into clothes." Chu Guang smirked mysteriously, as if he had planned everything. "Don't worry. Among the upcoming reinforcements, there's someone specialized in this." The image of a pigtail player in a cloning tank appeared as Chu Guang declared, "Leave the hide processing and warm clothing production to her." Chu Guang, Ye Wei, and the chef walked together through the desolate landscape of a ruined city, where skyscrapers were mere skeletons of steel. Chu Guang patted the chef's shoulder, confidently reassuring him, "Don't worry. I'll have that person handle this." He smirked smugly, thinking about the 24 beta players he had recruited from all walks of life. Their skills might be shoddy, but they were all usable when needed. His confidence was further bolstered when he learned the game was still connected to the internet, and the system screen displayed a series of successfully registered gamers, ready to join the fray. Chu Guang laughed like a true capitalist, gleefully envisioning exploiting the labor of the new recruits to one day become rich and prosperous. The timeline shifted to 6 p.m. on September 12th. The game server finally officially opened after 3 hellish days of waiting. A man followed the instructions on the homepage, put on his gaming helmet, lay flat on his bed, and closed his eyes. It turned out this was player Showmercy, a seemingly haggard uncle sweating profusely, still skeptical about this technology. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back, and veins bulged on his face as the system began to boot up and transmitted signals directly into his brain. Whoosh! A hand reached out in the virtual space, touching a blue energy vortex that was sucking the player's consciousness into the game world. Splash! Showmercy was spat out from a blue liquid tank, officially completing the in-game spawn process. The middle-aged man opened his eyes wide, his face blank, his brain still loading, trying to comprehend what had just happened. He staggered forward in a dark laboratory, unable to believe his eyes. This is supposed to be a game world? Showmercy was stunned, as he felt the cold and realism down to every pore, muttering that this technology was too incredible. But the feeling of realism was quickly replaced by an indescribably foul stench and a premonition that something was wrong. Standing tall before him was a muscular, one recycler, who had just emerged from another tank. Uncle Showmercy's face turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain, his brain temporarily shut down. The no. One recycler also remained silent, its golden eyes scanning the trembling new recruit from head to toe. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Showmercy finally screamed, "What the hell is this thing?" Contrary to his expectations, the monster calmly retorted with a question, making Showmercy fall backward onto the ground, pointing and shouting, "Who are you? An NPC, right?" "No," one recycler growled. "NPC, my ass. I'm a player, ID." "No," one recycler. Showmercy was overjoyed when he recognized his teammate, but he couldn't resist teasing. "Oh, it's you, the guy who just joined the group a few days ago. Why do you look so hideous?" "No," one recycler immediately retorted. "You're the ugly one." Then both burst into hearty laughter. Suddenly, "No." One recycler froze, his face blank, as if he had just realized something terribly wrong. He spun around, frantically patted his entire body, especially his sensitive area. After checking, "No," one recycler shouted in despair, "Damn it. Why don't I have that thing?" Showmercy was speechless, sweat pouring down. "With this form, why are you still concerned about that thing?" "No," one recycler roared, his eyes bloodshot with anger. "If I don't have that, then I won't have the other thing either." He frantically shouted, imagining a sexy imaginary lizard woman. "You damn deceptive game designers. If you're going to make me a lizard man, why not make me a lizard woman instead?" Showmercy narrowed his eyes. A mischievous smile spread across his face. "If you don't want to be a lizard man, we could swap." "No," one recycler snapped at Showmercy, chasing him away. "Get lost." Ignoring him, "No." One recycler remembered he could check his stats, and immediately pressed his hand against the cryopod to scan his body. A stat screen appeared. ID. No. One recycler, mutated lizardman race, level 0. Strength, agility, constitution, and perception were all at 7 to 8, but intelligence languished at 2, along with a bunch of overpowered passive talents. No. One recycler roared in excitement when he saw his hacked-like starting stats. Holy crap, these stats are for real. He recalled the information on the homepage. The average stats for an adult male were only 5 points. A comparison chart appeared, showing that he completely surpassed ordinary people in every aspect, except for the intelligence stat of 2 points, which looked like a joke. He reassured himself that he hadn't become stupid. He could still do basic addition, so the low intelligence stat on paper meant nothing. No. One recycler puffed out his chest and burst into a self-satisfied laugh, making Showmercy look at him with a worried gaze. "Are you all right?" He ignored him, gave a thumbs up, indicating he was high as a kite, and urged them to go meet the other players and the administrator. As he walked, no. One recycler continued to laugh maniacally, even casually covering that area with a cloth, while Showmercy stood frozen, speechless. Showmercy suddenly stopped, his face showing suspicion as he discovered something unusual. It turned out there was a strange piece of paper stuck firmly to the no. One recycler's scaly dragon butt. Showmercy's face twisted as he announced, "Something stuck to your butt," causing Lizardman to ask back foolishly. The Lizardman peeled off the paper, marveling that it was made of high-quality waterproof material and was completely dry. On the paper was a jumble of ancient, winding characters, looking like a spell from some unknown power. With an intelligence stat of 2, Lizardman stared at the paper, his brain completely frozen, unable to comprehend anything. What the hell is written on this? Just then, the two ran into a group of other players gathered in the hallway, including Yewei, level 8 Great Gale, and Whitehorse passing a crevice. The group of gamers gaped, one of them exclaiming in astonishment, "Damn, look!" Everyone was deeply shocked to see a flesh and blood lizard man, unable to believe this game allowed choosing races. Holy crap, unbelievable. The gamers swarmed around Lizard Man like ants, their eyes gleaming as they guessed this was a unique hidden class. Showmercy's face fell, annoyed that the hidden class was clearly more sought after, while Lizard Man stood behind him, looking bewildered. Lizard Man patted Showmercy's shoulder, emitting a toxic green mist, then declared boldly, "Don't be discouraged. Follow me. I'll carry you." Showmercy shrieked, pushing the monster away with all his might and yelling in disgust. "Get lost! That lizard smell is disgusting." After escaping, Showmercy looked around, realizing that apart from Lizard Man, everyone else was human, and began analyzing each person's class. It turned out these new players were of all types, from strength, intelligence, to perception and agility classes, a fairly standard lineup. While engrossed in analysis, Showmercy suddenly paused when he saw 2 female gamers standing in a corner, who didn't seem ordinary. Showmercy's eyes immediately turned into hearts, his mouth agape in extreme delight. Holy crap, there are female players too. 2 new female gamers appeared, a tall blonde player with a confident expression, and a pink pigtail player who looked grumpy, forming a contrasting pair. Showmercy and the male players watched curiously as the 2 newly appeared female gamers loudly argued. The tall blonde player taunted her opponent. "Have you weaned yet, little kid?" Stung by the jab, the pink pigtail player went all out, headbutting the tall blonde player's chest and yelling bitterly because her in-game height wasn't like her real-life height. 10 minutes earlier, the pink pigtail player had just emerged from the cloning tank, officially spawning into the game world. As soon as she escaped the tank, she ran headfirst while still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. It turned out she was an intelligence-type player, and she was stunned, wondering if she had truly entered the game. Standing in the middle of a laboratory full of cloning tanks, she still couldn't believe the surreal scene before her. The feeling was too real, making her break out in a cold sweat, unable to distinguish between game and reality. But her fear quickly vanished, replaced by extreme excitement as she fantasized about upgrading to awesome cybernetic gear like on the homepage. After waking up, the rookie pink pigtail player decided to immediately bolt from the cloning tank laboratory to check the situation outside. As soon as she stepped out the door, she froze, her mouth agape in astonishment at the scene outside. Before her was a massive hall where a group of uniformed players had already gathered, looking like a guild meeting. Shaking off her initial confusion, she immediately switched to a state of excitement, her eyes shining brightly. The appearance of another female gamer, a long-legged tall blonde player, immediately attracted the attention of the male gamers who were eavesdropping. The tall blonde player turned around and greeted them confidently. The tall blonde player actively approached, feigning friendliness. "Looks like it's just the two of us here, huh?" The pink pigtail player happily replied, introducing herself as Wisteria. The tall blonde player also introduced herself, saying her name was Crowy, a perception-type player. Wisteria suddenly paused, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. Crowy found it strange and asked, only for Wisteria to tell her to look around. Wisteria pointed out an obvious truth. Everyone here is wearing the same type of jacket. All the other players were wearing identical uniforms. Crowy casually assumed it was just a standard rookie gear set, but Wisteria immediately dismissed it, asserting that with her sewing experience, this was no ordinary fabric. She explained that the material could insulate, resist cold, and block wind, a technology far beyond anything she had ever seen. Wisteria's gaze sharpened, and she began to question the design of the outfit. She pointed to the yellow band on the sleeve, wondering why it was made of a different material and what its purpose was. To prove it, Wisteria yanked hard on the yellow band on her sleeve. Snap! A sound rang out, and her inner bodysuit suddenly glowed with a high-tech honeycomb pattern. The form-fitting jumpsuit hugged every curve of her body, proving it was no ordinary item. Wisteria froze, her face flushing as she realized what she had just activated. She stammered to Crowy, while still in shock. "Is there a hidden switch in the clothes?" Wisteria embarrassedly looked down at the tight-fitting outfit, which highlighted everything or nothing at all. Seeing this scene, Crowy couldn't help but laugh, trying in vain to cover her mouth. Wisteria glanced at her friend, who was trembling from trying to suppress her laughter, and began to understand the problem. Wisteria exploded in bitterness, roaring in her mind. "Damn it. She dared to laugh at my flat chest. I hate it most when others laugh at my small chest." Provoked, Wisteria burst out, cursing directly at Crowy. "What are you laughing at? Are you so proud of your big chest? You fat-brained dairy cow." Crowy retorted fiercely, sneering. "Then where's your chest? Did all the fat go to your butt? Oh wait, your butt's flat too. Poor thing, no chest, no butt. Stung in the right spot." Wisteria furiously grabbed Crowy's jacket. Rip. Wisteria yanked open Crowy's zipper, revealing the high-tech suit underneath. The form-fitting jumpsuit glowed dazzlingly, showcasing every deadly curve. Crowy puffed out her chest proudly, declaring, "I'm proud of these huge breasts." "Shut up, you flat-chested plank." The battle erupted, Crowy crowing, "Big and massive," while Wisteria roared, "All brains, no breasts." Crowy scorned her opponent as a child, but Wisteria immediately retorted, claiming to be the director of a reputable fashion design company, unlike someone who only knew how to play games. Crowy taunted, "Thought you were a CEO. Turns out you're just a petty director." While Chu Guang, standing nearby, was speechless at the two women's bickering. The chaotic new players who had just entered the game went wild. One demanded a slap, another banged their head against the wall, and one squatted down, planning to test if they could defecate in the game. A knowledgeable blonde player stood amidst the crowd, his face long as he wondered if he was in a game or a mental asylum. Amidst the chaos, Chu Guang stepped out from the end of the hallway, shouting loudly, "Silence!" startling everyone. The new players immediately turned around, their eyes gleaming as they realized an NPC had just appeared. The knowledgeable blonde player also snapped to attention, clenching his fists excitedly, guessing this was the legendary administrator from the rumors. The blonde new player thought to himself that even though it was his first time playing, he had read all of Good Time's posts and was well informed about the situation, including the fact that the cement kiln had just been built. Chu Guang stood facing all the new players, including Crowy, Wisteria, and Lizardman, then welcomed them to Shelter 404. Standing next to the robot Little Seven, Chu Guang crossed his arms and declared bluntly, "I am the administrator here." Chu Guang held his head high, his gaze sharp, concluding his identity with the codename, Dawn. Chu Guang and the robot Little Seven stood before the new players, declaring bluntly, "Welcome to Shelter 404. I am the administrator, codename Dawn." All the new players, including the burly lizard man, fell silent, looking serious at the admin's introduction. Chu Guang began his speech, looking incredibly cool and like a true big boss. Mid-sentence, Chu Guang suddenly paused, his expression changing as he spotted something unexpected among the new recruits. It turned out there was a lizard man as huge as a guardian deity in the crowd, making Chu Guang inwardly startled. A mutant? But Chu Guang quickly regained his composure, glancing at its bewildered face and concluding, with that indescribably dumb expression, "It must just be a player." The lizard man looked completely harmless, his face blank, sweat pouring down as he didn't understand what was happening. Chu Guang breathed a sigh of relief, telling himself that real survivors were a concern. But these players were just small fry. Causing trouble was a minor issue. He was confident that he held absolute power. In just a second, he could kick, ban, or revoke the beta access of anyone who dared to cause chaos, making Ye Wei turn pale with fear. Setting aside the lizard man for later study, Chu Guang returned to the main topic and announced some hot news. The war is over. Chu Guang shattered the new player's illusions with an image of a ruined city, bluntly declaring, "The bad news is that this world has been completely warped. Don't expect to pack your bags and go home to mom." Two female gamers were stunned upon hearing the harsh truth. This was 200 years after the apocalypse, and they had survived the darkest period. Chu Guang emphasized, "The fact that you're standing here is already luckier than the 12 billion who died before. Know your place." The lizard man and the players next to him swallowed hard. Standing before the 3D model of the shelter, Chu Guang passionately called out, "Fulfill your oath under the banner of the Humanity Alliance. Rebuild our homeland." Chu Guang pointed to the rabbit-eared robot beside him, briefly introducing, "This is my assistant, Little Seven. If you have any questions about the shelter, just ask it." Chu Guang wore a profound expression, thinking to himself that this speech was just recycled material, and if there were no serious errors, he would use the exact same one for the next batch of new players. He held up the Shelter Resident Handbook version 2, announcing that the rules had been updated and instructing everyone to check them immediately. Chu Guang began to threaten punishments for violators, making the lizard man and Showmercy standing nearby flinch. He growled, listing punishments from mild to the most severe. Permanent expulsion, accompanied by an illustration of a blonde guy being wiped from the game. All the new players turned ashen, petrified by the administrator's powerful warning. The blonde female player was utterly shocked, thinking, "This NPC has terrifyingly absolute power." Chu Guang smirked, because once the new players registered to play, they automatically had to accept the game's rules. There was no room for argument. He explained that the new rules were only aimed at toxic players, prohibiting indiscriminate PK, harassment of other players, illicit trading, and destruction of facilities. Chu Guang continued casually, saying that most of these rules were proposed by the community on the forums. He merely compiled and approved them. He emphasized that a free game didn't mean one was allowed to ruin the game or indiscriminately affect others' experiences. Not only did he accept the proposals, but Chu Guang also personally added details to make the rules stricter, ensuring no loopholes. The punishments were also very humane: property damage, forced labor, sexual assault, permanent confiscation of the offending tool. After laying down the law, Chu Guang led 24 new players, including the lizard man, divided into 2 groups, and brought them to the surface for the first time. The lizard man and Showmercy looked up at the desolate, ruined city, stunned and wondering, "Is this really a game world? This is awesome." While the crowd was still bewildered, a few new players became excited, shouting, "So cool," and ready to boast about this achievement online. Chu Guang smiled sinisterly, thinking to himself that these new players were celebrating a bit too soon. He reiterated the rules for the new recruits, specifically emphasizing the strict prohibition against relieving oneself near the outpost. After his warning, Chu Guang handed the new players over to the 2 veterans, Shadow and Time, who were eagerly waiting to put them to work. One group was immediately dispatched to work as bricklayers, building brick walls until they were exhausted. The other group was made to push wheelbarrows, transporting raw materials for cement production. Although they didn't yet know what contribution points were for, just hearing that the game wouldn't wipe data made them all work like oxen with renewed vigor. Of course, there were other odd jobs, like drying meat, hunting, fishing, and gathering resources for other players. A prime example was the female gamer Crowy, a new player, who was assigned to the foraging team. Her system was Perception, possessing the special talent, Toxic Intuition, which allowed her to sense toxins by biological instinct. But the price was that without toxin resistance, this intuition led Crowy to be lured by poisonous mushrooms to the point of collapsing unconscious. Thanks to her high perception stat, Crowy's talent was buffed with an additional 1,000 toxin resistance points, making her a perfect candidate for foraging. Besides her, Chu Guang also had his eye on another unique specimen, the hulking lizard man. Chu Guang walked over and asked directly, "Are you?" "No." "1. Recycler." Inwardly thinking the name sounded incredibly lame, the lizard man puffed out his chest, clapped his hands together with a thud, and boldly confirmed, "That would be me." Suddenly, he slapped his head, his mind racing. Ah, could this be a hidden quest? The lizard man then held out a crumpled, smelly piece of paper, reporting to Chu Guang that he had found it upon waking up but couldn't read the writing. Chu Guang grimaced at the horrible smell emanating from the paper, but still reluctantly took it to examine. The paper seemed to be made of waterproof material, bearing ancient characters of this world, and the handwriting looked incredibly familiar. Chu Guang suddenly froze, his eyes wide as if realizing something unbelievable. He growled, asking the lizard man where he had found this thing, and received a nonchalant reply, "On my butt." Upon hearing the answer, Chu Guang was petrified on the spot, his entire body cracking from being utterly speechless. Seeing this, the lizard man hastily corrected himself, stammering that the paper had been stuck to him since he was in the training pod. Chu Guang turned pale with disgust, forcing out a reassuring sentence. "It's fine, I was just asking." The content of the paper was translated. A message from the first-generation GM, admitting this was an Easter egg, and that he had foolishly tampered with the gene bank, accidentally creating mutated variants, and then trying to pass it off as natural selection. After reading it, Chu Guang had only one conclusion for that deceased GM. This guy must have been insane. Ignoring that matter, Chu Guang decided there was no point in cursing the dead. He immediately opened the control panel to check the lizard man's stats. As soon as the information panel opened, Chu Guang's eyes widened in astonishment at what he saw. The stat panel was indeed monstrous. Strength 8, Agility 7, Constitution 8, Perception 8, with only intelligence being a pathetic 2. Chu Guang inwardly calculated that if not for the injections, His own strength would have nearly been caught up by this new recruit. Although there were a few absurd weaknesses like fear of cold, being clueless with machinery, or slow leveling, Chu Guang considered these mere trifles. The lizard man broke out in a cold sweat, feeling extremely uneasy under Chu Guang's scrutinizing gaze, as if he wanted to devour him whole. Chu Guang smirked domineeringly, declaring his recruitment of the formidable lizard man. From today, you'll be hunting with me. The lizard man was overjoyed, flexing his muscles and roaring with excitement, ready to serve his new boss. Chu Guang chuckled with delight, pleased with the brand new recruit's eager attitude. He ordered the lizard man to wait at the infirmary gate while he went to arrange a few other matters. The lizard man saluted seriously yet awkwardly, appearing both comical and demonstrating absolute loyalty. Receiving the order, the lizard man immediately ran off with heavy footsteps, leaving Chu Guang watching him go. Suddenly, a voice called "Sir" from behind, making Chu Guang turn around. Chu Guang was stunned, realizing something was off. He wondered, huh? Why are your and Crowie's clothes skin tight? It turned out the person who called was Wisteria, and Chu Guang was pointing directly at her distinct outfit, questioning her. She looked flustered, her voice hesitant as she explained, "Sir, this outfit was originally like everyone else's. But," Wisteria explained that she simply pulled the yellow strap on her jacket. Immediately, a flash of light enveloped Chu Guang. As he tried to follow suit, his bulky hoodie disappeared, replaced by a high-tech, skin-tight suit that hugged his body. Chu Guang gaped, unable to believe that the standard jacket had such an overpowered hidden feature. He clearly felt the new suit was much lighter and fit better, truly a premium item for professionals. Chu Guang smirked with delight, deciding to popularize this feature among all players later. While admiring his new suit, he suddenly remembered he hadn't assigned Wisteria her task yet. Chu Guang immediately opened the player info panel and selected Wisteria's ID. The stats panel appeared. Wisteria was an intelligence-type player, possessing a special talent called Handy. He suddenly recalled her real-life profession was a fashion designer, nodding in agreement that this talent was truly tailor-made for her. Chu Guang got straight to the point, asking Wisteria if she knew how to craft. She nodded vigorously, confidently asserting that with materials and tools, she could handle anything. Wisteria confidently boasted, "Although I mainly design on a computer, my practical skills are better than many." Behind her was an image of a professional female designer in deep concentration. Chu Guang nodded, declaring that materials weren't an issue. They just needed to find tools, then gestured for her to follow. He led her to an area filled with pre-processed animal hides, stretched on numerous wooden frames, and asked concisely, "Is this enough?" Wisteria's eyes lit up into hearts, her face flushed as she looked at the pile of hides, muttering even though she didn't know what animal they came from. The moment her hand touched the soft, smooth fur, she immediately recognized it as genuine, top-notch quality. Overjoyed, Wisteria drooled, stammering as she asked if this entire pile of premium goods was for her. Chu Guang smirked, confirming, "It's all yours, if you can also handle the tanning process." He took the opportunity to tease the team's pro, chef, player for only doing a superficial job. Hearing the deal, Wisteria went wild with joy, her spirits soaring as she thumped her chest, guaranteeing, "Okay, no problem, just leave it to me." She asked about style requirements, but Chu Guang simply waved his hand pragmatically. "Any style is fine, as long as it's warm enough." Chu Guang directly asked Wisteria if she needed any tools, warning her that needles, thread, and scissors were available. But a sewing machine was a luxury, so don't even dream of it. Wisteria confidently gave a thumbs up, declaring that if the goal was just warmth, that much was enough. No fancy stuff needed. Chu Guang smirked with satisfaction, nodding that he really liked such diligent and straightforward players. After assigning the task, Chu Guang stated simply, "Then I'm counting on you," then muttered about his hunting plans for the next few days to earn more game. He revealed his goal was to hunt the migrating deer herd on the elevated road north of the city, hoping for a big harvest. After assigning the task, Chu Guang ordered Little Seven to inform all players about the new suit's function, and the whole group, including the veteran survivor, excitedly put on their clothes correctly. With spirits high, the players plunged into building the outpost, some pushing carts, others building furnaces, toiling like oxen. Chu Guang declared himself a man of principles, not exploiting labor, then paid a player with a revival ticket, directly deducting 500 of his own contribution points. Wisteria's eyes shone like headlights upon receiving the crafting quest. Each item made would be rewarded with 50 contribution points, with the simple requirements of being wearable and warm enough. Chu Guang had already planned his business strategy, intending to wait for the online store system to sell these clothes to other players for 100 to 500 points, depending on quality. Chu Guang pondered, realizing he needed to recruit an NPC to manage the store. He recalled rumors about a nearby farm where they often sold off weak, unskilled farm slaves in winter to save food. Chu Guang decided to go there to try his luck, while Lizard Man stood behind him, already geared up, asking his boss when they would depart. Chu Guang smirked, telling Lizard Man to calm down. First, he needed to find a decent weapon for himself. Both proceeded to a small wooden house outside the infirmary, which was the carpentry workshop built by W.C. Mosquito. Inside the workshop, Lizard Man looked around curiously as Chu Guang led the way into an area full of tools. Due to the lack of quality steel tools, the current outpost had to temporarily craft many wooden items as substitutes. However, The carpenter W.C. Mosquito demonstrated his skill by utilizing industrial scrap combined with wood to craft tools with a distinct post-apocalyptic flair. Lizard, Mans, and Chu Guang's eyes immediately fixed on a high-quality crossbow leaning in the corner. This crossbow was custom-made, combining a wooden stock, a stainless steel mechanical mechanism, and a bowstring made from the tendons of mutated hyenas. Lizard, Man, greedily reached out to grab the crossbow, but Chu Guang had already calculated. Rifle ammo was running low, so mechanical weapons had to be prioritized. Slap. Chu Guang didn't say much, slapping Lizard Man's scaly hand directly, flatly refusing him. Your weapon is over there. Chu Guang coldly pointed to another corner, extinguishing the rookie's hopes. Lizard Man's hot item turned out to be a bundle of hunting spears, looking both ancient and reeking of blood. Chu Guang analyzed that Lizard Man's 8 strength points were enough to throw a spear and finish off a target. But the big guy grumbled, demanding a long-range weapon for efficient hunting. Hearing this, Chu Guang flared up, cursing him directly. You're so big, yet you don't charge in to tank, but want to hide and snipe? Are you even a man? Chu Guang continued lecturing, asserting that spear throwing was a basic hunting skill, useful at all ranges, while Lizard Man just awkwardly scratched his head. Today, I'm only teaching hunting skills, Chu Guang concluded. Later, you can pick whatever you want to fight with. Lizard Man was bewildered for a moment, then suddenly enlightened, muttering, Ah, so it's a main quest. Bang. A surge of determination erupted as Lizard Man had a breakthrough, ready to absorb lessons from the administrator. A red-brown-haired man wearing safety goggles suddenly burst in like a whirlwind, clutching 2 chemical bottles, shouting loudly, Sir! He thrust the 2 chemical bottles close to his face, excitedly yelling about finding acetone to make smokeless gunpowder, truly a crafting fanatic. The carpenter reported his achievements to Chu Guang, while Lizard Man stood next to him, looking like a mini-boss. Hearing about gunpowder, both Chu Guang and Lizard Man gaped, their faces pale with fright. The carpenter chuckled slyly, reassuring them that everything was fine as long as no fire got near it. The carpenter's eyes glowed brightly, completely immersed in the crafting passion of a mad scientist. The carpenter only now noticed the big rookie and asked who he was. Chu Guang coldly introduced him as a new resident. ID. No. 1 recycler. Oh, a new guy, the carpenter muttered, his gaze at Lizard Man clearly filled with envy. The carpenter pouted, openly jealous that Lizard Man started the game with such an overpowered hidden profession. Chu Guang ignored the comedic display, pointed directly at the 2 chemical bottles, and demanded the carpenter immediately explain what they were and how they were made. The carpenter began his chemistry lecture, calmly explaining the extremely simple manufacturing method: dry distillation of wood. The product obtained after condensation could be easily separated into a liquid solution and tar residue, a basic process for chemistry professionals. He continued to babble that the liquid was wood vinegar, containing acetic acid, acetone, and methanol as its main components, which could be separated based on their boiling points. With the smile of a mad scientist, he boasted that acetic acid could create versatile salts, while the bottle of acetone in his other hand had a much more formidable use. Boom. That use was to create TATP, a terrifying explosive, as long as more sulfuric acid could be found to act as a catalyst. The Lizard Man, standing beside him, broke out in a cold sweat, with only one thought in his mind. What the hell does this guy actually do in real life? Just hearing it gives me a bad feeling. Chu Guang also turned pale, muttering that only reckless players would dare to do such crazy, life-threatening things. Regaining his composure, Chu Guang directly asked, So, can you make explosives now? He also promised to keep an eye on nearby chemical factories for ingredients. The carpenter sighed, admitting he couldn't make high-performance explosives yet, but black powder was easy. He just needed a little more time to find another way. Then he smirked sinisterly, hinting that sometimes explosives weren't necessary to create a destructive effect. The carpenter grinned slyly, showing off his new item, a bottle containing a mixture of pine oil and acetone, declaring that lighting the cloth at the bottle's mouth and throwing it would create a prolonged fire. In his imagination, a homemade gasoline bomb was enough to burn an entire pack of hulking mutants to ashes. Chu Guang was initially stunned, but his eyes immediately lit up as he realized it was a Molotov cocktail, a quality toy. Chu Guang directly asked if he had tested its power, but the carpenter seemed hesitant, fearing that with such a forested terrain, once it caught fire, it would be hard to extinguish. It's a good thing this guy isn't that reckless, Chu Guang thought to himself, then took the Molotov cocktail and declared he would take it out to test himself later. The administrator immediately awarded the carpenter 1,000 contribution points, but also warned him directly that mass production of such dangerous weapons was not encouraged within the base. Instead of making bombs, Chu Guang suggested he use his chemical knowledge to create more practical items for outpost construction, such as catalysts, paint, or fire retardant spray. The carpenter pondered the essential value the administrator had just mentioned, his hand unconsciously spinning the chemical bottle. Chu Guang continued his leadership speech, advising him to actively communicate with other residents in the shelter to seek more ideas. With a meaningful smile, Chu Guang concluded that perhaps he would receive many more unexpected and useful contributions. An information panel appeared, explaining that the newly crafted chemicals were essential for future industry, usable as gunpowder, pesticides, and detergents alike. Chu Guang stood before everyone, raising the chemical bottle high and praising the carpenter W.C. Mosquito, turning his achievement into a server-wide announcement to motivate grinding. The carpenter W.C. Mosquito puffed up with self-satisfaction, while the other players, especially No, one recycler, scowled, their eyes sparking with envy. Chu Guang smirked, coming up with the idea of establishing a Hall of Fame on the homepage to honor player achievements, a psychological trick to make them contribute more. He thought to himself, for a penniless ruler, bestowing these empty titles was the most effective yet cheapest reward to attract players. After organizing the work, Chu Guang led Ye Wei and No, one recycler, into the northern area of Swamp Park, beginning a new expedition. The tactical map showed industrial clusters concentrated in the southeast, but the team's objective was the northern suburbs, an unexplored area. The three ventured deep into the dead land, passing through the ruins of an abandoned residential area, with numerous unfinished constructions. Amidst the desolation, a large building appeared, seemingly an educational complex, a potential target for looting. Soon after, another massive hospital appeared, signaling that this was an area full of valuable resources for those who dared to venture. A narrator's voice echoed, explaining that this area before the apocalypse was just a normal residential zone, with no significant industrial clusters. The tactical map appeared, marking prime locations in the northern suburbs, a hospital, schools, supermarkets, and a few small factories. The harsh reality. 200 years later, all those structures had been swallowed by trees and vines, turning into a pile of ruins. A flashback to the end of days. This place wasn't hit by nuclear bombs, but the real disaster came from the massive wave of refugees that poured in after order collapsed. Hunger and chaos turned people into beasts. Frenzied crowds rushed to plunder supermarkets and convenience stores clean. Everything became a target. Hospitals, schools, offices, even every single refrigerator in people's homes was dragged out and emptied. Amidst the chaotic scene, people scavenged for everything they could, even bottles of laundry detergent, showing that desperation had reached its peak. The desperate refugees sought out shelters but were flatly rejected. No one dared to open their doors to a hungry and chaotic mob. Traffic was completely paralyzed. Thousands of cars were stuck on the roads, turning into a giant, inescapable death trap. Returning to the present, Chu Guang, Ye Wei, and No, one recycler, stood in a ruined warehouse, the bullet holes in the walls, silent testaments to the tragedy that had occurred. The stark post-apocalyptic scene unfolded. Human bones scattered everywhere amidst the rubble, a testament to complete collapse. Ye Wei, the rookie, turned pale upon witnessing the tragic scene, unable to believe his eyes. A skeleton curled up in a trash can further emphasized the desperation of those final days. Ye Wei tried to reassure himself by praising the game's incredibly realistic graphics, while No, one recycler, stood silently behind him like a statue. Chu Guang coldly shattered his illusion, asserting that this was the real post-apocalyptic world, while jotting down information. The team entered a clothing store that had been thoroughly looted by early scavengers, leaving only a few rags on the mannequins. Ye Wei began to grumble, thinking they were wasting their efforts in a place that had already been completely plundered. Contrary to the rookie's dejected expression, Chu Guang smirked meaningfully. He had discovered something those small-timers had overlooked. Here's the real deal. A brand new, sealed sewing kit, complete with needles and thread. A luxury item in the apocalypse. Chu Guang tossed the treasure to Ye Wei, declaring it was what the outpost needed most, and that Wisteria would surely love it. Chu Guang smirked, announcing that this area was out of stock, and ordered a retreat. Bang! A sharp gunshot rang out, and Chu Guang's expression immediately changed. Take cover! Chu Guang yelled, realizing the deadly sound was from 0.2-inch bullets. While Chu Guang and Ye Wei were tense as bowstrings, searching for cover, No, one recycler remained frozen with a bewildered expression. A blood-soaked corpse lay sprawled amidst the rubble, seemingly an unfortunate scavenger. Beside the corpse was a mutant boar dog sniffing around, and its owners were two heavily armed plunderers. Chu Guang froze when he clearly saw the faces of the plunderers. Two towering killers with their hunting beast, radiating intense killing intent. The plunderers, the true predators of this world, were casually leaving after dealing with their prey. Even Chu Guang broke out in a cold sweat, hiding behind the wall and clenching his teeth in tension. Ye Wei was scared out of his wits, whispering to Chu Guang, "What's going on outside?" Chu Guang immediately clamped his hand over Ye Wei's mouth, signaling for absolute silence while No, one recycler remained frozen like a dummy. The mutant boar dog, with its bloodshot eyes, had caught their scent. It growled, then barked furiously in their direction. Chu Guang broke out in a cold sweat, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Did this monster dump all its skill points into perception? The barking alerted the plunderers. Both killers and their hunting beast spun around with ferocious expressions. Without a word, the two plunderers immediately opened fire, unleashing a volley of bullets towards the group's hiding spot. Chu Guang dodged gracefully like a god, bullets whizzing past him and embedding themselves in the wall, showing his reflexes were no joke. After reaching safety, Chu Guang paused, his face full of questions as he realized something was off with the recent volley of bullets. He immediately analyzed. The bullets' range was too short, proving their guns were merely homemade, with unrifled barrels and terrible accuracy. Ye Wei was still panicking, stammering if they had encountered mutated humans, while Chu Guang and No, one recycler, were already ready for action. Suddenly, Ye Wei completely transformed, snatching the spear from No, one recycler's hand with an excited expression. "Don't panic, you two." Ye Wei, with a cocky, confident look, declared, "Let me check it out first." Chu Guang's face turned pale, yelling in protest. "Check what, you idiot?" Whack! Chu Guang hit Ye Wei on the head, explaining the situation in a low voice. "They're marauders. Both of them have guns, and they've brought a mutated hyena." Keeping a cool head, Chu Guang ordered them both to retreat to a safe rendezvous point to the south. Ye Wei waved him off, pointing at Chu Guang and boldly declared, "Boss, why retreat? There are only 2 enemies and 1 beast, and we outnumber them." Both Ye Wei and No, one recycler tensed up, showing their determination to fight to the death. "We can fight too." "That's right. We can go all out." Ye Wei began listing their hot goods, showing off a rusty crossbow and a spear. "Although we only have 1 gun, we still have Molotovs and a crossbow. Plus," he proudly spread his arms, introducing No, one recycler. "We also have this 2-meter tall lizard man. I don't believe he can't take down a mutated hyena." Chu Guang was completely stunned, bewildered by the rookie's transformation and insane confidence. Convinced by his teammates' fervor, Chu Guang snapped out of it, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "He's right. Why should we run?" Chu Guang recalled the past. He always had to go solo, so whenever he encountered formidable marauders, he had to hide. But now it was different. With a gun in hand, and both Ye Wei and No, one recycler by his side, he declared it was time to hunt them instead. Decisively, Chu Guang loaded his rifle with a murderous expression, growling, "There are only 2 of them over there. Let's take them down." True to his word, Chu Guang immediately tossed Ye Wei a Molotov cocktail and a box of matches, ordering him to move to the opposite street corner. Chu Guang explained the plan. He would use Ye Wei as bait, because the enemies wouldn't know how many people they had, so they would definitely give chase. After hearing the plan, Ye Wei's face turned pale, his hand holding the Molotov trembling as he stammered, asking how he was supposed to run over there. Chu Guang didn't say much, directly pushing Ye Wei forward. "Just run. What else? Do you want me to carry you across?" Seeing his subordinate scared out of his wits, Chu Guang reassured him that their guns were shoddy, unrifled junk, and their aim was too poor to hit anything. Although he was in extreme panic internally, Ye Wei told himself this was a golden opportunity to earn points with the administrator. Thinking so, Ye Wei gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down like rain, but his eyes gleamed with determination. Boom! Ye Wei psyched himself up, roaring in his head. "Damn it, let's go all out. It's just a game, what's there to be afraid of?" The 2 marauders sneered, firing their guns and boasting loudly. "Haha, where are you running, sweetie? Surrender, and we'll spare your life." Tat tat tat. Bullets tore up the ground around him, but Ye Wei still weaved and dodged like a cockroach, avoiding a slipper. On one side were the 2 marauders and their hunting beast strolling leisurely. On the other was Ye Wei, drenched in sweat, his hands trembling as he held the Molotov. The 2 thugs exchanged sneering glances, their contempt evident. "He doesn't have a gun. He's probably just a petty scavenger." The bald thug unchained the mutated hound, preparing to unleash it. Whoosh! The hunting beast was unleashed, darting forward like a black arrow with murderous red eyes. The monster appeared right behind Ye Wei in the blink of an eye, freezing him in terror. Bang! A streak of light tore through the night, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Thud! Before the mutated hound could even take a bite, a single bullet blew its head clean off, sending it crashing to the ground. Thud! The mutated hound took a bullet hole straight to the chest, collapsing to the ground, smoking profusely. Officially eliminated. Chu Guang blew on the gun barrel, smirking provocatively, while his eyes remained sharp as knives. "I clearly aimed for the head, though." The white-haired marauder furiously yelled about flaying their opponent, but the bald thug realized the situation wasn't simple. "Calm down, Joan. There's more than one guy there." Before they could collect themselves, a Molotov cocktail flew straight towards the 2 marauders from out of nowhere, the flame on its mouth flickering. Smash! The Molotov shattered right at their feet, flammable liquid splattering everywhere. The flames erupted fiercely, engulfing the 2 marauders and making them curse in panic. Amidst the sea of fire, a colossal dark figure with glowing yellow eyes loomed behind the bald thug, blocking their retreat. Damn it. There's no escape now. The bald thug was drenched in sweat, spinning around to face the brand new threat that had just appeared. The lizard man, with his imposing stature and steel-hard scales, raised his colossal dagger, preparing to finish off the marauder. The bald thug turned pale with fear, trembling as he uttered, "Monster." Whoosh. In the marauder's wide, terrified eyes, the image of the lizard man swinging his dagger for the kill was clearly reflected. Splurt. A clean slash, fresh blood splattered onto the black screen. Another life eliminated. Meanwhile, at the construction site rising from the ashes of the old sanatorium, the building machinery was running at full capacity. The players, including WC Really Has Mosquitoes, were vigorously carrying steel beams and pushing wheelbarrows like true professional workers. Yi Wei, meanwhile, was hunched over, pulling the forge bellows, out of breath, while Chu Guang supervised from a distance with the demeanor of a big boss. Another group was coordinating perfectly, some carrying water, others holding shovels to mix what appeared to be construction mortar. Amidst the noisy construction site, Shadow and a spiky-haired young man were chatting, completely unaware that Chu Guang was patrolling behind them. The spiky-haired young man suddenly called out, "Boss!" making Shadow jump and turn to look. Chu Guang spun around, crossing his arms and looking at the 2 apparent slackers with sharp eyes. "Everyone else is swamped. What are you 2 doing here?" The spiky-haired man quickly replied, pointing towards the construction site. "Reporting, boss. We're researching traditional steel refining. We've already put Show Mercy, a true construction engineer, in charge of the site." Chu Guang questioned the 2 slackers, directly asking about Storm's progress. The spiky-haired man reported that Storm had improved the fish traps, using mutated leech larvae as bait, catching dozens of plump fish every day. The excess fish were given to Burger P to dry. Shadow added, warning not to be greedy with bait or set traps too deep, otherwise the giant mutated fish would destroy the traps, as Storm was currently experiencing. Chu Guang merely smirked, deeming these minor issues that would be fine with practice, and more importantly, the process was very enjoyable. With that, Chu Guang ordered them both to continue their research, then turned and walked away, ignoring the two rookies who stood at attention and saluted militarily. He thought to himself, these rookies really have it good. They don't need to struggle to find work because everything here is so new compared to the modern world. Chu Guang scoffed at the boring office life in the real world, where people only repeated meaningless tasks and gradually lost themselves. But here it was different. Players found satisfaction in proving their worth, just like how Shadow and the spiky-haired man high-fived to celebrate their achievements. He thought about construction engineers who struggled for 5 or 6 years without getting promoted to manager. But here, they just needed to shout, "I'm an engineer," and they would immediately be revered as experts and given important responsibilities. Chu Guang concluded that most players were ordinary people, but in this world, as long as they had even the smallest skill, they would be recognized by the entire community, just like how WC Mosquitoes was profusely thanked for bringing a new set of bellows. Chu Guang looked at the construction gradually taking shape, thinking to himself that thanks to the efforts of these diligent workers, the outpost was visibly improving. He analyzed the game's benefits. Even if players grinded themselves ragged, it was only their in-game characters that got tired, while in real life, they still slept soundly, perhaps even healthier. Chu Guang smirked mischievously, telling himself that those matters didn't concern a GM like him. As long as the number of pre-registrations was always higher than the current player count, he'd never have to worry about a shortage of new noobs to grind. He even warned those planning to quit the game. "Heard you're leaving? Your hat is mine now," then pushed open a door and entered a room. The door creaked open, revealing Ye Wei and the hulking lizard man waiting inside. Ye Wei spoke. "Hey, clean up the spoils from this hunt." The loot this time was decent. 2.02-inch rifles, 62 rounds of ammunition, and 3 unopened backpacks. Chu Guang gleefully boasted that because he hated waste, he had kept the mutated hyena's corpse to give to the chef, completely shocking Ye Wei. Ye Wei rummaged through the backpack, finding matches, a compass, a few pieces of dried meat, and some plastic chips. The lizard man curiously asked what was written on the chips, and Ye Wei was stunned to see they looked exactly like casino tokens. Chu Guang held out his hand, nonchalantly demanding Ye Wei hand over the plastic chips, saying they were useful to him. Ye Wei's face was wrinkled like a monkey's, drooling with disgust, but he still reluctantly handed the tokens to Chu Guang. Seeing Ye Wei about to tear into the dried meat, Chu Guang immediately stopped him, advising him to throw it away. Chu Guang smirked meaningfully, warning that the marauders were omnivores, and there was no telling what kind of meat it was. Ye Wei's face turned pale upon hearing this, sweat pouring down like rain, so disgusted he wanted to vomit on the spot. After the scare, Chu Guang crossed his arms and turned to ask the lizard man directly how it felt to kill for the first time. The lizard man scratched his head, bewildered, replying that he didn't pay attention, as he had seen far more disgusting scenes in games. The monster-type player seemed confused, thinking that a game wouldn't evoke any special feelings. But then he confessed. The moment the spear pierced the marauder's chest and blood splattered on him, a primal urge to devour raw flesh surged like an animal's instinct. Chu Guang pondered, surprised by this player's resilience, wondering if the dream had desensitized his emotions to death. Chu Guang realized that the players viewed this world completely differently from him, so he decided to act like a game developer from now on to communicate with them. At 5 p.m., the north wall was repaired, and the players were celebrating as if they had just cleared a boss. Chu Guang was speechless, feeling like a redundant NPC watching these geniuses, given barren land, turn it into rice fields the next day. Shadow and the spiky-haired player showed off their spoils from the construction site. Not just rocks, but also a pile of heavy cement bags, something ordinary people could only stare at, not carry. Under Shomercy's command, the group diligently drove pine stakes deep into the ground, beginning the defensive structure. Next, they stacked cement blocks, reinforced them with stolen rebar for stability, then poured a calcium carbonate cement mixture over them. Once the cement dried, a simple yet extremely sturdy concrete structure was complete, and everyone looked at the result with swelling pride. Shomercy's design diagram showed that the interface of the wall would be built into a ramp using cement blocks and concrete debris. This design was formidable. When attacked, players could simply lie prone on the ramp, turning it into a firing position to rain bullets on any approaching enemy. With future expansion plans, the outpost would have additional outer defensive structures, coordinating with watchtowers and guard towers to form a true fortress. Shomercy, the chief engineer, analyzed the map. The area around the sanatorium was an open plain, with no cover, ideal for building a clean defensive zone. His plan was to clear all surrounding trees, creating an open field. Any enemy approaching the outpost would be immediately spotted and met with a hail of bullets. Shadow clapped Shomercy on the shoulder, his face full of admiration, asking directly, "Kid, what do you do in real life to be so smart?" Shomercy scratched his head, feigning modesty. "Just a mediocre construction engineer, brother, an unknown nobody at the company, can't do anything worthwhile all day." Shadow gave a thumbs up, praising profusely that he couldn't believe they finished the wall in just one day, making Shomercy beam with joy from the compliment. As dusk fell, cooking smoke began to rise from the makeshift camp amidst the ruins, signaling that dinner time had arrived. Tonight's dinner was the giant mutant fish defeated the day before, now bubbling in a massive stew pot. The fragrant aroma spread, and all the players took a deep breath, their mouths watering like springs before the unique dish. Each person slurped a bowl, their eyes shining brightly, shouting about the incredibly realistic taste, as if they were eating real food and not just in a game. In contrast to the crowd, Wisteria grimaced, complaining the fish stew was too fishy, while the pro chef player sitting next to her seemed to be enjoying his creation. The pro chef player scowled, arguing vehemently. Do you think I want it to taste bad? Without spices, this is the best I can do, Shomercy nonchalantly advised Wisteria. Just eat it. Hunger is real. Or, should I help you plug your nose and gulp it down? Making her silently refuse. Amidst the ruins, Shadow and the spiky-haired player, along with other players, were laughing heartily, slurping down bowls of fish stew. The spiky-haired player suddenly spotted someone, his eyes lighting up as he called out, "Boss!" All the players excitedly ran towards Chu Guang and Storm, shouting, "Boss, come eat with us." While running, the spiky-haired player and Shadow suddenly froze, their expressions tense, as they sensed something amiss. Chu Guang and Storm stood still, their faces impassive, staring at the boisterous players who had suddenly fallen silent. Shadow turned, asking seriously, "Storm, what's wrong?" Storm's glasses glinted ominously, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead as he spoke. "I heard it." Storm adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharp, announcing a shocking piece of news. "Someone has died." Amidst the tense atmosphere, Storm coldly stated, "It seems someone kicked the bucket." Shadow and the spiky-haired player were utterly shocked upon hearing this, their faces pale, stammering in panic. "Someone died?" Shadow broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe that death in this game could be real, muttering that unless one committed suicide or was foolish enough to get killed, it was hard to truly perish. Chu Guang's face was expressionless, noting that non-combat casualties had appeared 2 weeks earlier than he had anticipated. Chu Guang revealed the identity of the unfortunate player, Crowy, a perception-type player with the toxic intuition talent. He recalled assigning Crowy the task of gathering edible fruits and mushrooms, but for some reason, she had wandered into a mutant leech nest. Chu Guang explained that, with admin privileges, he could use the player list to determine the approximate location of everyone on the map. And upon investigation, seeing Crowy's last active location was in a mutant leech nest, he immediately abandoned any thought of retrieving her body. He further explained that the larvae of the mutant leeches were mere trifles, with atrophied mouths, only capable of eating rotten food or being caught by players as bait. However, adult mutant leeches were entirely different monsters. They swallowed their prey in one gulp, and their digestive fluids would paralyze and render the victim unconscious within minutes. Chu Guang's face was impassive, asserting that of the leech's prey, not even bones would be left to collect. He ordered the players, "Time's up, everyone into the hibernation pods, log out." Chu Guang herded the players in groups into the shelter, tucking them into the hibernation pods to log out. After the small fry were all gone, Chu Guang alone approached the active ingredient extractor, a mission reward item that had never been used due to lack of electricity. He was speechless when he discovered this fancy machine came with an antiquated 2-prong plug, while the training pods all had wireless charging ports. Chu Guang glared furiously, silently cursing the guy who designed this machine, clearly playing a prank, not wanting him to siphon power from the shelter. He snapped his fingers, calling his assistant, Little Seven, and the rabbit-eared robot immediately appeared, asking questions. Chu Guang crossed his arms, getting straight to the point. "Hey, how do I pump the active ingredient from this machine into the training pods?" Little Seven explained smoothly. "It's simple, master. The training pod's active ingredient container is detachable. Just pour it straight in." Chu Guang bared his teeth in a sly grin, a brilliant idea flashing in his mind. "So that means I can also remove the containers from the other pods, right?" Little Seven, the rabbit-eared robot, innocently asked its master if he was planning to steal something, while Chu Guang wore an utterly mischievous smile. Chu Guang nonchalantly corrected him. This is just a temporary loan, as he couldn't wait until the end of the month for a generator to revive the dead players. He glanced at the 70 empty cryopods, smiling sinisterly. They're just sitting empty anyway. Taking some of the active ingredients inside for temporary use should be fine. Little Seven fretted, muttering, "What if we use it all up?" Chu Guang waved it off, stating coolly, "Well, cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's deal with the immediate problem first." Incidentally, Chu Guang thought of some new punishments to keep the curious players in line. Dying too often would result in all contribution points being deducted, reduced favorability, and even a 10-day account suspension. He also planned to create a beginner village later, forcing noobs to grind to level 5 before leaving the village to avoid wasting resources. Thinking it over, Chu Guang still couldn't understand how Crowy, a perception-type player, could die so foolishly. The core issue wasn't how she died, but that she was a penniless rookie with no contribution points to deduct. Chu Guang scratched his head. This was truly a tough one. He couldn't let it slide easily, otherwise the other players would cause an uproar if they found out. Chu Guang came up with a brilliant idea. If players didn't have enough contribution points to pay for death penalties, he would make them perform hard labor like washing dishes or pushing brick carts to pay off their debt. He continued to calculate harsher penalties, a drastic reduction in favorability, or a 10-day account suspension for those who died repeatedly, to set an example. Chu Guang sighed deeply, beginning his daily task of tallying accounts and inventorying resources. Sitting before the computer array, he muttered that checking inventory had become a habit, as the surging number of players meant resources were constantly flowing in and out in massive quantities. As the administrator, Chu Guang typed away, reviewing the amount of construction materials entering storage. Wood, coal, cement, mud bricks, and even hardened cement blocks. Next was consumption. He frowned upon seeing 220 logs gone. All the cement produced that day completely used up, and even an additional 400 kilograms had to be pulled from reserves. When checking the food storage, Chu Guang broke into a cold sweat, seeing that the players had devoured all 20 kilograms of dried meat reserves. Overwhelmed with management, Chu Guang helplessly thought about hiring a female warehouse manager to lighten the load, while also realizing the base lacked precise measuring tools. Based on the data provided by Little Seven, Chu Guang began distributing contribution points to each player's account via a three-dimensional interface. He calculated that the new recruits mainly earned points through manual labor, with each hour of such hard work yielding approximately 90 to 100 contribution points. Chu Guang scrolled through the list. Only Wisteria still had a perfectly round, egg-like 0 for contribution points, as she was still struggling with the new materials. But once she got the hang of it, Wisteria went into try-hard mode, her eyes bloodshot, sewing as fast as a machine, and her contribution points began to climb rapidly. Having finished the timekeeping, Chu Guang let out a sigh of relief, finally having distributed contribution points to the entire server. Now it was the admin's turn. Chu Guang opened his personal interface to claim the rewards from his daily quests. The system listed a series of grinding tasks: chopping trees, killing monsters, gathering stones, stockpiling food, totaling a sweet 6 bonus points. Adding to his previous points, Chu Guang now had 17 bonus points in hand, a number sufficient for a few decent gacha pulls. With the eyes of a thirsty gambler, Chu Guang decided it was time to try his luck, going all in to see if he'd be amazed. He poured all 17 points into the prize draw system, going all in on 1 intermediate mystery box and 7 basic mystery boxes. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Guang's finger pressed directly on the draw prize button, deciding his fate with a single click. Hiss! A box popped open, emitting a mystical purple light, signaling an item of no ordinary caliber. Boom! The intermediate box burst forth with a deep purple glow, indicating a good item had arrived, leaving Chu Guang and his assistant robot to merely watch. With a poof, the purple smoke dissipated, leaving a pile of miscellaneous items on the floor. All the gacha spoils were laid out: a can of beef, a pile of various lollipops, and a high-tech syringe. The system confirmed the item: nano-healing needle, specialized for non-fatal injuries, capable of accelerating recovery speed. Chu Guang picked up the syringe, certain this was the best reward from the intermediate box. Chu Guang was speechless, realizing this syringe was another 3-no item. No label, unknown ingredients, unknown side effects. Just like that god-awful booster shot from before. Well, I'm not injured anyway, Chu Guang thought to himself, then tossed the syringe into a drawer to check the remaining paltry rewards. Just as an experienced gambler would predict, 5 out of the 7 crappy boxes yielded nothing but lollipops. Truly blood-sucking gacha. He checked the orange-flavored lollipop, also a decent one, 0-hour buff item. But this time it increased constitution by 10% instead of strength. The last 2 items were indeed consolation prizes: a chocolate bar and a can of beef, just enough to fill his stomach. Chu Guang was speechless at the can of beef emitting purple smoke, wondering if he could even swallow the chocolate, let alone this abomination. He calculated that canned goods originated in the 19th century, and it was now 2240. This can might be older than artifacts in museums from the old world. Chu Guang flashed a cunning smile, deciding he would find some player to be a guinea pig for this antique item. Having finished with the rewards, Chu Guang leaned back, preparing to go to the forum to search for a player named Crowy. He sat down at the computer, his hand rapidly scrolling the mouse through the game's forum. As soon as he entered, Chu Guang froze, his face showing disbelief at what he was seeing. Right before his eyes was Crowy's post, prominently displayed on the homepage, tearfully begging the game planner not to ban her equipment for a moment of impulsiveness. Chu Guang frowned, wondering what the hell this equipment ban was about, and decided to read carefully to see what this person had done. It turned out, Crowy admitted to acting impulsively, but it was all caused by her damned toxic intuition talent. This ability made everything containing toxins glow bright green in her eyes, a skill so overpowered that even Chu Guang had to grudgingly acknowledge it. Chu Guang read the post, his mind racing, wondering how this toxic intuition skill worked, what the toxin threshold was, and what its activation conditions were. Crowy began to recount. According to the admin's quest, she went into the forest to pick mushrooms and berries, and thanks to her awesome talent, she farmed items incredibly efficiently, quickly filling several plastic buckets. After clearing out the area, Crowy ventured deeper and discovered a place that looked like an old parking lot, with a dark bunker entrance emitting an eerie green light. It turned out to be a giant concrete sewer pipe, filled with inviting glowing poisonous mushrooms, and Crowy, with the curiosity of a moth to a flame, decided to enter. Inside the cave, Crowy reassured herself that she had the toxin identification skill, so as long as she didn't touch anything, she'd be fine, completely unaware of what she was about to face. She insisted that she didn't see any dangerous monsters around, which was why she dared to peek inside a little, swearing she only took a quick glance. And then, a horrifying sight met her eyes. A deformed eye with a spiky purple pupil, signaling that something extremely wrong was about to happen. Immediately after, a grotesque mass of flesh lunged down from the ceiling, its tooth-filled mouth snapping directly onto Crowy's head, feeling as if she was completely swallowed. That feeling of disgust made Crowy jolt awake in real life. She screamed in panic, drenched in sweat, still wearing her gaming headset, thinking it was all just a nightmare. Thinking she had lost connection, Crowy hastily put her headset back on and tried to log in, but what greeted her was the cold message: login restricted, her account locked. Yay way. Broke into a cold sweat, speechless at the audacity of the female gamer, who dared to venture into a death trap in an unknown area by herself. On the forum, the gaming community exploded. The beta key holders gloated and mocked like 10 knights, sarcastically asking, "Lost your head, girl?" While those who missed out on beta keys cursed Crowy for wasting a precious slot. In his role as developer, Chu Guang decided to send a private message, coldly informing her that according to game rules, she had to wait 72 hours to respawn. In real life, Crowy was utterly shocked to learn she had to wait 3 days. She wailed, asking if she could pay to reduce the time, willing to spend any amount. Crowy pleaded with Chu Guang for leniency, claiming she didn't do it on purpose, but he coldly replied that this was not a problem that money could solve. Despite Crowy's pleas, Chu Guang remained firm as a rock, asserting that rules were rules and he couldn't interfere. Chu Guang delivered another knockout blow. Besides the revival time, players who die for the first time will have 500 contribution points deducted directly, making Crowy scream in despair. Crowy panicked intensely when she realized she only had 30 contribution points, not enough to pay her debt. She tremblingly asked what would happen next. Chu Guang explained an even more painful penalty. NPCs' evaluations of players would be affected, meaning their favorability would plummet, making Crowy's soul feel like it was leaving her body. Chu Guang adopted a lecturing tone, scolding Crowy for not realizing her role as a human elite, causing trouble instead of contributing. He then concluded, "Scared now? You should have thought about this sooner." Chu Guang continued his act, whining. "You haven't even earned 500 contribution points, and you've already reported a whole bottle of my active ingredient. Aren't you ashamed?" Crowy, bewildered, retorted that it was just a game, but Chu Guang immediately shut down that thought with a sharp question. "It's a game, yes, but have you ever played Werewolf?" Chu Guang used an illustration to explain. The entire server of 30 people is playing seriously, and then someone with a special role goes and ruins the game. How bad is that action? Figure it out yourself, he thought to himself. A rookie dying wasn't actually a big deal, but if he didn't punish them, these players would never learn to be afraid. Faced with Crowy's profuse apologies, Chu Guang was speechless, thinking he looked no different from someone manipulating her psychologically, but then he just let it go. Chu Guang typed away, ordering Crowy not to apologize to him, but instead to go to the forum and write a self-criticism for other players to read. He emphasized again, Wasteland Online is a hardcore survival game, not a place for those who like to sightsee, at least not in the early stages. Chu Guang concluded with an ultimatum. If you can't accept the rules, go play another game, or wait for the open beta to join. Crowy was now heavily addicted, frantically begging that she would die without the game, accepting the punishment but only wanting to know how to regain her lost favorability. Chu Guang explained clearly, the managing AI here is legally neutral. If you want to regain points, do things that are useful for the base, and stop acting foolish. After becoming obedient, Crowy cautiously asked Chu Guang for his opinion, and he coldly agreed. Speak, she suggested. How about the game releases premium items, the kind to grind favorability? I have money. I'll buy them. A true gacha addict. Chu Guang was speechless, his face blank, unable to believe his ears at this girl's logic. He flew into a rage, typing like an addict and yelling, "Hey, stop thinking you can solve problems with money. We're a serious business." He put on sunglasses, acting like a final boss, repeating the warning. Don't think about solving problems with money. We are a serious business. Chu Guang growled, his face contorted. What's the point of earning money when I can't return to reality? Can you send money into the wasteland for me to spend? Sitting in front of the screen, Crowy froze, muttering unconsciously. A serious business. She exploded, shouting into the void. Businesses that don't want money are the ones that aren't serious. Isn't this just a scam to trick players out of their money? Chu Guang ignored her, deciding not to argue with this girl anymore, and started browsing the forum of those dog-like servants. He checked the forum. Shomercy had just joined, and immediately praised the game effusively, only to be mocked by Yorking for being bribed by the developer, while Tentum Spotant and Passing Shadow were discussing the long-legged girl who had just vanished. On the forum, Goodtime summarized 3 main points about the game. Death means loss of consciousnness. Pain exceeding the threshold will cause disconnection. But the developer was smart to disable pain, hoping it could be self-adjusted later. Chu Guang, meanwhile, was typing like a god. 10 times Spotant asked what the last point was, and Galestorm LVB immediately interjected with a threat. Let me add something. If you act stupid, I'll come bite your mother to death right now. Chu Guang read the chat, a meaningful smirk playing on his lips. Quit Smoking complained about not having a game slot. Passing Shadow urged him to ask Guang if he could kill some string monsters. Quit Smoking replied that he had tried but was put on hold, then posted a meme showing indifference. Passing Shadow suspected Quit Smoking had badmouthed the GM behind his back, which was why he was being held back. Quit Smoking quickly denied it, claiming to be Guang's most loyal simp. Just then, Goodtime asked if no. One recycler was online, and the lizard man immediately spoke up. Goodtime directly asked no. One recycler about his experience playing as a lizard man, wondering if he felt incompatible when returning to reality. Chu Guang also eavesdropped, his mind racing with curiosity about this unique specimen. Realizing the infinite potential of a non-human player, Chu Guang immediately had an idea, his eyes shining brightly as he rubbed his hands, full of cunning calculations. No. One recycler reported that the in-game experience was very good, with extremely fast reflexes, except that he started craving raw meat and felt excited at the sight of blood. Goodtime was annoyed. Damn it, how can he create a non-human character when the game prohibits creating female accounts? Galestorm LVB asked 10 times and no. One recycler about the Marauder encounter. No. One recycler recounted that they had found 2 marauders dealing with a scavenger, but by the time they arrived, the target was already gone, so they conveniently dealt with the 2 marauders and stripped them clean. Chu Guang was ecstatic, imagining himself catching one recycler like a rare Pokemon, his eyes sparkling as he threw a capture ball straight at its face. Galestorm LVB wondered if they had accidentally killed an NPC. No. One recycler confirmed it was an order from the administrator and didn't violate any rules. 10x Spoten thought they were just randomly generated monsters, but had to admit the gore effects were awesome. The battle ended with a clean KO. Victory for the player team. Chu Guang sat in front of the computer setup, his eyes glued to the game forum, his brain starting to crunch data. He figured out the truth. Players viewed this world through a special filter, transforming brutal concepts like killing and death into simple game parameters like victory or HP reaching 0. This filter was even more dominant as it automatically blocked pain exceeding the tolerance threshold, allowing gamers to fight fiercely even with only 1% HP without collapsing unconscious. This mechanism was designed so that players' brains wouldn't be overloaded, preventing them from waking up from a nightmare and disconnecting abruptly. Truly the work of a thoughtful designer. Thinking of this, Chu Guang suddenly felt a little envious of the rookies. He recalled his early days in this dead land, having to overcome the psychological shock on his own, without any cheat codes to help. On the forum, Galestorm LVB wondered about the Marauders' language. One recycler thought it was a randomly generated language, but Goodtime immediately refuted, arguing that they were created to increase the game's difficulty. 10x Spotent still naively believed it was a random storyline, only to be doused with cold water by Goodtime. Everything you see is a designed program, nothing is random. Passing Shadow also agreed, stating that this happening on the exact day new players joined the game was definitely planned. The game's storyline was summarized. Players had just set foot in the Wasteland when a giant blackbird mutant launched a preemptive attack. Next, players discovered a tribe of mutants, built an outpost, and then immediately encountered a group of marauders. Truly a non-stop chain of action. Goodtime continued his analysis, predicting that the next phase of the game would be a war for resources and survival space, and the next expansion would be a base clash. Revealed in real life, he was a young man wearing glasses, typing with a confident and calculating expression. After reading the gamer's analysis on the forum, Chu Guang was speechless, thinking to himself, "Damn, this guy thinks even deeper than me. He's the real deal." With a cunning smile, he decided to immediately steal this analysis, so that if anyone asked later, he could pull it out and boast to appear professional. Done with his work, Chu Guang leaned back in his chair and drifted off to sleep. He slept soundly, drooling, completely oblivious to the world. Beep, beep, beep. A shrill alarm sounded, jolting Chu Guang awake. His sleep disturbed, he grumbled irritably. Damn it, who's calling at this hour? It turned out to be, one recycler spamming messages, even sending a pleading panda meme to be allowed to grind in the game, leaving Chu Guang speechless. As soon as Chu Guang asked why he wasn't at work, one recycler casually replied that this game was sure to make a fortune, so it was better to grind levels, leaving Chu Guang to force a smile. He was stunned, thinking to himself that this guy was even more clear-headed than the beta testers, daring to say such things directly to the developer. He confidently asserted that with this 100% real open world, all other games on the market were trash, incomparable. One recycler continued to ramble about how awesome the game was. Just the feature of playing while sleeping is enough to be unrivaled. Who would refuse an extra 8 hours of grinding every day? He pleaded with Chu Guang to let him go online, promising to test everything. Chu Guang warned that in-game time was synchronized with reality, and nighttime was extremely dangerous. Chu Guang recalled the terrifying scene outside. The night was the playground of bloodthirsty mutated monsters, and even he dared not venture out. But one recycler had his own reasoning. My genetic system is that of a mutant. Night is my territory. Chu Guang reluctantly agreed to consider it. Chu Guang stood up abruptly, sighing in relief. Having never encountered a gamer so eager for battle and passionate, he smirked, admitting the lizard man had a point. Night truly was the domain of mutants. For a lizard man like one recycler, darkness was not a danger, but the perfect camouflage. Having thought it through, Chu Guang sat down and opened the control panel, accessing the player list. On the list, he found the name, one recycler, and decisively unlocked his account. Activate. In the tank, the lizard man's body began to bubble, signaling that the login process into the desolate world had begun. One recycler's yellow eyes snapped open, his pupils sharp like those of a predator just awakened. Whoosh! The lizard man stepped out of the tank, his robust body radiating killing intent, ready for the hunt. Chu Guang turned around in surprise. The login speed was unbelievably fast. One recycler took a sniff of the strange air, and Chu Guang got straight to business. You're awake? Perfect timing. I have a mission for you. Upon hearing mission, the lizard man's eyes lit up. It was exactly what he needed. Without a word, One recycler stood at attention, ready for orders. Please give your command, sir. Chu Guang began assigning the mission, pointing out the location of a mutant tribe and the marauders lurking in the city. The official mission was assigned: investigate the northern area, searching for signs of survivors within a 1-5-mile radius. Chu Guang further instructed him to mark any enemy bases found and report immediately, while no one recycler was already in position, observing his prey from above like a true hunter. Chu Guang concluded, remember to stay hidden and avoid unnecessary combat. If you have time, feel free to do some side quests. There's always a reward. After receiving the order, One recycler let out a bloodthirsty roar, his muscles bulging, ready to hunt. Understood, sir. The next morning, at 6 a.m., the players slowly emerged from their training tanks, preparing for another day of grinding. Only Crowy was still submerged in her tank, her clone body being regenerated after her pointless death yesterday. Meanwhile, no. One recycler hadn't returned yet. The lizard man was leisurely roaming through the city's ruins, seemingly quite pleased. Chu Guang checked the map, confirming that the lizard man was still alive and near the wetland park area. A veteran survivor ran up to Chu Guang with an expectant look. Sir, do we have any plans for today? Chu Guang teased him, throwing out an imaginary mission to wipe out the mutant tribe, which left the veteran player both shocked and hopeful for a lucrative opportunity. Returning to a serious demeanor, Chu Guang pointed, announcing that the mission had been posted on the bulletin board, and the rest of them were free to farm for resources, as the outpost was lacking everything. Looking outside, Chu Guang was satisfied to see that one wall of the outpost had been completed by the players, with the remaining 3 walls expected to be finished in 2 days. But the problem was that the construction noise was getting louder, and Chu Guang was certain it would soon attract the attention of the bloodthirsty mutant tribe on nearby Street 76. Chu Guang calculated that the outpost's firepower was practically useless, with only 3 guns, 2 of which were toy guns. He imagined encountering the green-skinned hulking mutants. With this level of skill, we'll be utterly crushed. Maybe only I can escape. If caught by these monsters, a fate worse than death awaited, like a female gamer collapsing helplessly before the enemy's claws. Even worse was the scene of being tied up, becoming entertainment for savage mutants, one's spirit completely broken before the body was destroyed. But Chu Guang suddenly realized something. Oh, if they get caught, those gamer guys will just be kicked out by the system anyway. There's no way they'd get to experience the subsequent events. Back in reality, a group of players emerged from the outpost, ready for a new day of grinding. Yewei looked around and immediately asked, "Where's No? One recycler? I don't see him anywhere." Chu Guang crossed his arms and calmly replied in front of the 4 players. He went ahead. I assigned him a special mission. Upon hearing this, the players, including Yewei, veteran survivor, and 2 others, immediately flared up, their faces scowling with envy. That guy is so lucky. Chu Guang pointed directly at Yewei. 10 nights, you'll be coming with me later. Time, you join too. He secretly thought, this time, I need to bring someone with a brain. Time's eyes sparkled, and he immediately saluted. Understood, boss. Ignoring Shadow, who was scowling and glaring daggers from behind. Time suddenly remembered he had promised Shadow they would research traditional steel refining together, but that plan seemed to be ruined. But clearly, boring steel refining couldn't compare to the thrill of farming monsters and gaining EXP with the boss. Even ignoring the generous rewards, just getting exclusive news from the mutant dungeon was enough to ignite Time's excitement. Time gave a confident thumbs up. Wait for me to come back, brother. But Shadow just retorted coldly. Get lost, don't come back. In the armory, Chu Guang led the way, while Yewei and Time eagerly chose their gear for the hunting trip. Chu Guang instructed them on how to use the crossbow, warning them about the safety catch, while Yewei and Time's eyes gleamed as if they'd struck gold. Chu Guang pointed at the map, announcing the plan. Later, well, head to a nearby survivor base to exchange supplies. Chu Guang's expression suddenly changed, and he ordered in a stern voice. No matter what happens, you must obey my orders. No acting on your own initiative, especially no indiscriminate shooting. Chu Guang crossed his arms, his sharp gaze fixed on the 2 rookies. Remember this well. We are representing Shelter 404. Understood? At Chu Guang's command, Time gave a solemn military salute, shouting, Understood, your command is our mission, boss. While Yewei stood behind him, his face pale, Time grabbed Yewei's head, forcing the kid to follow suit, making Yewei stammer in panic. Me too. Chu Guang was speechless, secretly wondering which instant noodle novel these 2 rookies had learned their overly dramatic acting from. But immediately after, he chuckled with delight. Because as a GM, he was extremely amused to see players immerse themselves to this extent. He realized his power was directly proportional to the players' immersion, imagining himself controlling an army of puppets who would obey his every command. Regaining his serious demeanor, Chu Guang cleared his throat. Ahem. Very good. You 2 have excellent spirit. Chu Guang began assigning specific tasks, listing the goods to be prepared. Dried meat, dried fish, mutated hyena hides, and a cargo cart. He decisively ordered the 2 new recruits to prepare everything and concluded, we depart in 10 minutes. Upon hearing the order, Yewei and Time immediately stood at attention, simultaneously shouting, Understood, boss, and saluting crisply. All 3, now donning cloaks, quickly pulled the cart full of goods into the ruined area. Chu Guang began explaining the situation. To build the outpost, we need a lot of tools. A variety of tools appeared, from screwdrivers and wrenches to hammers, axes, and saws. Without these, they'd be reduced to eating dirt. Chu Guang emphasized that without tools, efficiency would be extremely low. For example, the trowel WC Mosquito used to build walls at the base was also a makeshift wooden one. In this apocalypse, over 200 years old, resources were incredibly scarce. Some scavenged all day only to find a toy model, while others stumbled upon a generator. These items were often sold by scavengers to nearby survivor settlements in exchange for money or goods. Goods were displayed like junk in makeshift shops, waiting for passing merchant caravans to stop and browse. Therefore, Chu Guang and the 2 new recruits would pose as a trading caravan, heading to nearby Brown's farm to trade supplies. The team departed from the south gate of Wetland Park, following a trail to avoid Road 76 and heading southeast to Brown's farm. The reason Chu Guang chose this place was that no one there knew his background, and the path was relatively easy to traverse, with fewer ruins. But it was easier said than done. Walking in this wasteland was 1,000 times more exhausting, and the two rookies, Ye Wei and Time, were already out of breath. The team had to constantly weave through the crumbling ruins, walking and resting intermittently to conserve energy for the long journey. Along the way, they not only had to watch out for mutants, but also be wary of hostile survivors who could ambush them at any moment. Finally, before 9 a.m., all three arrived at the gates of Brown's farm. The place was surrounded by a tall, sturdy stone wall, riddled with bullet marks, indicating it had endured many battles. A gallows stood right on the city wall as a stark warning to anyone intending to cause trouble. Chu Guang led the way, with Ye Wei and Time pulling the cargo cart straight towards the colossal iron gate. Inside, the owner of the place, Mr. Brown, appeared like a true landlord, seated on a throne, surrounded by his henchmen and slaves. Here, there were only two types of people, the farm enforcers and the agricultural slaves. A blonde girl was being brutally whipped by an enforcer for exhaustion, while another holding an axe pleaded helplessly. Chu Guang smirked. He wasn't worried about them pulling any tricks, because the wealthy, who had much to lose, rarely dared to provoke desperate people with nothing left. Clang! No sooner had he finished speaking than a dark gun barrel emerged from the city wall, pointing directly at the entire group. A shout of "Stop!" rang out, startling all three of them. The two young men, Ye Wei and Time, turned pale with surprise. From atop the wall, a guard's figure growled, questioning, Hey, stop. Who are you? And what are you doing here? It turned out to be a red-haired guard, aiming her sniper rifle directly at Chu Guang's group, her eyes completely unfriendly. In contrast to his two sweating companions, Chu Guang calmly raised his hands, his face unperturbed. No ill intent. We just want to trade some goods. The guard narrowed her eyes suspiciously, clearly not easily convinced by a stranger. Trade? She pushed up her goggles, her sharp gaze sweeping over the group. I've never seen you before. Where are you from? Chu Guang fabricated a story as if it were true, his expression unchanging. We're from the wilderness, just recently migrated to this area. The riflewoman remained suspicious, muttering speculatively. Nomads? Chu Guang shrugged defiantly, feigning indifference. Whatever you want to think. An explanation appeared, showing that nomads were a common sight in this wasteland, barely surviving in the outer settlements. Nomads often lived outside the law, wandering the wilderness between ruined cities. They didn't farm, surviving by hunting and herding, migrating along the trails of mutants and animal packs. Occasionally, they would also trade like ordinary folk, exchanging spoils and scavenged goods for necessities. Of course, looting was also a side hustle, because in this land, there were no absolute good or bad people. Circumstances pushed everyone to become a bandit. The red-haired guard analyzed the situation. All three men had guns, and who knew how many more of their tribe were hiding somewhere. From the watchtower, she got straight to the point. What goods do you have, and what do you want in exchange? Chu Guang began to list clearly. We have 100 pounds of dried meat, 40 pounds of smoked fish, and 10 mutated hyena hides. We need to trade for metal tools and agricultural products. Chu Guang spread his hands, feigning harmlessness, and assured firmly, I promise, once the trade is done, we'll leave immediately, not staying a second longer. The guard remained silent, seemingly convinced that they had truly only come to trade, and had no other intentions. She ordered, Wait here, I'll go inside for instructions, and Chu Guang replied curtly, Go ahead. Standing behind Chu Guang, Ye Wei muttered, praising the base's architecture for looking quite post-apocalyptic. Time, meanwhile, thought the game had just updated, then wondered if the guard on the watchtower was a new NPC. Both players were speechless, not understanding what the guard was rambling about, and agreed that his face looked incredibly punchable. Creak! The heavy iron gate of the settlement slowly slid open. A group of people from inside pushed a rickety cart out, seemingly preparing for the trade. The cart was loaded with sacks and a box of metal tools, exactly what Chu Guang's group needed. Chu Guang's group faced the people who had just exited the gate, led by the red-haired man who had previously descended from the watchtower. The two leaders faced each other. The red-haired man introduced himself as Liu Zhengye, and Chu Guang reciprocated with his own name as they shook hands. Liu Zhengye crossed his arms, getting straight to the point, asking what kind of meat Chu Guang had brought. Chu Guang answered clearly, without hesitation. Dried meat made from mutated hyenas, smoked fish are catfish and crucian carp. Feel free to inspect them. To be sure, Liu Zhengye personally opened the sacks for inspection. He reached in and pulled out a piece of dried meat that looked quite high quality. He carefully cut off a small piece with a knife, the demeanor of a professional merchant. Liu Zhengye tossed the meat directly to a subordinate, ordering, Eat it. The man's face turned pale, but he still obeyed. The subordinate chewed ravenously, then confirmed that it was indeed mutated hyena meat, naturally sun-dried without salt. 10 minutes passed, and the guinea pig was still alive and well. He returned to report to his boss. Sir, the meat is fine. Liu Zhengye nodded at Chu Guang, and the negotiation officially began. The red-haired man opened with a lowball offer, 4 pounds of wheat or potatoes for 2 pounds of dried meat or smoked fish, and 1 tool for 1 animal hide. Chu Guang sneered, immediately countering, 2 pounds of dried meat must be exchanged for 10 pounds of agricultural products, and for these premium hides, 1 sheet must be exchanged for at least 3 tools. Chu Guang smirked domineeringly, bluntly asserting, You've been to Burt Street. Don't think. I'm a novice who doesn't know market prices. Faced with the exorbitant price, Liu Zhengye remained mysteriously silent, making the atmosphere tense. Chu Guang started to sweat, secretly thinking he had demanded too high a price, and had only intended to haggle, leaving room for the other party to counter. Without a single word of bargaining, Liu Zhengye coldly concluded, "Deal." Chu Guang froze, his brain unable to process it in time, utterly bewildered. Do these merchants not know how to haggle? Immediately, he realized he had been tricked. The market price he knew was fabricated by the corrupt mayor. Chu Guang exploded in silent fury, roaring in his mind, cursing the wretched mayor who dared to manipulate agricultural prices. Seeing the administrator's gloomy face despite securing a sweet deal, Ye Wei and Time exchanged bewildered glances, completely clueless. The trade proceeded. 100 pounds of dried meat and 40 pounds of smoked fish for 700 pounds of wheat and horned potatoes, and 10 animal hides for 30 tools. Displaying his discerning taste, Chu Guang only selected high-quality pre-war alloy items, asserting that they were far superior to the shoddy goods of the locals. Amidst the desolate ruins of the dead city, Chu Guang and Liu Zhengye shook hands, officially completing the exchange. Liu Zhengye, ever professional, invited, "Do visit again next time." Still bitter about being ripped off, Chu Guang forced a strained smile, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Certainly, I'll be back." Liu Zhengye unexpectedly offered mutated tobacco leaves, advertising that they helped reduce fatigue and enhance food flavor. Chu Guang politely declined, waving his hand to say that his side had run out of items to trade. But in his mind, he fantasized about buying 1 or 2 female slaves for service, regretting that his wallet was empty, so he had to postpone it for another occasion. Seeing this, Liu Zhengye played fair, pressing the bag of tobacco directly into Chu Guang's hand and declaring it a gift, free of charge. Chu Guang immediately took it, his mind already calculating that even if he didn't smoke, selling this item would fetch him a good few chips. The trade concluded. Chu Guang's entire group pulled the loaded sled cart, silently departing from the ruined remnants. As they walked, Ye Wei excitedly turned and asked, "That place is called Brown Farm, right?" Good Time's eyes lit up, affirming that Brown Farm was an outpost for a new neutral faction and a testing ground for the trading system. He continued to speculate, recalling the words of the shady strategist about the upcoming trade gameplay update. Good Time explained that the game's economic system would be based on real supply and demand, and trading goods with other settlements like Brown Farm was key. Hearing this, Ye Wei drooled, shouting that he was incredibly hyped for the open beta. Good Time quickly poured cold water on his enthusiasm, stating that the open beta was still a long way off because this game had huge ambitions and a ton of things still needed testing. But then he smirked slyly, declaring there was no need to wait for open beta, as this closed beta phase definitely had enough content from building, combat, to trading. Ye Wei whispered, asking Good Time if Chu Guang had heard them call him a dirty schemer, while the accompanying Wolf Boy player merely gave a disdainful glance. Good Time immediately broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning pale as he realized he had just blurted it out. "Damn it, you scared me." Both Good Time and Ye Wei were scared stiff, hastily shouting out their absolute loyalty to Chu Guang, ignoring the speechless Wolf Boy player. Amidst the dead city, wind whistled through the desolate buildings, as a small group of people moved silently. Ye Wei, Good Time, and the Wolf Boy player were pulling a cart full of spoils, fresh blood dripping onto the road. Suddenly, the Wolf Boy player froze, sweat pouring down, his animal senses blaring in alarm. Quick as a flash, he hid behind a concrete block, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. What the hell is this? He looked up and was stunned. A grotesque monster was crawling on the wall of a tall building. The monster, a creeper mutant, bared its jagged teeth with glowing red eyes, looking extremely dangerous, and definitely not something that should appear during the day. Without a second's hesitation, the Wolf Boy player raised his gun, roaring a command to his teammates, "Scatter quickly." Bang. A gunshot rang out, but the bullet only grazed the wall. The Wolf Boy player realized with frustration that he had missed due to the extreme distance. His face hardened, beads of sweat forming as his botched shot had alerted the enemy. Provoked by the gunshot, the creeper mutant let out an enraged roar, its bloodshot eyes locking onto the group's position. Ye Wei and Good Time were cowering, trying to brace themselves against an invisible pressure. But just a second later, both rookies' eyes lit up, utterly thrilled. Holy crap, a new monster. It looks even better than those marauders, the Wolf Boy player roared, firing a volley of bullets at the monster on the wall. "How many times have I told you to scatter?" Whoosh! The creeper mutant glided effortlessly on the wall, neatly dodging the barrage of bullets as if it were a game. The Wolf Boy player's aiming was clearly too amateurish. Ye Wei and Good Time bravely declared they would risk their lives to protect their teammates. But the Wolf Boy player just snapped angrily. "I'm telling you two to get out of the way." Meanwhile, Chu Guang calmly analyzed. "Nowers are just trash zombies, but creeper mutants are different. They are hunters with brains." Chu Guang frowned, pointing his gun at the monster, muttering, "These things fear sunlight, yet some idiot had to provoke it." Roar! Provoked, the creeper mutant lunged straight down from the wall, its sharp claws aimed directly at the entire team. A flurry of bullets flew, but the monster was too fast, weaving through the gunfire like a ghost. The Wolf Boy player was drenched in sweat, his pupils constricted as he couldn't lock onto the target. Left? No, right. The creeper mutant let out an earth-shattering roar, plummeting down like a flesh bomb. The Wolf Boy player's bullets were like mere scratches. The Wolf Boy player gritted his teeth, trying to maintain his aim, but the monster was too fast, too dangerous. A volley of bullets embedded themselves directly into the creeper mutant's chest, but it only roared more furiously, taking almost no damage. Crash. The monster landed, shaking the ground. It flexed its body to stand up, while the entire team watched from a distance, sweating profusely. Seeing the monster hesitate, Ye Wei yelled, "The chance is here," and, along with Good Time, began to unleash a barrage of bullets. The entire three-person team vented their frustration, continuously firing at the creeper mutant, which was moving at the speed of a ghost. After the blinding gunfire, the monster stood tall, without a single scratch. It grinned savagely, while Ye Wei was stunned. Damn it. Did we miss everything? Thud. The monster's sharp claws plunged into the ground. It was tired of playing cat and mouse. The creeper mutant ambled forward, completely ignoring the small fry, making the wolf boy player realize in shock. It's ignoring us? Could its target be the captain? The monster's bulging muscular back obscured the entire scene. It was heading straight for Chu Guang, who stood alone, waiting. Ye Wei broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale as he realized the vast difference in power between himself and the monster. The creeper mutant let out an earth-shattering roar, charging straight at Chu Guang like a runaway tank. Losing patience, Chu Guang tossed aside the useless rifle, deciding to fight to the death. He swiftly drew the melee weapon from his back, his veins bulging, ready for a direct confrontation. Clang! Chu Guang strained, using the metal rod to block the creeper mutant's jagged maw as it lunged forward. He gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into resisting the monster's terrifying pressure. Although Chu Guang's 9-point strength stat was formidable compared to ordinary people, the confrontation was still too uneven. Compared to this monster, his strength was still negligible. His feet began to slide backward on the ground. Crash! The mutant delivered a devastating blow, sending Chu Guang flying straight into a nearby car. Thud! Chu Guang fell sprawling on the ground, fresh blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, having taken a painful hit. A red-haired survivor lay flattened on the ground, weakly admitting the terrifying power disparity. The creeper mutant loomed like a mountain of flesh, its glowing red eyes locked onto Chu Guang. No sooner had he finished speaking than the monster's shadow fell upon him, making Chu Guang only have time to curse at its terrifying speed. Cornered, Chu Guang gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on the metal rod, preparing for the final impact. Roaring, the mutant opened its jagged maw wide, drooling, and lunged down, intending to tear Chu Guang apart. Boom! A devastating blow slammed down directly onto Chu Guang's position, its power shaking the ground. Clang! Lying on his back, Chu Guang strained with all his might, using his weapon to block the monster's claws, but he was clearly being overwhelmed. In the nick of time, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, Chu Guang suddenly felt a strange surge of energy. What is this? A red and blue object on his chest began to emit electric sparks, a burst of power surging through his entire body, making him wonder if this was his hidden potential. Letting out a powerful roar, Chu Guang channeled all the new strength into his hands, beginning to push back the monster to its astonishment. Empowered, Chu Guang flexed his muscles, pushing back the creeper mutant under its astonished gaze. Thrown backward, the monster let out an enraged roar, swinging its claws to counterattack. The red-haired survivor standing nearby was frozen in place, unable to believe this sudden change in power. Wham! The creeper mutant was sent flying like a ball by a devastating punch, crashing into a truck. Immediately, a bullet lodged itself into the monster's back, making it roar in pain. Ye Wei frantically fired at close range, yelling, "If you can't aim, get close and shoot. Die." Ye Wei and the wolf boy player unleashed a rain of bullets together, but their firepower was like mere scratches against the monster's tough hide. Realizing the time was ripe, Chu Guang gritted his teeth, his eyes sharp and resolute, his entire body crackling with orange electricity. Chu Guang lunged like lightning, plunging the metal rod straight into the creeper mutant's chest. Splat! A clean slash, and the monster's head flew into the air, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Boom! The house-sized multi-armed mutant lay defeated, as Ye Wei and the wolf boy player stood looking at the ravaged battlefield. Chu Guang was out of breath, his face covered in dust, but he still growled his thanks to his teammates. As a consequence of overusing his skill, the system reported his stamina was depleted. Chu Guang staggered as if about to faint. A spiky-haired survivor unexpectedly rushed out to support the collapsing Chu Guang. The stranger offered, "Sir, how about I take you to a nearby shop to rest for a while?" He explained that the recent combat was too noisy, and lingering here would surely attract a few more customers. Chu Guang gritted his teeth and agreed, ordering them to take the spoils and find a place to recover immediately. The team entered the ruined city. The spiky-haired survivor helped Chu Guang, while Ye Wei pushed a cart carrying the monster's corpse. Suddenly, all three stopped dead in their tracks, their faces stunned, as if they had just seen a ghost. Before them was a red-haired woman, blindfolded, covered in injuries, panting in a dark corner. Blood seeped through the makeshift bandage on the ankle of the unfamiliar woman, who was panting from exhaustion. It turned out to be a fierce, red-haired female sniper, with a fiery figure but covered in injuries. Chu Guang guessed she was the one who provoked the monster, while Ye Wei naively exclaimed, "Look, a new NPC." Chu Guang's group froze when they saw the female sniper sitting on the ground, panting alone in the corner of a ruined warehouse. Detecting someone approaching, the red-haired female sniper immediately went on high alert, her gaze as sharp as a knife. Without a second's hesitation, Chu Guang reached for his holster, ready for a fierce confrontation. Click! Quick as lightning, the female sniper pointed the barrel of her massive sniper rifle straight up, an action both defensive and intimidating. Chu Guang didn't flinch, drawing his gun and pointing it directly at her face, growling, "Behave, my injuries aren't as bad as yours." Knowing she was at a disadvantage, the female sniper closed her eyes and let out a sigh, accepting to lower her weapon and surrender. The spiky-haired survivor nervously whispered to Chu Guang, Is she an enemy? Chu Guang replied coldly. I don't know. But it doesn't matter. Despite being exhausted, Chu Guang ordered his subordinates with the air of a boss. Get me a chair. As he sat down on the chair opposite the red-haired female sniper, Chu Guang declared the interrogation had begun. Okay, now we can talk. The female sniper looked up, getting straight to the point. What do you want to know? Chu Guang went straight to the topic, without beating around the bush. I am Chu Guang. What's your name? The female sniper replied curtly, her eyes still defiant. Xia Yan. Chu Guang began the interrogation. Who are you? A mercenary from Rocktown. Where are your teammates, or are you alone? Xia Yan lowered her head, her voice full of bitterness. They're all dead. Chu Guang didn't bother to show sympathy, pressing for details to verify the information. Oh? How many died? Xia Yan confirmed the tragic number, 3 people. All wiped out, except me. Without a second's hesitation, Chu Guang turned and ordered Ye Wei. Search the surroundings. Find any corpses wearing clothes similar to hers. Chu Guang gave a decisive order, his eyes sharp. If you find any corpses, strip them of their gear and bring it back here. Ye Wei replied curtly, understood. Then dashed off to complete the task, leaving Xiaoyan frozen, watching him go. Xiaoyan was completely bewildered, her head full of questions. What the hell is he doing? What language are they speaking? Chu Guang turned back to the interrogation, getting straight to the main point. Almost forgot. What about that creeper mutant? Why did you provoke it? Xiaoyan's face darkened, her voice full of hatred. It actively targeted us. She began to recount, her voice helpless. At that time, we were looking for the entrance to shelter, 117. In a flashback, Xiaoyan's 4-person team encountered the formidable creeper mutant, a fateful encounter. The monster furiously charged in pursuit. One of her teammates was cornered by it, with no escape. The entire team was almost wiped out, leaving only Xiaoyan to face the roaring monster alone. After hearing the story, Chu Guang immediately grasped the most important information, questioning. The entrance to shelter 117? What is that? Xiaoyan revealed the location of shelter 117 near the new commercial center station, disclosing that her boss was targeting an item inside. Chu Guang examined the map and thought to himself, although shelter 117 might contain valuable loot, the risk was too high for him to personally intervene. The administrator then came up with a brilliant idea. Turn this place into a new dungeon and throw the players in to farm. Why risk it himself? Seeing Chu Guang's indifferent attitude, Xiaoyan completely failed to understand what he was thinking. She pressed him, asking why he wasn't interested. But Chu Guang merely replied indifferently, why should I care? To bait him, Xiaoyan played her trump card, revealing that there was an extremely powerful mechanized armor inside. Chu Guang merely smirked, asking directly if she had seen it with her own eyes or had any proof, and Xiaoyan had to admit she didn't. He scoffed, telling her to talk when she had photographic evidence, crushing her hopes instantly. Suddenly changing the subject 180 degrees, Chu Guang stared at her red hair and asked an unrelated question. Is your hair dyed or natural? Caught off guard, the tough mercenary suddenly blushed, stammering that it was her natural hair color. Chu Guang nonchalantly teased Xiaoyan's hair, remarking coolly, nice color, but it's time to wash it. Provoked, Xiaoyan flushed and snapped. Are you making fun of me? Suddenly, one of Chu Guang's teammates shouted a warning, and both turned back in surprise as something was happening. Xiaoyan also spun around instantly, her face full of vigilance. From the shadows, a burly, dark-skinned man appeared, pressing a gun to the head of a blonde young man, creating a tense hostage situation. Without a second's hesitation, Chu Guang and his teammates simultaneously drew their guns, their dark barrels pointed directly at the enemy. The kidnapper roared, challenging. Stay still. I have your friend here. I know you're strong, but are you faster than a bullet? Chu Guang smirked, his face nonchalant. Strong? Heh, you flatter me. Completely disregarding the threat. Xiaoyan was stunned, recognizing the kidnapper and exclaiming in surprise. Chen Yang? You're not dead? Chen Yang reassured the blonde hostage. Haha, I don't die that easily. Wait a moment, it'll get you out of here right away. The blonde hostage was drenched in sweat, grinding his teeth, looking like he was about to have a stroke. He screamed like crazy. Shoot! Shoot me! What are you waiting for? Everyone froze, while Chen Yang muttered a curse. Damn this idiot. He stinks so bad. I'm going to die from the smell. Chen Yang's face was contorted like a monkey eating chili, not understanding what the hostage was babbling about. Whack! Losing patience, Chen Yang swung the butt of his gun straight at the blonde hostage's head, yelling, shut up. Despite being hit, the hostage still wouldn't shut up, screaming louder, shoot me, boss, just ignore me, I can't die. Chu Guang's face was speechless, thinking to himself, of course you won't die. But if you die, I'll have to spend money to revive you. The teasing expression vanished. Chu Guang pointed his gun directly at Chen Yang, his voice icy. I don't like being threatened. Put your gun down, raise your hands, face the wall. Do as I say, and I'll spare you. Chen Yang still tried to play the villain, growling, I'm not kidding, I'll really shoot, while the blonde hostage looked bewildered. Me too, Chu Guang replied curtly, the cold click of a gun hammer echoing. Chu Guang coldly laid down the terms, his eyes unwavering. Want to test it? I'll count to 3, then we both pull the trigger. The blonde hostage continued his antics, telling Chen Yang to just ignore him and run, while Chu Guang began to count down. 3. Chen Yang broke out in a cold sweat, cursing inwardly that this madman didn't care about his teammate's life. He grew increasingly bewildered by the hostage's attitude. A hostage who was so eager to die was truly something else. Not giving his opponent a chance to collect himself, Chu Guang, expressionless, continued to count. 2. Chen Yang officially broke, hastily shouting for them to stop, stammering that he had no intention of threatening them and only wanted one thing. He pointed at Xia Yan, who was sitting on the floor, and laid out his condition. Give me the key on that girl, and I'll release this guy immediately. The spiky-haired young man asked in surprise. Key? Chen Yang yelled, confirming it was a key card, and asserted that Xia Yan knew exactly what he was talking about. Xia Yan lowered her head, her voice dropping, admitting. So, your target is the key. Chen Yang pressed the gun against the blonde hostage, growling at Xia Yan that instead of dying in vain, she should let him finish his job. He began to confess, admitting he had feigned death when the creeper mutant attacked, waiting for it to leave before returning to loot his teammate's corpse, rather than genuinely trying to help. Chen Yang looked directly at Chu Guang, making a despicable offer. Trade a woman and your teammate for the card on her. It's useless for you to keep it anyway. Chu Guang remained silent, his face as cold as stone, betraying no emotion, making it impossible for his opponent to guess what he was thinking. Xia Yan also stayed completely silent, leaning against the wall, observing the situation, awaiting Chu Guang's verdict. Chu Guang smirked meaningfully, half his face shrouded in shadow, and calmly replied, That's right. Seeing a signal, Chen Yang reiterated his demand firmly, asserting that he only needed the card on Xia Yan. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Guang turned and ordered Xia Yan with an attitude as if discussing the weather. Give it to him. The blonde hostage was utterly panicked, unable to understand why the administrator would negotiate with the kidnapper instead of shooting a hole in his head. The blonde guy began muttering to himself like a game addict, believing that since he was a player, he didn't need to be afraid. Dying here would be a heroic sacrifice, and his favorability would surely skyrocket. The blonde hostage went into a frenzy, yelling directly at his teammate, Don't worry about me. Good time. Are you stupid? Shoot. Good time growled, trying to maintain his aim while his face was taut. Damn it. Stand still, so I can aim. But he hesitated, his gamer brain telling him he couldn't act before the administrator, fearing he might miss important plot developments. Xia Yan pulled out a keycard, her eyes filled with hatred. This card was given to me by the captain before he died. She realized that, in theory, Chen Yang couldn't have known she had the card, unless he had scavenged the captain's corpse like a vulture. With a resigned expression, Xia Yan bowed her head, preparing to carry out Chu Guang's order. Whoosh! She threw the card directly onto the ground in front of Chen Yang, decisively. Take it. The card lay exposed on the floor, right at the feet of the kidnapper and the hostage. Chen Yang carelessly extended his foot to retrieve the card, not bothering to release the hostage. Unexpectedly, he slipped in a rather comical fashion, his face changing color while the blonde hostage could only stare blankly at the intense farce unfolding. The moment Chen Yang lost his balance, Good Time seized the opportunity and pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet flew straight into the kidnapper's face. Splat! Blood splattered as the bullet pierced his skull, ending Chen Yang's comedic act. Thud! The big guy fell backward onto the floor, blood streaming from his nose, dying before he could even gasp, to everyone's astonishment. The entire scene in an instant. Chen Yang was down, Xia Yan was still sitting on the floor, and the two gamers aimed their guns at the corpse as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Good Time was ecstatic, his eyes gleaming as he yelled, I hit him, headshot, while the spiky-haired guy next to him looked speechless. The spiky-haired guy irritably pointed at the ceiling, exposing his delusional teammate. That was my shot. Your bullet flew into the ceiling. Go practice more, noob. It turned out it was all Chu Guang's trick. He smirked, using his GM authority for the first time to forcibly disconnect a player, outright kicking Chen Yang out of the game. Xia Yan sat on the ground, her face pale as she looked at Chu Guang, unable to believe her eyes. You killed him. Chu Guang glanced at her with icy eyes, declaring bluntly, I told you I hate being threatened, and I gave him a chance. The blonde hostage, now released, lay sprawled on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, completely shocked by Chu Guang's swift and decisive action. The blonde hostage suddenly woke up, his eyes wide, sweat pouring off him like rain. He scratched his head in confusion, looking incredibly dumbfounded, wondering, why was I disconnected? As soon as he turned around, he saw Chen Yang's corpse lying conspicuously on the floor and shrieked, Holy crap, why is this guy dead? He clutched his head in panic, yelling as if experiencing game lag. Did I miss another cutscene? The spiky-haired guy quickly put an arm around his teammate's shoulder, making up a story to cover it. It's probably just network lag. We just headshotted him. Wasn't that awesome? Leaving the blonde hostage speechless. Amidst the chaotic scene, Chu Guang coldly stood watching Chen Yang's corpse, ignoring the other three who were still clowning around. Without another word, Chu Guang bent down to loot the corpse, picking up a keycard. Chu Guang held the pistol he had just picked up, stating coolly, This card is temporarily useless, but this gun is good stuff. Done with his task, Chu Guang turned and walked away, bluntly declaring, I'm leaving now, you guys are on your own. Xia Yan's mouth hung open, she stammered in despair. Aren't you going to take me with you? Chu Guang delivered an icy retort to Xia Yan. Did I say I would take you with me? Ignoring the two blonde and spiky-haired subordinates eavesdropping behind him, Xia Yan froze, only one thought in her mind. This guy isn't kidding, he really intends to abandon me here. Seeing all three turn and leave, she frantically called out, hesitating, Aren't you marauders? Chu Guang turned back, smirking. Are you very disappointed? Struck where it hurt, Xia Yan blushed in embarrassment, unable to utter a word. She quickly tried to cover it up, changing the subject immediately. I mean, you're survivors from this area, right? Can you take me to your settlement? Seeing the situation, the blonde guy turned and whispered to the spiky-haired guy. Is this a new NPC? Looks like the boss doesn't intend to bring her along. The blonde guy continued to analyze. But I think she can be saved. She looks like a mercenary. The spiky-haired guy's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. Exactly. Even with one leg missing, she can still make guns, right? Chu Guang glanced over, seemingly having overheard his two subordinates' discussion, and began to reconsider. Chu Guang stepped forward, standing tall before Xiaoyan, who was still sitting on the ground. He spoke bluntly, without mincing words. To be frank, you're a burden right now. Even if I were to take you back to the settlement, your fate wouldn't be much better than death. The icy judgment left Xiaoyan speechless, breaking her out in a cold sweat. Seeing that his words had sunk in, Chu Guang smirked and made an offer. Of course, if you have any worthwhile skills, I might consider bringing you along, provided you agree to work for me. Silence enveloped the area as Chu Guang crossed his arms, awaiting an answer from the one cornered. Xiaoyan bitterly looked down at her bandaged leg, knowing her place. With only one leg, it would be hard enough to crawl out of here, let alone return to Rocktown. She calculated that even if she could return, she would be useless. Where would she get the money for those exorbitantly expensive high-tech prosthetic legs? In the end, Xiaoyan realized she had no other choice. Either follow these people or sit here and wait to die. Chu Guang's team, consisting of Ye Wei and White Horse passing a crevice, pulled their new acquisition, Xiaoyan, on a wheelbarrow, heading into the heart of the ruined city. Sitting on the wheelbarrow, Xiaoyan bitterly thought that this journey might be the last moments of freedom in her life. Her mind began to wander, thinking that with this crippled leg, her only remaining use to that man could only be for reproduction. Her face flushed, and she naively mused, I heard it hurts a lot. I wonder if it's true. Immersed in a jumble of absurd thoughts, Xiaoyan was startled when Chu Guang coldly announced, We're here. Before her eyes was a bustling construction site, with the clanging of metal, a scene completely different from the ruined world outside. Dozens of people in uniforms were working diligently, pushing wheelbarrows, building like an organized ant colony. Xiaoyan gaped, unable to believe what she was seeing. Are they residents of a shelter? She remained frozen in place, watching the people full of vitality, working tirelessly with enthusiasm. An unthinkable sight in this apocalyptic world. While Xiaoyan was still muttering that shelters weren't rare, before her was the high-tech gate of Shelter 404, guarded by professional players. In Xiaoyan's mind, an image of an old shelter door covered in vines appeared. She thought there were still many unlocked shelters in this world. She muttered, wondering about the defensive wall, thinking it was superfluous when the bunker door was already too sturdy. While the image showed bullets hitting the wall were like mere scratches. An extremely powerful energy beam fired directly at the bunker door, proving its toughness could even withstand gamma rays, making Xiaoyan gape in astonishment. Back in reality, Xiaoyan sat on the cart, looked at Chu Guang's group, and asked directly, Are you people from a shelter? Chu Guang turned back and smirked. Oh, I thought you'd fainted. While Ye Wei behind him had his face contorted with exhaustion, Xiaoyan puffed out her cheeks, annoyed. She turned away and firmly declared, I'm not that weak. Chu Guang looked at her meaningfully and remarked, I see. Your wounds are healing a bit faster than usual. He secretly assessed that an ordinary person who had lost this much blood would have long since been delirious with fever and fainted, but she was still holding on, proving she had exploitable value. Chu Guang turned and ordered his two subordinates. Bring the produce to Pro Chef Player. Tell him to store them carefully. Ye Wei and White Horse, passing a crevice, immediately stood at attention, responding loudly and spiritedly in unison. Understood, sir. Chu Guang smirked, recalling that he had tasked Pro Chef Player with building a storage room and was confident that everything was in order by now. He completely trusted the chef's skill, a true professional who could handle everything perfectly. Without a word of warning, Chu Guang walked straight to where Xiaoyan was sitting blankly on the cargo cart. He lifted her up with one hand in astonishment, making the female mercenary blush in surprise. As if carrying a sack of potatoes, Chu Guang tossed Xiaoyan directly onto his shoulder. Even as she was still muttering, not understanding what was happening, Chu Guang simply carried his captive straight ahead, leaving Ye Wei and White Horse passing a crevice frozen in place, sweating profusely. The two subordinates could only gape, a single thought repeating in their minds. The boss is too domineering. So cool. Just then, Level 8 Great Gale appeared, looked at the devastated scene, and turned to ask, What happened? Ye Wei's face scrunched up, and he pointed at White Horse passing a crevice. Ask time. He watched the entire cutscene alone. I missed everything. White Horse passing a crevice was equally helpless. Don't, look at me. This game has no subtitles. I don't understand a damn thing the NPCs say to each other in cutscenes. Chu Guang casually declared to, just consider this Xiaoyan character a new NPC, added to the game to make it quicker, even though she clearly looked displeased. Level 8. Great Gale wondered why the captive looked so messed up, and White Horse passing a crevice casually replied, Heavy injuries are nothing, she almost died. Ye Wei's face serious, warned Level 8 Great Gale that he couldn't imagine what they had encountered on their way back. Recalling the monster with bloodshot eyes, Ye Wei's face turned pale, and he uttered a single word, a creeper. Hearing about a new monster, Level 8 Great Gale's eyes lit up as if head found gold, and he pressed with questions. What kind of creeper is it? What does it look like? Ye Wei began to describe the grotesque monster. When it crawled, it was nearly a meter tall, and when it stood, it was over 2 meters, making Level 8 Great Gale turn pale with fear. He continued, That thing was not only tough, but also as fast as lightning. All 3 of them fired bullets, but it dodged every single one, not a single hit. Then the boss appeared. Ye Wei recounted, with a face full of admiration, pulled out a steel pipe, and skewered it to death in a few moments. Whitehorse passing a crevice nodded in confirmation. Just as Night 10 said, that creeper was unreasonably strong. Meanwhile, Chu Guang was analyzing the situation, thinking that the new update not only added features but also released a bunch of mutants, NPC factions, and new quests. Ye Wei brushed the topic aside. Going to do the administrator's assigned task. Let's discuss that after we log out. I'm going to deliver the cargo cart to Pai first. Veteran Survivor told Whitehorse passing a crevice to go ahead, while he stayed to tinker with the steel smelting blast furnace. When you're done, come back and give me a hand. Inside the shelter, Chu Guang strode in majestically, carrying a person on his shoulder, amidst the astonishment of the working players. The crowd immediately buzzed, pointing and whispering. Who is the boss carrying back? Could it be a new NPC? When they realized it was a girl, the entire group of players erupted in joy, cheering loudly because they were about to experience the internal beta test. Carried like a sack of rice, Xia Yan only wanted to disappear into the ground. Her inner self screamed, "Damn it. This posture is too humiliating. How can I face anyone after this?" Her face flushed crimson. Although she didn't understand what they were saying, through the lecherous gazes of the players, she guessed their intentions. In Xia Yan's eyes, these players were no different from a pack of hungry hyenas, flattering the alpha in hopes of getting some leftover scraps. And the tender, juicy prey that the pack of wolves was drooling over was none other than her. A tear of despair rolled down her cheek. Xia Yan secretly resolved to end her own life rather than be humiliated. Carried like a sack, Xia Yan helplessly screamed in silence, her body unable to move, only able to cry in shame. Damn it, I can't control my body. Without a word of explanation, Chu Guang carried his prize directly into his command room, a minimalist room with modern computers. He roughly tossed Xia Yan onto a chair, making her cry out in pain. Both in pain and annoyed, Xia Yan gritted her teeth. Ah, a little gentler. Seeing Chu Guang silently approach, Xia Yan panicked. You, what are you going to do? But only received a cold reply. Sit still. Chu Guang reached into a drawer and took out a wrapped object. He tore open the wrapping, revealing a high-tech syringe inside. Seeing something that looked like a needle, Xia Yan turned pale. Her fear surged to its peak. You, what are you going to do to me? Chu Guang, with an expressionless face, raised the syringe, his voice calm but full of authority. It won't hurt. Endure it. He introduced the item, the nano healing needle, specialized in patching up nasty wounds by enhancing tissue regeneration. Chu Guang muttered that this nano syringe was a rare item opened from a mystery box, which he hadn't intended to use because this one's self-healing ability seemed quite tough, but now it was different. Xia Yan's leg wound was infected and festering. He couldn't let it worsen any further. He knew full well the shelter's abysmal medical situation. No doctors, no anesthetics, no rubbing alcohol, let alone a sterile operating room. Chu Guang only hoped he could at least ask WC Mosquito to produce some alcohol to use temporarily to make things less crude. He approached, the syringe clutched in his hand, making Xia Yan tremble with fear. Her face flushed red. She stammered through her tears, her voice trembling as she pleaded, Don't come here. Enough talk." Chu Guang ignored her, decisively plunging the needle straight into Xia Yan's thigh. Xia Yan let out a piercing scream, as if she were about to die. But just a second later she froze, her face full of questions. Huh? Why doesn't it hurt at all? Xia Yan was completely bewildered, not understanding what the hell was happening as she felt nothing from the injection site on her thigh. Xia Yan groggily woke up, still dazed from the drug, and tremblingly asked Chu Guang what he had done to her. Chu Guang replied nonchalantly with a cool expression. Just saving your life. No need to thank me. But immediately, he changed his tune with a sly smile, enticing her. Actually, if you want to thank me, just work hard for me. Seeing the other party bewildered, Chu Guang's gaze sharpened, as if awaiting an answer. Before she could process the information, the side effects of the drug kicked in, making Xia Yan snore loudly, falling into a deep sleep. Chu Guang looked at her sleeping soundly, muttering that he hadn't expected this injection to have a sedative effect. Luckily, he hadn't used it in real combat. Must record this high-quality item immediately. The nanotherapy needle has side effects of drowsiness and anesthesia, and should not be used during combat. True to his word, Chu Guang hoisted Xia Yan onto his shoulder and entered a room with several unactivated cultivation tanks. He placed her on the floor along with her bag, telling himself that the environment in the shelter was stable, perfect for human habitation. Chu Guang looked at the result, thinking to himself that even though the floor was a bit cold, it was still 1,000 times better than being left abandoned outside. Done with his task, Chu Guang dusted himself off and left, ignoring Xia Yan lying unconscious on the floor. He casually strode through the spotless corridor of the shelter, without a care in the world. Suddenly remembering, he muttered, "That's right. I wonder if my stats increased after that last battle. I need to check right away." The status screen appeared. GM Gene Sequence Level 7. Strength capped at 10 points. And other stats were also quite impressive. Chu Guang smirked, realizing that the recent life or death battle had directly buffed him from level 5 to level 7, a significant leap in power. He reflected that after several fierce fights with all sorts of monsters, his strength and constitution stats had increased. But it seemed this stat growth didn't follow any particular pattern. Unlike other players who focused on a single main stat like Ye Wei, his points were added randomly, making him seem unspecialized. With 10 points in strength, his physical prowess was now double that of an adult man. easily handling 2 sledgehammers, while regular players struggled with just 1. Increased constitution also meant greater resilience, with significantly better resistance to poison and negative effects. While engrossed in his analysis, Chu Guang's eyes suddenly widened in surprise as he discovered something. What? It turned out that what stunned him was a new line on the status screen. Talent. The Wild Instinct skill has been unlocked, allowing all stats to be buffed in dire situations. The effect was great, but the name Wild Instinct sounded a bit lame, making Chu Guang imagine himself as a Tarzan-like jungle man swinging on vines. Chu Guang analyzed further. This talent was essentially a self-doping agent, stimulating adrenaline and pushing the performance of all cells to their extreme limits for a short period. He told himself that the stat sheet was just for reference, because the creeper mutant he had just defeated had all its stats as question marks, an opponent that theoretically could have crushed him. But what was the result? It was still lying on the ground, and Chu Guang was the victor, standing over the monster's corpse with a smug smile. After his moment of self-satisfaction, Chu Guang turned his back on Xiaoyan, who was still unconscious on the floor, and headed towards the door. Glancing at the 3 loot bags, he decided it was time to open them. Without hesitation, Chu Guang grabbed a bag and ripped it open. As soon as he looked inside, his eyes lit up, his face unable to hide his astonishment and delight. Jackpot. Inside was an entire mobile armory, pistols, rifles, shotguns, along with piles of magazines and supply boxes. Chu Guang stood atop the pile of loot, a rifle slung over his shoulder, and declared with a smirk, "I hit the jackpot. This is truly a godsend." Without delay, he sat down and began sorting through the pile of hot goods he had just looted. From firearms to ammunition crates, he chuckled, secretly praising his subordinate Ye Wei for doing such a thorough job, scavenging everything without leaving a single thing behind, even stuffing empty magazines into his bag. Upon closer inspection, Chu Guang realized that most of the ammunition consisted of regular steel core rounds, with only a few scattered ones being high-quality copper or lead-cased types. Suddenly, he discovered several bullets with red-painted tips, his face beaming as he knew these were special, rare rounds. Chu Guang secretly assessed that while these mercenaries weren't wealthy, their firepower was no joke, proving that Stone Town's strength was quite reputable. With the vision of a manager, he realized that as the outpost developed, trading with other bases would become imperative. He resolved that after this winter, he would organize a caravan for trading, already envisioning scenes of shaking hands on business partnerships. But then, he was at a loss for words, thinking that he couldn't just rely on those cunning merchants. If he didn't want to be cheated, it was best to go himself. Wind swept through the ruined city. On a rooftop, 2 figures sat silently, seemingly a flashback to the past. New dish launched. Salted horn potatoes with smoked beef, radiating a halo like 5-star food. The gamer's eyes lit up, shouting in delight. A new dish. Finally, it's not that damned stewed fish again. Everyone slurped loudly, and the pro chef player proudly declared that, thanks to the administrator's horn potatoes, he could finally offer the guys a change of taste. The pro chef player gleefully remarked that these mashed potatoes, boiled in salted water and drizzled with a bit of soy sauce, tasted just as good as MFC's mashed potatoes. But a problem began to arise. This dish consumed an extreme amount of soy sauce. After only 28 servings, 1/5 of a bottle was already gone, despite his best efforts to conserve it. The chef shouted in helplessness as the other players swarmed him, begging for more delicious food, warning that salt was also running out and everyone would have to eat bland food for the next few days. Wisteria, after finishing her bowl, her face still smudged, held out her bowl and asked for more. "Oh my god, this is amazing. Can I have another bowl?" The pro chef player crossed his arms, his face stone cold, dashing her hopes. "No. 1 bowl per person." Wisteria immediately switched to sparkling-eyed mode, her voice sweet as honey as she probed. "So, will we be having mashed potatoes again tomorrow?" The chef flatly refused, saying he was running out of soy sauce, and bluntly stated, "If you want to eat it, go order takeout yourself," making Wisteria furious. The pro chef player's face twisted as he complained that in all his years of cooking, he had never had to be so stingy as to measure every grain of salt for his boss like this. Meanwhile, the other players continued slurping loudly, chatting animatedly, completely oblivious to the cook's suffering. Ye Wei began a bragging session about his glorious achievement, recounting the moment he felt a chilling, murderous aura behind him as a giant creeper mutant appeared. He recounted how, in an instant, he raised his gun, aimed directly at the target, and fired a fatal shot. A spiky-haired player, who was eating, heard this and immediately taunted. "Fired a shot? I thought you brought a Gatling gun to hunt. Hit where it hurt." Ye Wei awkwardly defended himself. "Cough, that's not important," while his gossiping friends next to him were holding back their laughter. 2 other players' eyes shone like stars as they urged him to continue. "What happened next? How did you guys take down that monster? Don't stop halfway." The spiky-haired player snapped, telling everyone to calm down, while Ye Wei continued to brag. "Listen, just as the creeper mutant charged, I slid on the ground. Night fell, enveloping the ruined buildings, leaving only a mysterious rustling sound echoing in the wind. Chu Guang stood in the base, receiving a notification that all players had safely logged out, with only one recycler still unaccounted for. Chu Guang checked the list and confirmed that, one recycler was still alive, but had been offline for 2 hours. The system explained, logging out isn't just about returning to the sleep pod. Any action that renders a player unconscious, even hitting their own head or falling asleep, will disconnect them. Once a player's consciousness is severed, their in-game clone body will become an inert lump of flesh, retaining only conditioned reflexes. Chu Guang returned to the control room, muttering, hoping that no. 1. Recycler had found a safe hiding spot before disconnecting. Click. Sitting in the commander's chair, Chu Guang began to tally today's achievements. He looked at the outpost blueprint with satisfaction, confirming that the eastern wall had been fully constructed. Click. Click. Resource inventory check. Collected 110 wood, 1 ton of coal, 1 ton of cement, and several stacks of various bricks. Next was consumption. 240 wood and 1,600 pounds of cement were gone, leaving the wood supply depleted for 2 consecutive days, but cement was in surplus. Chu Guang calculated that he might need to recruit a few more lumberjacks or double the wood gathering requirement in daily quests. Click, click, click. Finally, the food storage. 700 pounds of wheat and potatoes, 5 pounds of smoked meat, and some miscellaneous items were harvested, making him crack a sly smile. Chu Guang began to tally the accounts, checking how much smoked meat and dried fish the players had consumed that day. He frowned slightly upon seeing that only 5 pieces were missing from the animal hide inventory. The farming efficiency was too low. Thinking of Wisteria, he nodded in satisfaction that she had crafted 5 items and decided to immediately reward her with 250 contribution points. Looking at the increasingly full armory, Chu Guang calculated that in the future, he would have to build a proper military warehouse. Tallying his personal income of 7 bonus points, he leaned back in his chair, delighted that he was about to roll the gacha. Suddenly, Little Seven rushed over, calling out loudly, interrupting Chu Guang's train of thought. The AI butler exuded an overwhelming aura, hovering in the air like a deity, making Chu Guang ask blankly what was wrong. With glowing eyes full of indignation, Little Seven growled, questioning, "Why did you bring a stranger back here?" The robot repeated the question menacingly, hovering right behind a silent Chu Guang. Chu Guang was completely bewildered, his face blank as he wondered what nonsense this AI was spouting. Little Seven growled, accusing Chu Guang of carrying a strange girl on his shoulder, but the protagonist merely replied nonchalantly, "So what?" The AI butler warned that players like Chen Yang could be banned in an instant, but natives like Xia Yan were much harder to control, advising him not to trust them easily. Chu Guang merely curled his lips into a meaningful sneer. He leaned back in his chair, flatly declaring that he had never fully trusted anyone, whether players or natives. Upon hearing this, Little Seven immediately did a 180-degree turn, looking relieved and swearing to always be his most loyal assistant. Chu Guang replied indifferently, "Yeah, I know," causing the robot to grumble about its master's half-hearted attitude. Pushing the AI aside, Chu Guang gleefully prepared for his usual routine. Browsing the forum to catch up on player drama, he was startled to see that the number of pre-registrations had doubled, almost reaching 300. Chu Guang muttered about a new strategy. Now, registration wouldn't just involve filling out a form, but also answering a questionnaire to filter out unserious applicants. The goal was to eliminate the deadweights who only whined for gifts, and to find true try-hard gamers who knew how to carry the team. Chu Guang gaped when he saw that the official website's traffic had exceeded 1,000 visits per day. He broke out in a cold sweat, not understanding how a crappy website, with no registration info and a red error for its security certificate, could still attract so many people. Chu Guang smirked, realizing that these idle folks were the perfect source of free labor for his game, like a bunch of people diligently laying bricks. Regaining his domineering demeanor, Chu Guang sat up straight, deciding to check out the forum drama. He was pleased to see that, one recycler had posted, reporting the discovery of an abandoned tire factory showing signs of being a marauder camp. Scrolling down to the comments section, the forum was buzzing with all sorts of characters. Storm praised it. Shadow wondered why Lizardman wasn't online during the day, and 10 times teased him for showing off his achievements. Chu Guang suddenly noticed a new post by a player named Time. This gamer was full of praise for the Alpha 0.2 update, commending everything from the detailed concrete wall to the giant mutant at the farm, making Chu Guang gleefully type on his keyboard for tricking the noobs. The post went on to recount an encounter with a creeper mutant, praising the administrator's unmatched power for killing the over 2-meter tall monster with just a water pipe, making readers blood boil with excitement. Finally, the player expressed extreme anticipation for a new NPC, Xia Yan, joining the outpost, promising to unlock countless new quests like weapon customization. Flattered to no end, Chu Guang gleefully pinned the post to the top of the forum, thinking to himself, a quality post like this must be shared with everyone. While browsing the forum, the robot Little Seven suddenly appeared and called out, "Master." Chu Guang jumped and asked back, "What is it?" Little Seven, with a serious expression, reported, "The woman you brought back has woken up." The female mercenary Xia Yan lay sprawled on the floor, disheveled with one leg crudely bandaged, a supply bag beside her. Her crimson eyes slowly opened, reflecting exhaustion yet full of vigilance. Her throat parched, Xia Yan weakly whispered, "I want water." Suddenly, a supply bag appeared right in front of her, making Xia Yan, who was fading, jolt and open her eyes wide. Inside, the black bag was a bottle of clean water and an energy bar, a premium survival combo in the apocalypse. Like a drowning person grasping at a straw, Xia Yan didn't hesitate for a second, reaching out to grab the water bottle. She tilted her head back and gulped it down, trying to quench the burning thirst tormenting her. After chugging the water, Xia Yan smiled refreshingly, as if resurrected from the dead. Her joy was short-lived as she paused, bewildered to see a large package still in the supply bag. Xia Yan pulled out a candy bar, her face full of doubt, wondering what this strange thing was. Her stomach rumbled, signaling that her body was famished and desperately needed energy. Tearing open the wrapper, Xia Yan stared at the chocolate bar, muttering that it looked like food but smelled a bit strange, though not rotten. Too hungry to think, she decided to ignore it, breaking off a piece and putting it in her mouth to try. The moment the chocolate melted in her mouth, Xiaoyan's red eyes lit up, as if she had found the truth of life. She chewed ravenously, her face showing extreme bliss. Oh my god, this is freaking delicious. While immersed in the wonderful taste, Xiaoyan suddenly noticed Chu Guang's silhouette standing at the door. Noticing someone, she flinched, her blissful expression instantly turning to high alert. Chu Guang stood with his arms crossed, looking at Xiaoyan, and asked curtly, "Awake now?" He smirked meaningfully, his tone teasing. "Good?" Xiaoyan blushed, timidly admitting, "Good." Chu Guang continued his coaxing with an even slyer smile. "Want more?" Struck where it hurt, Xiaoyan couldn't resist. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, "Yes." Chu Guang sealed the deal, declaring that what she had just eaten was chocolate, and stating his condition bluntly. "From now on, you'll do whatever I tell you." He offered an irresistible deal. In return, she would have food and a safe place, and if she did well, she'd even get extra chocolate. With an absolutely confident expression, Chu Guang asked the decisive question. "So, what's your answer?" Xiaoyan, still holding the chocolate bar, looked up and accepted her fate. "I'll work for you." She bowed her head, bitterly thinking that she didn't really have any other choice anyway. Lying amidst the trash, Xiaoyan thought to herself that with this crippled leg, even if she returned to town, she would only rot away in a corner. But she didn't want to die yet. If there was a chance to live, why not seize it? Suddenly, Xiaoyan's face flushed crimson, and she stammered to Chu Guang. Although I've never tried it before, I'm sure it'll be fine. I know what you want. Just be gentle, okay?" Chu Guang froze, his face contorting into an awkward meme, completely baffled by what this woman was babbling about. He straightened his face and immediately corrected her. "Miss, stop overthinking. I'm talking about serious business here." It was Xiaoyan's turn to be bewildered, her brain unable to process fast enough, her face blank like a cat caught in headlights. She was utterly confused, wondering to herself, "Wait a minute. Didn't he drag me back here to breed?" Thud. Realizing she had just made a huge blunder, Xiaoyan fell backward onto the ground, mortified with shame. With tears welling up, she just wanted to disappear into the ground immediately. "Just kill me." Chu Guang ignored her, sat down, and laid out his plan directly. "In short, my subordinates and I will build a settlement on the surface, clear out the mutants, take in refugees, and restore order." Xiaoyan looked skeptical, questioning Chu Guang. "You think restoring order is as easy as building a wall?" Such confidence. She continued to taunt him, pointing out that even the strong ones in Stone Town only dared to loiter around the outer perimeter. So what could his small fry possibly do? Chu Guang maintained a poker face, declaring he already had a plan. But in his head, he was screaming, "This woman is so noisy. It's just a game setting. Can I finish my sentence?" He asserted that this was a long-term war, and he was even mentally prepared to sacrifice several generations of players to achieve his goal. Hearing several generations, Xiaoyan's brain short-circuited again, and she blushed furiously, stammering, "Do I still have to have children?" Chu Guang froze, quickly clearing his throat to change the subject. Ahem. Back to the main topic. "You know how to assemble and maintain firearms, right?" Xiaoyan immediately regained her professional demeanor, confidently asserting that it was just a basic skill for her. Chu Guang concluded swiftly. "Good. From now on, you're the weapon shop owner. Get up." Still sitting on the ground, Xiaoyan was bewildered, her head full of question marks at this sudden decision. Chu Guang briefly explained the job. "Simply put, you sell and maintain guns. If anyone asks what you do, just answer that." Xiaoyan asked blankly, "Sell guns? To whom?" Chu Guang sneered, pointing at a clueless player avatar. "To the residents of this shelter." Xiaoyan frowned, looking disdainful. "Aren't they your subordinates?" Standing superior, Chu Guang replied that this relationship was far more complex than she imagined. He explained the current situation. They had all just emerged from underground. Resources were scarce, so everyone had to work like beasts of burden and eat from the same pot. But the future would be different. Once they overcame this hardship, everything from food and medicine to weapons would have to be exchanged for contribution points. No free handouts, Chu Guang concluded, comparing this system to the chips in Stone Town, a concept he considered common knowledge. Xiaoyan's face went blank. Her brain couldn't process it, and a huge question mark appeared above her head. Chu Guang flared up, his face contorting with anger. "I've been talking all this time, and you don't understand a single word?" He grumbled irritably that even the uneducated thugs in the Wasteland understood things better than her, like some old Charlie on Burt Street. Chu Guang thought disdainfully that only the poor and uneducated would sell their lives for money, just like this Xiaoyan babbling in front of him. But Chu Guang didn't care. Simple-minded was fine. As long as she was a tool that would obediently follow orders, that was enough. Chu Guang adopted a superior air, explaining that the language here was a bit different from that of the surface dwellers, but it wasn't a big problem. He would teach her some basic communication phrases. Xiaoyan fell silent, her face clearly showing confusion, her brain still trying to figure out what this guy was up to now. Chu Guang crossed his arms, standing in a dominant position, looking down at Xiaoyan sitting on the ground, and delivered a powerful closing statement. "You just need to do as I say." The situation was clear. Xiaoyan was completely at a disadvantage, only able to sit silently on the cold floor, listening to Chu Guang continue to give orders. Chu Guang flashed a sinister grin, a plan already forming in his mind. Doesn't understand the language? Can't communicate? No problem. Chu Guang's plan was revealed. Turn this woman into an NPC weapon shop owner. All she needed to do was memorize a few sample lines like a robot, and the job would be done. Chu Guang sat down, pointed at the piece of paper he handed to Xiaoyan, and ordered, You need to memorize the fixed words and phrases on this paper. Xia Yan was sweating profusely, struggling to enunciate the NPC script Chu Guang had prepared. To customers entering the shop, say, "Hello, I am Xia Yan, the weapon shop owner. How may I help you?" Xia Yan was sweating profusely as she read the NPC script Chu Guang had prepared, with rigid, robotic commands. If a customer wants to buy, point to the catalog for them to browse. If a customer wants gun maintenance, extend your hand and say, "Give it here." The mercenary woman pulled at her hair, her face twisted in frustration by the difficult script. Even with phonetic spellings, the pronunciation was still awkward, and her brain simply couldn't process it. Cornered, Xia Yan looked up at Chu Guang for help, but was met only with an icy gaze, devoid of any emotion. Chu Guang's eyes were wide, his face blank with extreme impatience, as he asked a question that felt like a slap in the face. "Have you memorized it all yet?" Frightened by the administrator's gaze, Xia Yan could only mumble weakly in response. "Not yet." Chu Guang growled with a twisted face, yelling directly at the woman, who was cowering in fear. "Then what are you looking at me for? Keep studying." Completely helpless, Xia Yan buried her head in her hands, defeated, thinking that giving birth would be easier, bitterly realizing that this guy had absolutely no interest in her body. She reassured herself that she wasn't ugly, recalling how even a silver-haired captain had come to flirt with her with flowers, but she had still rejected him. Xia Yan reminisced about her life as a cannon-fodder mercenary, facing death every day, having to bandage her own wounds amidst the ruins. Her burning dream was revealed, to marry a rich blonde man from the inner city, living the life of a wealthy lady instead of this forced labor. In her despair, Xia Yan sank into a fantasy, imagining herself heroically carrying a rich blonde man, fleeing from a two-headed bear monster. Her fantasy shattered. She sat down on the floor, bitterly accepting the truth that such a dream would never come true, wondering who would bother taking in a crippled person like her. Seeing Xia Yan's gloomy expression, Chu Guang snapped with a speechless look. "Hey, control your face, what the hell are you thinking about?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Guang abruptly stood up, clearly showing his impatience with her daytime daydreaming. He coldly turned his back and walked away, delivering an ultimatum. "I'll set a timer. I'll check in 2 hours." Chu Guang turned back with a knife-sharp gaze, uttering a deadly threat. "If there's still no progress, perhaps Brown's farm would suit you. They're in need of agricultural slaves." He added a sentence that rubbed salt in her wounds. "I'd also make a bit of money." Chu Guang walked down the corridor, thinking to himself that it was just an empty threat, because the farm didn't need slaves in winter, and no one would bother taking in a crippled mercenary anyway. While he was thinking that at most he would just kick her out, Xia Yan secretly pulled out a knife, intending to stab him stealthily from behind, but he only responded with a helpless sigh. The next morning, the city was still a desolate ruin, under a gloomy sky. A spiky-haired player approached Chu Guang, asking about the whereabouts of the girl from yesterday. Chu Guang replied casually, picturing Xia Yan's dazed appearance. "She's severely injured and needs a few days of rest." He continued to boast that he had convinced the girl to join, and that she would be in charge of weapon maintenance for the outpost after her recovery. The truth was, the girl had been grinding until 2 or 3 in the morning, so exhausted that Chu Guang had to carry her back to her room. Chu Guang's eyes lit up as he announced to the players about the new NPC, Xia Yan, a true weapon expert. Hearing this, Ye Wei became extremely excited, rushing forward to ask, "Boss, are we hunting today? When are we going?" Chu Guang was speechless, his face blank as he curtly replied, "Now." He secretly thought these players were even more cunning than him, daring to assign tasks back to the GM. True to his word, his hand was already on his gun holster, preparing for the hunting trip. Chu Guang handed Ye Wei a pistol and a mini crossbow, coldly saying, "Take these." Ye Wei's eyes sparkled as he held the 2 basic weapons, pleading, "Boss, can I have a shotgun instead?" Chu Guang unceremoniously pushed Ye Wei's face away, brutally crushing his hopes. "We're going hunting, not exterminating mutants. Dream on." Ye Wei dejectedly carried his gear away as Chu Guang gave a firm order. "Get familiar with these 2 items before talking about anything else." Meanwhile, in a ruined industrial area, smoke rose from a makeshift forge, signaling that a crafting process was underway. A veteran survivor with silver hair was straining to pull the bellows, stoking the forge with determination. The veteran survivor and the spiky-haired player worked together, vigorously pumping air into the smelting furnace, making it glow fiercely. The spiky-haired player shouted with vigor, determined not to give up. "This time we absolutely must smelt molten iron." Both players were sweating profusely, their eyes intensely focused on the furnace, anticipating the fruits of their labor. Finally, it's done. The glowing molten iron pot made the spiky-haired player and the veteran survivor's eyes light up like headlights, cheering excitedly. "Amazing! We did it." After 3 days of grinding their butts off, they finally had molten iron. The 2 men hugged each other, crying tears of joy. The veteran survivor, full of vigor, immediately started planning weapon forging. An axe or a knife, or anything useful will do. The spiky-haired player looked thoughtful, hand on chin, pondering like a true strategist. "But no," he declared with a deadpan expression, prioritizing his stomach. "Let's make a frying pan first. I'm sick of stew." The spiky-haired player recalled yesterday's mashed potatoes were decent, but the pro-chef player reported they were out of soy sauce, meaning today they'd have to eat pine nut catfish soup again. The image of the disgusting catfish soup appeared. Just one sip and the fishy, nauseating smell filled his mouth, making the spiky-haired player's face wrinkle like a monkey eating chili. Hearing about stir-fry, the veteran survivor also teared up in empathy, patting his comrade's shoulder. "Good idea. With a pan, we can have stir-fries." Meanwhile, in a wooden house, the carpenter player was diligently working at his workbench, surrounded by tools and wood blanks. And here's the result. The carpenter player held up a homemade flamethrower, shouting proudly, "Perfect, a hand-pressurized flamethrower." The carpenter player laughed maniacally, imagining roasting the green-skinned mutants with his homemade hot item, declaring it a nightmare within a 1 6-foot radius. And this destructive toy was given a fiery name, Hellfire 0.1. Just after showing off his creation, the carpenter player was startled to see Gale lumbering out of the forest, carrying a bucket. The carpenter player greeted him, worried the trap was broken again, but Gale simply replied concisely, looking mysterious. Gale pushed up his glasses, his face looking dangerous. "The trap is fine, but look what I found." Clang! Gale slammed the bucket down, making the carpenter player curious about its contents. The carpenter player's eyes widened and his jaw dropped as he looked into the bucket, completely shocked. A bucket full of struvite minerals, an unbelievable discovery. Immediately, both of them grabbed the buckets and ran like mad towards the lake. Gale shouted excitedly as he ran, realizing that the most abundant resource in Lake Leaner wasn't fish. Gale switched to professor mode, his eyes gleaming as he explained that this lakeside was a natural NPK. Nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, mine. Both of them dashed like arrows. The carpenter player close behind Gale, urging, "Almost there. Just ahead." Reaching a dense patch of trees, Gale pointed, "This is it, where the vegetation grows thickest." The carpenter player squatted down to examine the pile of white minerals, while Gale explained it was an excellent water source for both humans and animals. Without another word, the carpenter player swiped his finger across the white powder to check its quality, and in an unexpected moment of genius, he put his finger straight into his mouth to taste it. Immediately, the carpenter player's face changed color, and he spat it out, while Gale stood beside him, speechless. The carpenter player vomited violently, cursing tearfully. "Damn it, I can't believe it's still fresh." After emptying his stomach, he regained his serious demeanor, asserting that despite accidentally tasting bird droppings, he was certain this place contained a large amount of struvite. The carpenter player began to ramble on about struvite's chemical composition and applications, looking like an expert. The carpenter player continued his chemistry lesson, explaining that struvite would gradually oxidize into nitric acid thanks to bacteria. This process would create a variety of nitrates, accumulating underground to form nitrate soil. He continued to expound on boiling nitrate soil with plant ash to distill saltpeter, looking like a mad scientist. The carpenter player concluded with a bold statement. "Struvite equals gunpowder," declaring they now held the core ingredient for making hot stuff. With a sinister expression, the carpenter player confidently stated, "With this soil, we can make black powder." Gale coldly interrupted his boasting, asking a critical question. "Okay, we have nitrate soil and charcoal, but black powder also needs sulfur. Where do you plan to dig that up?" The carpenter player froze, his face going blank as if doused with cold water. His perfect plan suddenly had a huge flaw. He quickly backpedaled, mumbling evasively that if there was no sulfur, sulfate could also be used. It would just be more complicated to process, and he was sure they'd find some, eventually. Gale threw up his hands helplessly, sighing. "Whatever. Let's just wander around and look for it first." An hour later, both of them trudged through the forest with their buckets, looking haggard. Clearly, their search had gone nowhere. The carpenter player complained that there wasn't a speck of sulfur in the entire forest, while Gale walked beside him, too fed up to speak. Suddenly, the carpenter player stopped dead, his face as if he had just discovered the truth of the universe. Before them was an entire mine of pure white gypsum. What incredible dumb luck. Gale pushed up his glasses, giving a quick chemistry lesson. The main component is calcium sulfate. Burning it with charcoal at high temperatures will yield calcium sulfide and CO2. The carpenter player's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "This is the sulfate I need." Standing before the heaven-sent mineral deposit, the carpenter player couldn't hide his triumphant expression. It was exactly what he had been looking for. The carpenter player suddenly slapped his head, recalling seeing the veteran survivor mixing gypsum powder into cement 2 days ago, and cursed himself for being an idiot. Gale could only force a smile, quipping, "It seems what you were looking for was right under your nose, huh?" The carpenter player brushed off his embarrassment, hurrying. "All right, a good result is all that matters. Let's scoop some up and get out of here." As soon as they returned with their buckets, both were stunned to see a crowd gathered, muttering and discussing something. Upon their return, the carpenter player and Gale stared in confusion at the gathering of players. The carpenter player spoke up. "Huh? What's going on?" The center of attention was a stranger, leading a 2-headed mule laden with goods, surrounded by a crowd of players discussing him. Sunshichi looked quite flustered, trying to explain something in a language no one understood. The carpenter player's eyes lit up with excitement, exclaiming, "Who's that guy? A new NPC?" While Gale was equally surprised, Gale kept his cool, pushed up his glasses, and decided to check out the situation. "I'm not sure. Let me go ask." Gale approached the pro chef player, who was standing with his arms crossed, and asked directly, "Pi, what's happening? Who is that guy?" The pro chef player began to explain that while transporting bricks from the construction site, some players had encountered this man. Soon Shiki didn't say a word, just silently followed the players all the way back to the base, leaving everyone bewildered. The crowd of players, shovels in hand, surrounded him, staring at the nomadic merchant and his 2-headed mule with suspicious eyes, convinced he had ill intentions. 2 players began to argue. One claimed he wasn't an NPC because he wouldn't communicate, while the other remained skeptical. The players started planning. One suggested, "How about we just grab this guy and wait for the boss to come back?" While the other nodded, thinking they hadn't triggered the correct NPC conditions. Soon Shichi broke out in a cold sweat, muttering that he didn't understand what these bunker dwellers were saying, but judging by their excited faces, it definitely wasn't good. Soon Shichi glanced down at the revolver at his hip, calculating in his mind. I have a pistol, but only 6 rounds. He envisioned a tragic scene. This crowd wouldn't give him a chance to fire all 6 rounds. If each of them hit him with a shovel, he'd be dead instantly. Out of options, Soon Shichi shouted, trying to explain his identity. I'll say it again. I have no ill intentions. I'm a merchant. Have you guys been asleep for 200 years, that you don't know what a merchant is? He tried to explain it more simply, pointing at the 2-headed mule. Calm down. I want to trade things you have in abundance for things I need. The players ignored the offer. 3 of them, with eyes shining like car headlights, simultaneously pulled out ropes with extremely excited expressions, preparing to capture the NPC. Seeing the situation was dire, Soon Shichi gritted his teeth, his gaze turning sharp and cold. Damn it. Looks like I'll have to fight to the death. Just as the tension peaked, a strange voice rang out. What's going on here? Startling the eager players, who turned around. Soon Shichi was also stunned, quickly turning to look in the direction of the voice, cold sweat beading on his forehead. At that moment of extreme tension, Chu Guang appeared, carrying a huge prey animal on his shoulder with a cold expression, freezing the eager players in their tracks. Soon Shichi broke out in a cold sweat, muttering in fright. Carrying such a heavy deer creature with one hand? This guy isn't a normal shelter dweller. Thud! Chu Guang threw the prey animal's carcass to the ground, giving a concise order. Get back to work. The players obediently complied, bowing their heads and calling out, Sir Administrator. Chu Guang waved his hand, and both Soon Shichi and the players scurried after him like a group of followers. Stopping amidst the ruins, Chu Guang turned to Soon Shichi, his sharp eyes directly questioning. Who are you? Soon Shichi was overjoyed, asking back with extreme excitement, surprised that the other party could speak the language of the human alliance. Chu Guang growled, cutting off the other man's excitement. I'm asking the questions now. Answer me. Who are you? Regaining his composure, Soon Shichi clasped his hands and introduced himself. My name is Soon Shichi, a merchant from Reed River town nearby. Chu Guang frowned in thought. The map in his head only showed Spring City and the Rivervince hinterlands, completely ignorant of other cities. Chu Guang continued to question. What are you doing in Spring City? And Soon Shichi replied matter-of-factly. I'm a merchant. I came here to do business. What else? Chu Guang smirked dangerously, questioning him directly. A merchant? Then why did I hear you were tailing them? Soon Shichi flinched, waving his hands frantically to deny it. A misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. Soon Shichi hastily explained that he was on his way to Rocktown when he saw a group wearing blue uniforms, guessing there was a shelter nearby, so he came to trade goods. He placed his hand on his chest, sweat pouring out, trying to appear sincere. I'm just a merchant. I had no intention of offending anyone. But in Soon Shichi's mind, it was a different story. He inwardly chastised himself for his greed, thinking that the blue uniformed group was known to be naive, easy to bully and deceive. As a result, just as he had lured one person, the entire group of players rushed out to surround him, pointing weapons at his 2-headed mule, giving him no chance to explain or leave. Chu Guang crossed his arms, coldly delivering a decisive statement. Intentional or not, your actions have offended us. In this wasteland, tailing someone isn't a friendly act, is it? Hit where it hurt. Soon Shichi was speechless, his face pale as he could only stammer an admission. Yes, you're right. Chu Guang sneered, adopting a superior air. Good, it seems you've realized your mistake. But don't worry, I've told my comrades that you're ready to apologize and compensate for your actions. Hearing a way out, Soon Shichi was like a drowning man grasping at a straw, his face brightening as he nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'm willing. Chu Guang smirked meaningfully, getting straight to the point. Good. Then I suppose you wouldn't mind if we chose our own compensation, would you? Amidst the ruins, Chu Guang stood with his arms crossed, domineering, facing a completely subdued Soon Shichi beside his 2-headed mule. Soon Shichi's face changed color, sweat beginning to pour as he realized he was about to be legally extorted. Wait, what do you mean? Chu Guang grinned slyly, declaring bluntly. An apology can't come empty-handed. We're not just robbing you, we're just picking a few items off your mule's back. Chu Guang's face darkened, his eyes sharp as daggers piercing the merchant, the atmosphere turning deadly. Or do you not want to? Startled, Soon Shichi quickly waved his hands, his face contorted but still forcing a smile. No, of course not. All my possessions are here, please help yourself. Chu Guang clapped Soon Shichi on the shoulder in a friendly manner, his smile growing more cunning as he achieved his goal. Then I won't be polite. Chu Guang squatted down, beginning to rummage through the goods piled on the 2-headed mule's back, ignoring Soon Shichi standing behind him, looking as if he was about to cry. After a while of inspection, Chu Guang looked up with a visibly satisfied expression, clearly having found a good deal. I didn't expect there to be so many good items on this mule's back. He pointed to the pile of weapons he had just found, gleefully showing off his spoils, like that Wasteland Night revolver rifle on top. Chu Guang continued to introduce the gun, boasting that it was semi-automatic, and if one pulled the trigger fast enough, they could easily suppress opponents with a barrage of bullets. While rambling on, he suddenly paused when he discovered something else among the goods. He curiously opened a large sack, his face full of anticipation to see what delicious item was inside. Inside the sack was a pile of glittering copper and silver coins, a considerable fortune. Chu Guang picked up a coin to examine it, initially thinking it was pre-war currency, but then realized something was off. He noticed the words Galaxy Arcade on the coin, and cursed. Arcade? Damn it, these are game tokens. Chu Guang immediately turned to question Sun Shiki, who stood frozen. Where did you get these? The merchant trembled as he explained that he had found them in the basement of an amusement park, intending to melt them down for copper and other metals. Chu Guang pressed him on whether there were more, and Sun Shichi honestly reported that there were still 2 full cabinets, enough to fill 4 to 5 sacks like this one. Hearing this, Chu Guang shot up with the smile of a lottery winner, declaring bluntly, "Excellent, I'll take them all." Chu Guang declared bluntly that these 2 sacks of tokens would serve as an apology gift, and next time he came, he would have to bring the rest. He began to calculate the exchange, pricing 200 pounds of game tokens for only 8 pounds of dried meat, a truly exorbitant rate. Chu Guang calculated in his head that each sack weighed about 200 pounds, equivalent to 30 to 40,000 tokens, a huge number. With a sly smile, he told himself not to exhaust his prey immediately, taking only 2 sacks to keep the merchant off guard. Sun Shichi was overjoyed, quickly agreeing and promising to bring the remaining tokens next time. The merchant secretly gloated, thinking that instead of melting down these metals, using them to open trade with a shelter was an incredibly good deal. Not stopping there, Chu Guang pointed directly at a cargo box on the 2-headed mule's back and demanded to buy the firearms inside as well. He offered an extremely low price for the entire box of firearms. 100 pounds of smoked meat and 20 pounds of smoked fish. Sun Shichi closed the deal without thinking, even generously offering an additional 200 rounds of ammunition to forge a friendship with a potential partner. After the transaction was complete, the two sat down to talk, and Sun Shiki began to reveal the situation in Red River Town. Sun Shichi began to talk about his hometown, Red River Town, home to a massive chemical industrial zone and a notorious landfill. He explained that after the war, these facilities were abandoned, leading to leaks and explosions that caused severe soil contamination. As a result, the entire region was contaminated with heavy metals, desertified, and so ruined that nature itself was helpless to restore it. The ecosystem here was also extremely fragile, filled with arthropod mutants and scavengers lurking everywhere. Sun Shiki lamented that with the barren land, local residents could barely farm, and hunting wasn't much better. But ironically, the landfill that had been vehemently opposed before the war had now become a gold mine for the entire town after 2 centuries. It buried nearly half a century's worth of waste, and most of it hadn't even decomposed, simply lying dormant underground. In this era of desolation, that pile of waste had transformed into an artificial mineral mine, causing the town's mining and trade industries to flourish visibly. Chu Guang listened, and then cut straight to the chase. "So what do you people eat? Do you import everything?" Sun Shiki smiled slyly, revealing the region's specialty. "Of course not. We don't have reindeer or hyenas, but moles and mutant rats are edible." Sun Shiki recounted that besides rats, they also hunted harmless insects to process into protein powder, animal feed, or nutritional cream. With that, he pulled out a unique dark red jar, boasting that the contents of this jar were a prime example. Chu Guang took it, curiously asking what the hell this jelly-like substance was made of. Sun Shiki smirked eerily and declared bluntly, "Mutated cockroaches." Amidst the desolation, the merchant calmly confirmed that the local specialty was indeed mutated cockroaches. Upon hearing this, Chu Guang's face changed, looking disgusted. "Damn it. Now that I look at it again, it's disgusting." He quickly reassured him, explaining that although it was extracted from cockroaches, after processing, it was just protein and oil, no longer related to that disgusting bug. Seeing this, Sun Shichi enthusiastically invited Chu Guang to try a piece. Chu Guang forced a smile, sweat pouring down, and flatly refused. "No thanks." Chu Guang remarked that the merchant was truly knowledgeable about insects, and Sun Shichi confirmed that it was an everyday occurrence for them, as they encountered them daily. Chu Guang changed the subject, directly asking Sun Shiki if he had any way to deal with the mutant leeches. Hearing that name, Sun Shiki immediately turned pale, haunted by the disgusting monster's tooth-filled mouth. The merchant composed himself, stating that in his Red River Town, these leeches were quite rare, probably because there were more ants there. Chu Guang was bewildered, not understanding what ants had to do with this. Sun Shichi explained that they had a type of mutant called iron-backed ants, the smallest the size of a thumb, the largest capable of being the size of a fist. It turned out that these iron-backed ants were the real deal, with shells as hard as steel, resistant to corrosive acid, and a natural predator of soft-bodied creatures like leeches. Chu Guang's eyes lit up, and he suggested that Sun Shichi bring a few for him to see next time, and the merchant immediately accepted the offer. After the conversation, Chu Guang carried 2 heavy sacks of goods down the base's corridor. He flashed a cunning smile, muttering that he had just come up with an extremely bold idea. His plan was simple. If plastic chips could be used as currency, then metal coins could also become a new form of currency. Chu Guang mentally calculated the number of coins in the sacks Sun Shichi had just delivered, confident that this greedy merchant would soon return with more goods. He decided to launch a new currency system for the shelter, copper and silver coins, with an exchange rate of 10 to 1, enough to operate a small community. Old contribution points would be converted into a new honor system, allowing wealthy players to spend money on titles, status, and even private land. In the future, mercenary, caravan, and guild systems would also be based on contribution points. Whoever contributed more would become the boss. Chu Guang chuckled sinisterly, imagining himself manipulating the players like puppets through this new economic system. This plan was perfect. When game accounts became valuable, the gamers would diligently grind and maintain order to protect their achievements. He smirked, muttering that causing trouble was just a hobby, but exploiting human nature was the real deal. Chu Guang carried 2 sacks of coins on his shoulder, his face full of confidence. He dragged the 2 heavy sacks straight into his administrator's office. Sitting in front of the computers, Chu Guang was ready to implement the brilliant ideas he had picked up from the players' forum. A female gamer, sitting in front of her computer, was startled to see the Alpha 0.3 update notification, increased player slots, and a brand new economic and reputation system. She gaped as she read the development log, emphasizing that this was a significant update since the game began, her tone full of hesitation. Reading the section on contribution points, she whimpered as if about to cry, bitterly realizing her points were still in the negative. The female gamer's eyes immediately lit up with currency symbols when the developer announced the launch of a new in-game currency, replacing the outdated contribution point system. Her joy was short-lived, however, as she cried out in despair upon learning that food would no longer be free. Everything in the game had to be bought with money. The update allowed for private property ownership and free trading among players, and the female gamer's hope of getting rich from selling items was rekindled. The developer announced the launch of a warehouse system with private lockers to store belongings and money. And of course, nothing was free, but the rent was cheap enough for anyone to afford. Old contribution points would be converted into a new reputation system, used to exchange for privileges and titles, making the female gamer dream again of spending money to buy rank. Gamers could use 2,000 contribution points to upgrade from resident to citizen, gaining the right to own private land and rake in money from renting it out. The female gamer drooled, her eyes sparkling with heart shapes as she imagined a future where having contribution points meant having everything. Land, money, and soon, even mercenaries and guilds. The female gamer cried out desperately after finishing the new update, begging to get into the game immediately. I remember everything, please let me go online. Meanwhile, in the control room, Chu Guang was finalizing the last lines of code for the fateful update. After typing, the administrator stretched tiredly. Changing an entire economic system was no joke. Chu Guang stood up, muttering to himself that the players would be utterly shocked when they saw this update after logging out. As soon as he stepped outside, Chu Guang froze, seeing 2 players diligently digging the ground, working with unusual effort. He approached another group of players who were building a brick wall and asked what they were doing. Ye Wei, beaming, quickly reported, "We heard the new NPC is a weapon merchant, so we're building a shop for her." Ye Wei himself was no less shocked, silently screaming in his head, "What the hell? Why are these guys suddenly so diligent?" The group of players continued to work diligently, explaining to Chu Guang that they were building a shop for the new NPC. Chu Guang looked blank, completely unable to understand the situation. What the heck? Why are these guys suddenly so proactive? Chu Guang secretly gloated, thinking, I only hinted about Xiaoyan. I didn't tell them to build a shop. These guys are incredible at reading between the lines. He pointed to another unfinished foundation, asking Ye Wei, "What's that pit for?" "Oh, that's the public bathhouse, boss." Ye Wei explained that bathing in the lake wasn't safe, then recounted yesterday's horrifying scene. Old Man Shadow had barely entered the water when a mutated catfish lunged out, trying to castrate him on the spot. After discussing, the group decided to build a public bathhouse themselves for safety. Ye Wei reported proudly, while Chu Guang broke out in a cold sweat. Chu Guang suppressed his laughter until he almost burst, then cleared his throat and declared, "Cough. Maintaining hygiene is good." But inwardly he was screaming, "Damn it, don't laugh." Ye Wei enthusiastically returned to work, leaving Chu Guang standing dumbfounded, looking at his player's monumental project. In another corner, the pro chef player was skillfully wielding a pan over a self-built stove, the sizzling sounds echoing invitingly. Chu Guang froze again, wondering where this iron pan came from, while 2 other players, Shadow and Time, were already holding bowls, lining up to eat. Shadow proudly thumped his chest, boasting, "Oh, Time and I forged this ourselves." Chu Guang's eyes widened. He couldn't believe how incredible these players were. "So, your traditional steel-making method actually succeeded?" Shadow confidently bragged that while the forged steel was of mediocre quality, it was more than enough to craft basic tools like wrenches or frying pans. He scratched his head, explaining to Ye Wei and Time that he had tried to report this, but couldn't find the administrator anywhere. Chu Guang secretly admired them, never expecting these players to self-teach and master manual steel forging. Their skill level would soon be upgraded. Acting like a big boss, Chu Guang announced that he would acknowledge their efforts and reward each of them with 1,000 contribution points for solving the steel shortage. Shadow and Time were overjoyed when the point addition notification appeared, shouting that it was their honor to help the administrator. Chu Guang waved his hand, signaling for them to eat freely, then turned and walked straight to the makeshift kitchen. Chu Guang approached the pro chef player, who was still wielding his pan, and casually held out his bowl. "Give me a bowl." The pro chef player froze, utterly shocked to see the administrator NPC eating with the players. This was not in the script. Coming to his senses, the pro chef player eagerly volunteered. Let me scoop it for you." Wisteria, a pink-haired gamer, was quicker, humming as she brought a full bowl to Chu Guang, leaving the chef to watch enviously. Wisteria's face flushed, and she held out the steaming bowl of soup with both hands, cautioning, "It's hot. Be careful." Chu Guang simply replied, "Okay," and took the soup bowl from the embarrassed Wisteria. Instead of eating, Chu Guang went straight to Xiaoyan, who was sitting on the ground and startled when she saw him approach. Chu Guang squatted down, held out the bowl of soup to Xiaoyan, and ordered curtly, "Eat." Xiaoyan froze, her eyes wide as she stared at the golden soup, saliva uncontrollably flowing. Without bothering with a spoon, Xiaoyan gulped down the entire bowl of soup in one go, while Chu Guang smirked, thinking, "Looks like she's got some life back in her." Chu Guang narrowed his eyes, observing and assessing the female mercenary's condition. The wound on Xiaoyan's severed leg had scabbed over, and new skin was growing, demonstrating the item's incredible healing ability. Internally, Chu Guang was weeping over the loss of a precious healing potion, but outwardly, he wore a cunning, calculating smile. Seeing Xia Yan still savoring the taste with puffed cheeks, Chu Guang asked directly, "Have you memorized it?" making her jump. Xia Yan nodded frantically like a pecking chicken, showing complete submission. Chu Guang smirked meaningfully, sealing the deal curtly. Good. He granted a favor, but also gave an order. You get one more day of rest. The day after tomorrow, you start working. Chu Guang began testing his new employee's competence. Tell me, what exactly does a weapon shop owner do? Seeing her look bewildered, he openly showed his disappointment. This is your role, isn't it? You've memorized all your lines but you still don't understand? Chu Guang was speechless at Xia Yan's naivety, while she still wore a puzzled expression. He waved his hand dismissively, summoned his robot assistant Little Seven, and ordered, "Never mind. Just follow its instructions and do as I say." Chu Guang set an unspoken rule to maintain his image. When others are present, you must call me administrator. When no one is around, anything goes. Understood? Xia Yan obediently agreed, then timidly asked, "So what should I call you?" The mercenary girl blushed for the first time, shyly calling out, "Administrator." Chu Guang smirked meaningfully, showing satisfaction with his new employee's obedience. The mercenary girl Xia Yan's eyes lit up, and she blushed when Chu Guang gave her a lollipop and said, "This is dessert, take it." He squatted down, handed the lollipop to Xia Yan, who was sitting on the ground, and repeated with authority, "This is dessert, keep it." Seeing Xia Yan's dreamy expression, Chu Guang knew immediately that the girl was starting to overthink things, so he quietly stood up and slipped away. Chu Guang turned and walked towards the control room, thinking that the players must have all logged out and were probably stirring up the forums. Standing before the array of screens, he smirked triumphantly, confident that the sensational news he had just released was surely causing a stir among the gaming community. Click. With a decisive click, he began the work of a true GM, browsing the forums. The forums exploded with emotional comments from Shadow, Showmercy, and Ye Wei, all praising the most dedicated developer under the sun, which made Chu Guang visibly delighted. But the players quickly veered into trivial topics like illegal construction and demanding land for farming, causing Chu Guang's face to darken. Veins throbbing at the players' audacity. Seeing public opinion starting to go astray, Chu Guang decided to intervene personally, posting on the forums to correct the players' mindset. Under the shadow of an administrator, Chu Guang began his post, explaining the rules. Each player gets 5 square meters of private land within the city walls. Build as high as you like, as long as it doesn't block the roof of the asylum. He continued to entice them. If you want more land, you can farm and contribute, or invite friends to pool resources and build a communal house, like a happy family. The administrator played his trump card. Want to build outside the city? Go for it. He promised players absolute creative freedom, and all structures would be saved permanently. But freedom has limits, and that limit is the administrator, he growled, eyes flashing. If I say you can't build it, you can't, period. He warned bluntly. Build outside the city walls if you want, but don't expect protection. A giant monster smashing through the city wall illustrated that safety. He added another blow. If the base expands and a player's house suddenly appears within its territory, it will be considered an illegal structure, and the benevolent administrator will give them 30 days to dismantle it themselves. If not dealt with after 30 days, the house will be confiscated. The administrator can demolish it, appropriate it, or auction it off, and the former owner will receive compensation depending on his mood. To appease public opinion, he promised a future update, a digital currency system and an intuitive user interface, allowing players to check their stats and assets instantly. At the end of the post, the administrator announced that he had released 20 more beta keys, then complained that he had to grind all night and needed to sleep, promising to answer players' questions later. After typing the last line, Chu Guang let out a sigh of relief, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Done with his work, Chu Guang smirked, deciding to disappear to watch the drama unfold on the forums. The forums exploded. Some boasted about getting a key, others cried begging for a slot, but most notably, Yorking was vehemently cursing the game as a scam. Chu Guang glanced at the name Yorking, immediately recognizing the familiar kid from the Dog's Body Club. He chuckled, recalling how that brat had been screaming yesterday that the official website was a scam full of viruses. The harsh truth. The system reported that Yorking had not only pre-registered, but also gritted his teeth and completed a 1-0 question test to get into the game. Chu Guang leaned back in his chair, letting out a sigh, considering his work for the day temporarily done. He lay down on the bed, calculating. Now it's time to filter through over 300 reserves to select 20 genuine gamers for this beta test. His selection criteria were extremely strict, scrutinizing every comment, test score, level of activity, and online time on the forums. Chu Guang smiled like a fox, recalling his days as a sales king. His skill in reading customers was now elevated into a tool for selecting players. As for the anti-fans who only knew how to type meaningless insults, he merely scoffed. If you think everything is nonsense, then scram. You childish brats. There are so many things to do, yet you choose to be an idiot in a game. Truly a failed life. Chu Guang smirked, his eyes full of provocation. Bitter? Helpless? I couldn't care less. The next morning, the atmosphere in the game was buzzing. Some were shouting to recruit strength-type teams to chop trees, while others posted notices looking for people to transport bricks and stones at abandoned construction sites. An agility-type player yelled for teammates, prioritizing perception types and flat-out refusing intelligence types, making another young man bitterly shout, "Damn it, Don't intelligence types have human rights? WC Mosquito the carpenter also didn't miss the opportunity, loudly recruiting for his workshop with a minimum wage of 10 silver and 200 contribution points, requiring professional carpenters. Chu Guang thought to himself. After the update, he had generously given each new recruit a starter gift worth 5 paltry coins. He smirked meaningfully again, thinking about the true value of those 5 meager coins in the hands of the gamers. With 5 coins, a player could rent an axe from the carpentry workshop, or a wheelbarrow from the warehouse for 5 hours. Additionally, they could buy 1 pound of horn potatoes, green wheat, or 0.2 pounds of dried meat at the warehouse, which wasn't bad purchasing power for new players. Chu Guang observed with satisfaction. These new recruits were truly top tier, grasping the rules and starting to adapt in less than an hour. A group of seasoned gamers, including Ye Wei, Gale, and Shadow, quickly gathered to strategize, beginning to plan their grind in the new version. Whitehorse passing a crevice began analyzing for Shadow. The biggest change in Alpha 0.3 is the economy and reputation system. He continued to explain that after asking the robot assistant to earn contribution points, players could undertake major quests or simply work for hire. For example, even the most basic warehouse manager could earn 100 points daily, meaning they'd have to grind for 20 days to accumulate 2,000 points to become a citizen. Gale interjected, correcting that working for hire wasn't the only path. Daily quests also guaranteed contribution points. The analyst delved deeper. Chopping 20 logs and delivering them to the carpentry workshop would earn 80 points, but the daily quest point limit was only 160, equivalent to 2 quests. Whitehorse passing a crevice calculated. If a dedicated grinder combined both, theoretically, they could farm a maximum of 260 points a day, shortening the time to become a citizen to 8 days, but that was a hardcore schedule. After hearing this, Ye Wei's eyes lit up, realizing his 3,000 contribution points were also quite impressive. Just as he was about to boast, Ye Wei was splashed with cold water by veteran survivor, who casually scratched his head. I have 5,000. Ye Wei's eyes burned with fury, his face contorted, and he let out a bitter curse. The 4 of them, Ye Wei, veteran survivor, level 8 Great Gale, and Whitehorse passing a crevice, huddled together amidst the ruins, beginning a serious discussion about their battle plan. Level 8 Great Gale began to analyze the game mechanics from the beta period, explaining that back then, contribution points from chopping trees were calculated based on the length and thickness of the logs. The analyst continued, pointing out the imbalance where a strength-type player like veteran survivor could farm up to 800 points, while someone with weak physique like Whitehorse passing a crevice could still earn 300 points daily just by chopping wood. Whitehorse passing a crevice interjected, saying that because it was too unreasonable, since Alpha 0.2, the income from chopping trees had been severely nerfed, now only paying a few loose coins. Ye Wei added fuel to the fire, bitterly stating that now, without an axe, you even had to pay a rental fee of 1 coin per hour, or even pay in installments. Veteran survivor concluded with a firm statement. Compared to when the game first launched, the lumberjack profession has been nerfed so badly it can't recover. Whitehorse passing a crevice declared that thanks to grinding during that golden era, the 4 of them, calling themselves the 4 great pillars of the shelter, were currently the players with the highest contribution points. He began to outline a grand plan. He had already exchanged for the citizen title and urged the other 3 to also upgrade to combine their land, occupying a 20 square meter plot near the nursing home. Ye Wei, still bewildered after the point flexing, asked in confusion, "What for?" Whitehorse passing a crevice, eyes blazing, snapped at Ye Wei. "Are you stupid? To build a house. What else?" He then outlined the idea of constructing a 3-story building on that small plot of land. He detailed the plan. The first floor would be a shop, while the second and third floors would be divided into 4 private rooms, each person getting a room with a bed and a full storage chest. Veteran survivor's eyes shone like headlights, his entrepreneurial blood boiling as he realized the prime location right by the respawn gate. Logical. Open a shop here, and anything we sell will rake in cash. Whitehorse passing a crevice nodded in agreement, asserting that this was precisely the developer's intention. The new update is clearly encouraging players to freely create, produce, and trade. He continued his speech, reminding them all of the game's core objective, to create a realistic economic system where supply and demand dictate everything. Whitehorse passing a crevice emphasized that in the future, most high-end equipment and items would have to be acquired through trading with other players, not from NPCs. He suddenly teared up, regretting that the honor system limited the amount of land that could be purchased, shattering his dream of becoming the Wasteland's real estate mogul. Level 8. Great Gale gave a thumbs up, completely convinced by their leader's vision. That's impressive. Hearing this, Ye Wei and veteran survivors' eyes also lit up, and they asked in unison the most important question. How much does it cost to buy land? Whitehorse passing a crevice named the price. 10 silver coins per square meter, and the immediate goal was for the entire team to gather 200 silver coins to secure the 20 square meter plot near the nursing home before other players could react. Veteran survivor immediately raised a practical concern. What if someone else is faster? Whitehorse passing a crevice gave a meaningful smile, replying coldly, "If that happens, we'll invite them to join us." Ye Wei cut in, getting straight to the point. "I have another question. How do we farm money now?" The blonde man analyzed that cement making was the highest paying job for newbies, but it only yielded 10 silver coins per day, and even with a team bonus, it only went up to 12 coins. Level 8. Great Gale pointed towards the smoking kilns, asserting confidently, "No more spots. With all that smoke, someone must have taken all the slots a long time ago." White Horse, passing a crevice, patted the bespectacled man's shoulder, declaring nonchalantly, "Even if there were spots, I wouldn't recommend those fixed jobs. To get ahead of others, we need to take a different path." Yewei asked in confusion. "What path?" White Horse, passing a crevice, clenched his fist, his eyes sparking with determination, and he growled, "Like hunting." The whole team froze. Yewei and Level 8 Great Gale were shocked by this reckless proposal. The blonde man stammered, "Hunting?" White Horse, passing a crevice, explained clearly that he had checked the price list at the warehouse. The carcass of a mutated hyena could be exchanged for 5 silver coins, and if it weighed more than 60 pounds, an additional 2 copper coins would be given for every 2 pounds. Hearing the figure of 5 silver coins, Yewei's eyes lit up like headlights, and he roared with extreme excitement. White Horse, passing a crevice, concluded that besides hyenas, the procurement list also included mutated deer, priced at a minimum of 12 silver coins per animal, which was an incredibly good deal. White Horse, passing a crevice, outlined a plan to get rich. The 4-person team only needed to hunt 8 mutated hyenas a day to earn over 40 coins, far exceeding the cement-making salary, and any additional kills would be pure profit. Veteran Survivor wondered, where would they find so much prey? White Horse, passing a crevice, also admitted that the wetland park was full of birds and small animals, not worth hunting. Yewei puffed out his chest, boasting that he had been hunting with Chu Guang these past few days, knew the map by heart, and was well aware of which areas were dangerous and which had plenty of prey. The blonde man also revealed that yesterday, he and Chu Guang had discovered an entire migrating herd of deer, asserting that finding prey would be as easy as pie just by following their tracks. Level 8, Great Gale conceded that Yewei had the highest perception stats among them, so finding prey wouldn't be difficult. But the problem was that the weapon merchant hadn't opened yet, so what would they hunt with? White Horse, passing a crevice, brushed it off, declaring that firearms weren't necessary. Spears, slingshots, bows and arrows, or crossbows would suffice. Used correctly, they were as powerful as guns at close and medium range. The whole team huddled together, Veteran Survivor looking skeptical, asking directly if anyone had ever used a bow before, because aiming with one was no joke. Level 8, Great Gale recounted that in college, he had gone team building at an archery club and had tried using a professional bow with a scope. The professor analyzed that with 10 arrows, hitting a target at 60 feet was already considered talented, but hitting the bullseye was much harder. Level 8, Great Gale's face changed, emphasizing that was with a scoped bow, and if it was a bare bow, there was no need to say how disastrous the results would be. White Horse, passing a crevice, volunteered to be the archer, thumping his chest and declaring that he had a background in archery, so there was no need to worry. He continued assigning roles. Level 8 Great Gale would handle setting traps and delivering the finishing blows. Veteran Survivor, with his seasoned expression, was designated as the frontline tank to absorb damage. As for Yewei, with the highest perception stats on the team, he would be responsible for scouting and vigilance. White Horse, passing a crevice, confidently asserted that this lineup was a sure bet, already imagining the team smoothly coordinating to take down a monster wolf. While they were enthusiastically chatting, the group suddenly froze when they spotted Chu Guang standing tall on a ruin, looking down. Chu Guang crossed his arms and casually asked Little Seven, "Do you know what the soul of a game is?" With a dangerous expression, he decisively answered his own question. "It's mathematics." Chu Guang further explained that, more precisely, it's the art of designing numerical value scales. He concluded that an excellently designed stat system is a form of gameplay in itself, while story or graphics are merely auxiliary embellishments. Chu Guang explained that his stat system was designed to control the amount of resources players could grind daily, exhausting Veteran Survivor and White Horse, passing a crevice to the point where they had to sit down, panting. He continued his lecture on psychological manipulation. The time to become a citizen was meticulously calculated, not too fast to cause boredom, nor too slow to discourage players from quitting the game. When players achieved the citizen title, like Level 8 Great Gale was celebrating before the crowd, Chu Guang would immediately throw out a new goal for them to continue grinding for: buying land. Little Seven innocently wondered why the land price he set was so cheap, completely unaware of the conspiracy behind it. Chu Guang confirmed, yes, for players who were already citizens, buying land was a trivial matter, as easy as pie. He smirked sinisterly, laying his cards on the table. But after buying land, they'll have to build houses, right? Buying land was just step 1. The real trap was building houses, which would require players to grind the server to death for cement, bricks, and even steel, thereby boosting the entire in-game economy. With a triumphant expression, Chu Guang asserted that no gamer would tolerate living in a dilapidated tent, while Veteran Survivor was depicted standing dumbfounded in a spiderweb-filled shack. He further explained the reason for only giving each person a tiny plot of land. If he gave more, the entire safe zone would turn into a slum full of ramshackle tents and garbage. Little Seven broke out in a cold sweat, utterly speechless at Chu Guang's multi-layered blood-sucking plan, which systematically stimulated the economy and manipulated player psychology. Chu Guang smirked, revealing the next layer of the trap. Once the house is built, they'll have to buy furniture, from beds, tables, and cabinets to light bulbs, starting a new cycle of grinding. He outlined a perfect economic problem. Crafting items will stimulate production, creating supply, and the player's own demand will generate consumption, a closed loop. To retain players, Chu Guang threw out new bait. After the citizen title will be middle-class citizen, with purchasable land area increasing 5-fold, from 5 to 25 square meters. He laid out an endless grinding path for players. Earn money, rank up, build a house, then earn money again. Rank up higher, build a bigger house, an inescapable loop. When players get tired of building houses, Chu Guang will play his trump card, granting the veteran survivors the title of nobles, giving them their own fiefdoms to manage. This plan also creates a supply chain. The fiefdoms will produce weapons, ammunition, and materials themselves, or if they can't, they'll import goods from the base, creating jobs for the new recruits. Wang suddenly paused, realizing he had planned too far ahead when he had only unlocked B1 of the shelter. It was truly worrying over nothing. A new problem arose. The number of training pods was limited, and he worried that in the future, he would have to find a way to craft more himself. Chu Guang was certain that the omnipotent first GM had left behind unprecedented, powerful technologies in this shelter, a secret he had to uncover. With determined eyes, Chu Guang was confident that once he uncovered all the base's secrets, the first GM would surely have to reveal themselves and tell the truth. Chu Guang outlined a grand plan. Phase 1. Exploit the players' labor, making them grind like oxen to build infrastructure, skipping the agricultural era and going straight to industrialization. Phase 2. When there are more players, he will recruit locals as laborers, assigning them tedious manual tasks like farming, logging, and mixing cement. Meanwhile, players who have reached citizen rank will be freed from labor, moving on to more enjoyable activities like hunting, crafting, and exploring the world. Phase 3. Players and locals will merge, forming a perfect symbiotic ecosystem, developing and building outposts together. Once they have assets, equipment, friends, and even love in the game, players will consider this their second life, becoming guardians of order instead of mere conquerors. This entire system was given a fancy name: server environment. Of course, Chu Guang knew that life wasn't a dream. He smirked, confident that he had prepared a dozen backup plans to deal with any contingencies. Little Seven looked at Chu Guang's cunning smile and bluntly remarked, "Master, do you know you're smiling like a villain?" Chu Guang pouted and retorted, "Villain? Have you ever seen a villain as kind as me?" He proudly declared that he was freeing players from their dull lives, giving them 12 extraordinary hours each day, and the only price to pay was to dedicate their labor and time to dreaming. Chu Guang smirked smugly, muttering about his plan. Besides that, they lose nothing. Not even a single penny. At the foot of the ruined building, a squad of elite members had gathered, led by Ye Wei, level 8 Great Gale, and veteran survivor, while Chu Guang stood atop, observing everything. With a meaningful smile, Chu Guang declared, "The bullshit squad is finally setting off." He stretched and brushed his hands. "The wind up here is a bit strong. I'm heading back to base first. You guys handle things for now." As the team advanced into the wasteland, Chu Guang secretly messaged Ye Wei, "I've taken you hunting so many times, even found a herd of deer for you." Chu Guang's eyes sharpened. He bet on the players. "If you guys still fail this time, you'll truly disappoint me." In another area of the base, Crowley was suspended in a regeneration tank, her body being reconstructed. Suddenly, her green eyes snapped open, gleaming with a vibrant light. Inside the tank, Crowley clenched her fists, growling excitedly as she felt life return. "I'm finally back." As soon as she finished speaking, Crowley leaped out of the tank, landing gracefully and cheering with joy at being revived. Bang! After being cool for just a second, Crowley landed face first in the most embarrassing way possible, letting out a yelp of pain. She knelt, clutching her head and groaning from the crushing impact after her grand revival. Crowley began to whimper, crying miserably because she had to submarine on the forums for 3 long days. She staggered to her feet, brushed the dust off her suit, and lamented the 3 terrifying sleepless nights she had just endured. Suddenly, Crowley froze when she saw Chu Guang's cold figure approaching. She immediately stood at attention, calling out in a panicked voice, "Administrator." Shamelessly, Crowley rushed to hug Chu Guang's leg, profusely begging for forgiveness for her foolish and impulsive actions. Chu Guang, expressionless, gently delivered a kick that sent the troublesome girl flying away. He coldly delivered a profound statement, saying that the person she needed to apologize to was not him, but the entire organization, and those still in hibernation underground. Chu Guang's sharp gaze pierced her, full of scrutiny and doubt. Crowley broke into a sweat. Muttering that each training pod only had 2 sets of these blue novice uniforms, Chu Guang thought to himself, if she died again, she would definitely have to run around naked because there would be no clothes left. He continued to think, even if Wisteria made a few fur coats, they were just outerwear. If there was nothing underneath, it would still be a disaster. Chu Guang glanced at Crowley's impressive figure, secretly noting that her body was somewhat special. Chu Guang crossed his arms, coldly announcing, "By the rules, I will deduct 500 contribution points from you. But unfortunately, you don't have any points to deduct." Crowley's face turned pale. She lowered her head, mumbled an apology, and accepted all punishments. Chu Guang pointed to his head, lecturing, "This punishment is for you to learn a lesson. To survive in this godforsaken place, you need not only courage but also a brain." Standing before a remorseful Crowley, Chu Guang adopted a superior air, advising her to cherish her life and the opportunity to be on the surface. The administrator officially issued the punishment, assigning her the task of finding 200 pounds, about 90 kilograms, of food, including wild vegetables, berries, and mushrooms. Chu Guang concluded, stating that until the task was completed, Crowley's title would be downgraded from resident to offender, meaning she could not accept any other quests or rewards. Chu Guang continued his lecture, warning Crowley that her points were insufficient to cover the death penalty. If she died again, her account would be permanently deleted from the surface. The administrator shot her a sharp glance, ordering, "Straighten up." Startled, Crowley stood at military attention, tears welling up as she firmly promised, "Yes, I promise I won't die again." Chu Guang waved his hand, signaling Crowley to go do her task. She trudged away, her face downcast. Wait, Chu Guang suddenly called out, making Crowley spin around, her face clearly bewildered. The administrator hoisted a bag onto his shoulder, declaring, I have something to show you. He pulled an old can of beef out of the bag. Chu Guang opened the can, sniffed, and then muttered, surprised that this ancient canned food hadn't separated its oil at all. The meat inside looked delicious, as if it had just been produced yesterday. His eyes narrowed as he secretly assessed. With this, why bother checking for toxins? It's truly unnecessary. Seeing the can of beef, Crowley's eyes lit up with hearts, her face flushed, and she asked with a trembling voice, Is this for me? Chu Guang glanced at her, asking coldly and directly, Want to eat it? Without needing more words, Crowley nodded frantically like chopping wood. Chu Guang smirked, beginning his mock quality inspection, asking if there was anything wrong with the meat's color, like if it was a bit green. Crowley's mouth watered. She quickly waved her hands in denial, her eyes still glued to the can of meat as if hypnotized. No, not at all. She was lost in fantasy, secretly thinking that this administrator was truly inconsistent, punishing her one moment and giving her food the next, being too kind for his own good. Just as Crowley was soaring with emotion, Chu Guang casually withdrew his hand. Okay, got it. The halo above her head shattered into pieces. The administrator flashed an extremely cunning smile, delivering a devastating remark. I was just showing you. Don't overthink it. Crowley froze for 5 seconds, her brain unable to process it in time, her entire body turning to stone on the spot. Having been trolled so badly, Crowley exploded, clutching her head and screaming in indignation. Wah, you're too much. While Chu Guang stood behind her with a satisfied expression. Having been trolled painfully, Crowley trudged away, her entire being exuding a thick aura of despair. She froze, her face blank as a statue when she realized something was wrong. Suddenly, Crowley snapped out of it, her eyes revealing extreme astonishment. Looking up at the familiar ruined landscape, she stammered as she discovered entirely new structures rising from the ashes. A very impressive-looking weapon shop had been neatly and sturdily built. Crowley gaped when she saw the sign for the bathhouse, wondering if the game map had just been updated. She cried out in confusion. I was only offline for 3 days, but it feels like a century has passed. This new update has changed so much. Amidst the busy scene, Crowley wandered past other players who were rushing to work, looking as if she was in a daze. She stood watching 2 players, diligently carving large logs into sharp stakes. Seeing 2 other players also toiling away at a defensive fence, Crowley approached and asked blankly, What the hell are you guys doing? A long-haired player named Nature Calls, who was hammering stakes, explained to Crowley, We're building a fence as a quest from the carpenter's shed. The quest only needs 2 people. You're too late. His spiky-haired teammate Foot Fungus eagerly added, his eyes gleaming at the reward. That's right. Each reinforced fence gives 5 silver coins and 50 contribution points. Foot Fungus continued to boast about his ultimate strategy, imagining pushing the fence out to the gate to trap enemies, then standing far away and unleashing a barrage of bullets like a true general. Nature Calls broke into a sweat, his face full of question marks, wondering, hey, do you really need to go that far? According to the quest board, you just need to combine 2 wooden stakes, and you're done, right? Foot Fungus snapped as if offended. What do you know? This is a wooden anti-tank obstacle, the real deal used in historical battles. He continued to dream about a future where, with more resources, he would wrap it with barbed wire, confidently declaring that he could trap and kill all the scavengers, or even the hulking mutants if they dared to approach. Crowley stood nearby, listening to Nature Calls expose his teammate's plan. Stop bragging. Isn't it just a crappy fence? I almost believed you. Hearing about silver coins, Crowley froze, her brain unable to process it. Silver coins? A new currency system in the recent update? Her mind reeled, sweat pouring down as she realized everything had changed. What's this about getting quests from the carpenter's shed? Wasn't it just checking a plastic board before? Crowley clenched her fists, her eyes burning with determination. This update has changed too much. I must quickly complete the punishment quest and regain my citizen status. Otherwise, a new version might be released before I even get to experience this one. Determined to complete the quest, Crowley shouted that she would find a trash can for mushrooms, and rushed off, leaving Foot Fungus and Nature Calls bewildered. But the search failed miserably, and Crowley stood amidst the ruins, looking utterly dejected and disappointed. She burst into tears, lamenting why even a trash can was so hard to find now. Suddenly, Crowley's eyes lit up, as if she had spotted her target. Sneaking a peek into a shack, she saw a spiky-haired player sitting with his feet on the table, acting like he owned the place. But what she was really aiming for were the 2 iron buckets in the corner. Exactly what she needed, trash cans. Crowley walked straight up to the guy, who asked in surprise, Huh? You've revived? Making her bewildered. You know me? The spiky-haired player scoffed, teasing her mercilessly. Of course I know you. You're the only one who died for such a ridiculous reason since the game launched. Struck where it hurt, Crowley's eyes blazed, veins popped, and killing intent erupted. Get out of the way, I'm taking that trash can, she growled and lunged forward, but the guy quickly held her back. Hey, calm down. The spiky-haired player casually quoted prices for the 2 iron buckets. The small one is 1 coin, the large one is 2 coins. Crowley was utterly shocked, yelling, What? I have to pay for this junk? I might as well just rob you. The guy casually twirled his pen, delivering a line like a true NPC. I didn't make the rules. If you have a complaint, go find an NPC. Crowley slammed the table in protest, grabbed the guy's collar, and growled. I just revived. Where am I supposed to get money? Let me borrow it. I'll return it after I use it. The spiky-haired player broke into a sweat, but remained firm. No. It'll be penalized if I don't follow procedure. Tools are for rent. But this pile of junk is only for sale. He bluntly pointed out a harsh truth. Didn't everyone get 5 coins from the new update? It's not expensive, just buy it. Crowy froze, her face blank and full of question marks. Huh? They gave out money? Why didn't I get any? The spiky-haired player leaned closer, offering a devastating theory. Maybe it's a favorability issue? Did you offend an NPC? Crowy exploded, clutching her head and screaming in despair as she realized she had been blacklisted by the system. She collapsed, her face flushed with indignation. I'm already penalized, and my favorability is still dropping? This game is ridiculously hard. In the midst of her despair, a voice rang out. I'll pay for her. Crowy startled and turned around. It turned out to be Wisteria, the pink pigtailed gamer girl. Crowy and the spiky-haired player were both stunned. Wisteria smiled, presenting a pile of high-quality animal hides, looking like genuine goods. She approached the transaction counter, placing her spoils in front of the employee. Wisteria struggled to lift the heavy pile of hides onto the table, looking quite strained. Finished, she declared loudly. There are 2 here, write them down. The spiky-haired employee flipped open his ledger, a hint of confusion on his face. Wait a moment. He diligently wrote. Taylor Wisteria has completed 2 hyena leather jackets. Wisteria crossed her arms and explained her business plan. Besides the fixed salary from orders, each qualified product also earns an additional 2 silver coins. She dreamed of a future as a boss, opening her own clothing store at the main gate, which would surely earn her more than working for NPCs. While calculating her plan to get rich, Wisteria was stared at by Crowy with sparkling eyes, making her freeze. Crowy's eyes welled up with tears, unable to believe that the person who often teased her was the only one to offer help. Overwhelmed with emotion, Crowy tearfully apologized profusely, admitting she was wrong and praising Wisteria as a kind person. Attacked by the sudden praise, Wisteria swayed, her face flushing red with embarrassment. She pushed Crowy away, stammering and waving her hand. Don't look at me like that. It's just 1 silver coin. It's not worth much. Still embarrassed, Wisteria turned her face away and called back. You can just pay me later. Crowy watched her retreating back, her face resolute as she firmly replied. Okay. The spiky-haired guy handed Wisteria a bucket full of materials, and she mumbled a perfunctory good luck. Crowy patted Wisteria's shoulder, declaring that she had to go make clothes, while Wisteria hugged the bucket of items, her face full of determination. True to her word, Crowy immediately rushed off to do her quest, not wasting a single second. Wisteria was straining to carry the lead-heavy wooden bucket, her face pale with exhaustion. Suddenly Crowy appeared, gently taking the bucket and grinning as she declared, Let me help you. Crowy carried a bucket in one hand and something else in the other, casually telling Wisteria to go about her work, as she could manage on her own. The blonde added a critical blow, stating there was no way she'd let someone as small as Wisteria carry heavy loads, making Wisteria fume with anger. Completely ignoring Wisteria's attitude, Crowy directly asked where her workplace was to deliver the items, making Wisteria feel like an outsider. Wisteria was seething, her face darkening, wanting nothing more than to punch this annoying girl. It turned out the destination was a carpenter's wooden shack deep in the forest. Inside, WC really has mosquitoes, was diligently crafting a bow, wood shavings and feathers scattered across the floor. Done. WC really has mosquitoes proudly held up the bow, having earned another 2 silver coins with ease. The carpenter inspected the finished product, muttering that these simple steps weren't enough to create a true hunting bow. WC really has mosquitoes took on a new order. Craft 20 wooden bows strong enough to pierce the skull of a mutated hyena from nearly 20 meters away, estimating it would take until tomorrow to finish. He sighed, having originally planned to make black powder today, but the reward for this order was too good to pass up. The calculations began. Making 5 bows a day meant a steady income, plus a commission of 2 silver coins per bow. His face lit up with greed. He began to dream of a changed future. First, grind for money, then buy land to build a house, and open a real weapon crafting workshop, not just these shoddy wooden items. Creak! The shack door burst open, and WC really has mosquitoes startled, turning around as a figure stepped inside. The customer was Shomercy, covered in blood, looking as if he had just escaped from hell, growling for 20 more arrows. WC really has mosquitoes was alarmed, snapping. Why are you using them so fast? Arrows can be picked up and reused. Shomercy was speechless, his face twisted. I know, but are you sure this pile can still be reused? With that, he emptied his quiver onto the floor, a pile of broken, bent, and dismembered arrows scattering everywhere. Shomercy collapsed onto a chair, exhausted and cursing in frustration. What terrible quality. After being criticized by the customer, WC really has mosquitoes tried to salvage the situation, arguing that arrows getting stuck in prey should also be considered an advantage. He admitted the poor quality because the arrows were only glued with tree sap, but promised to find a way to improve them later. Shomercy, still covered in blood, dejectedly paid 4 silver coins for 20 new arrows, ignoring the pile of scrap at his feet. After receiving the money, WC really has mosquitoes cheerfully waved goodbye and wished Shomercy good luck with his hunt. Just as Shomercy turned his back, the carpenter had an idea and called out, Hey, wanna try my new weapon? Guaranteed to be good stuff. Hearing the invitation, Shomercy's face went pale and he bolted, yelling back, I'll definitely try it next time. Boom! An explosion completely destroyed the wooden shack right behind him. Shomercy ran, furious, secretly vowing never to be foolish enough to risk his life testing that madman's products again. Inside the ruined shack, smoke billowed, and WC really has mosquitoes stood frozen amidst the debris. The carpenter innocently wondered, Are my products really that terrifying? On the first day of Alpha 0.3, thanks to the cooperation of the players, the outpost walls were completed amidst a festive atmosphere. Chu Guang stood before the nearly 3-meter high fortress wall, a structure that not only provided a sense of security but also opened up the potential for players to grind at night. He recalled how before, precisely at 6 p.m., he had to herd the players back to the shelter like ducks to prevent them from becoming prey for the night-hunting mutants. Now it was different. With the fortress wall protecting them, the players could grind until they were exhausted, and a few tired ones had already started logging off. Of course, to ensure safety, Chu Guang still strictly prohibited all fire-related activities at night, such as blacksmithing, to avoid attracting unwanted attention. But Chu Guang's biggest concern remained the mutant tribe in Street 76, a thorn in his side that he had to remove if he wanted peace. Beyond the fortress wall, the public bathhouse and weapon shop were also completed, but Chu Guang was most fond of the bathhouse. He remembered having to bathe in the lake in the past, always fearing lurking monsters, while a white-haired NPC bathed carelessly. However, this bathhouse also had a weakness. The wooden water tank on the roof could only hold a few cubic meters of water, which would surely run out with prolonged use. And when the water ran out, someone would have to carry buckets up to the roof to refill it, a rather tedious job. So, Chu Guang came up with a business idea. Turn the public bathhouse into a paid service, 5 coins per cubic meter of water, leaving a spiky-haired player dumbfounded in shock. Chu Guang continued his exploitation by creating a brand new profession, water carrier, a literally manual labor job to serve the bathhouse. Administrator Chu Guang nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that the players' grinding exceeded expectations, especially the Dog's Body squad with their impressive debut. This squad was truly the real deal, comprising 4 veterans in a solid formation. Yewei as scout, veteran survivor as tank, White Horse passing a crevice as damage dealer, and level 8 Great Gale as support. The result of their first coordinated effort, 8 mutated hyenas and 1 mutated deer were eliminated. The whole team celebrated while the veteran survivor lay sprawled, utterly exhausted. White Horse passing a crevice, representing the team, handed over the spoils, receiving a pouch of 55 silver coins from Chu Guang, a fair transaction. Although there wasn't much monster meat, the professional chef Pai still managed to debone 200 pounds of hyena meat and 200 pounds of deer meat, truly a master of his craft. Chu Guang opened the food storage, establishing the first economic system. 1 silver coin could be exchanged for wheat, fresh meat, or dried meat, creating a grind and spend loop for the players. 1 silver coin was equivalent to 1 to 2 hours of exhausting grinding, but at least it was enough for the gamers to buy food to fill their hungry stomachs. The fortress wall was complete, construction demand decreased, and now it was time to focus on farming items and weapons. White Horse passing a crevice had upgraded with a leather jacket, a new spear, and dried rations in his pocket. Chu Guang unleashed his ultimate move, lowering weapon prices to stimulate demand and increasing the buyback price for farmed items to encourage hunting, causing the carpenter's shop to be swarmed by players demanding to buy goods. White Horse passing a crevice, fully equipped, holding a pouch of silver coins, wore a smug expression like a newly rich tycoon after a big haul. Meanwhile, Chu Guang stood high above, looking down at the enthusiastic army of players, all equipped with spears and ready to grind for him. He smirked triumphantly, telling himself this was a win-win situation. But as the GM, he was the one who truly profited. Amidst the ruined skyscrapers, the desolate world remained as silent and harsh as ever. Thanks to Chu Guang's economic system, the players finally had something to eat, gathering together to munch on dry bread with relish. Crowy, one of the players, stared longingly at the gamer next to her who was eating heartily. She gulped, her hunger clearly visible on her face. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Crowy timidly held out her hand, intending to ask for a piece. The other guy immediately bristled, snapping, "What are you doing? This is my stuff. If you want to eat, go earn your own money." Harshly rejected, Crowy burst into tears and ran off, wailing that she had no money, truly a newbie unfamiliar with the harsh realities of life. Abandoned by the world, Crowy huddled in a dark corner, so hungry she had to gnaw on a snack. She sadly munched on a raw mushroom, wondering why everyone else had spending money except her, completely unaware that the forgetful admin had simply forgotten about her existence. Suddenly, a tall figure approached and stopped right in front of Crowy, who was lost in despair. Wisteria silently sat down beside her, without a word, holding a bowl of hot food. Crowy looked up with disbelieving eyes as Wisteria offered the bowl of food to her. Wisteria, trying to act cool, said she couldn't finish it all, and offered it to Crowy, though it was clear she had brought it intentionally. Ignoring all pride, Crowy devoured the bowl of mashed potatoes as if she hadn't eaten all week, while Wisteria just watched with a helpless expression. As soon as she finished eating, Crowy was lectured by Wisteria. "From tomorrow, make sure you grind and do quests to earn money. I can't support you forever." Hearing Wisteria's name, Crowy froze as if realizing something, making Wisteria sigh exasperatedly. "Not again?" Crowy burst into tears, hugging Wisteria tightly and shouting in extreme gratitude. "You're an angel, aren't you?" Being hugged tightly, Wisteria blushed furiously, burying her face and awkwardly asking, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Meanwhile, Chu Guang stood amidst the ruined city, silently observing the desolate landscape under the sunset. He thought to himself that it was time to gather the players and have them log out, when suddenly, a strange sound echoed. Knock, knock. The unusual sound made Chu Guang immediately turn around, his gaze sharp. He immediately took a defensive stance, hand on his weapon, his entire body tense like a coiled spring at the warning signal. Chu Guang activated the virtual screen on his hand, A red emergency alert was flashing intensely. On the player management screen, number 1 Recycler's avatar was in danger, making Chu Guang exclaim his name. Without a second's hesitation, Chu Guang ordered White Horse and Veteran Survivor, "Open the gate." Both immediately confirmed. The colossal gate slowly opened, revealing a tall, muscular monster standing imposingly amidst the dust and smoke, stunning all the players present. Veteran Survivor and White Horse gasped in horror as they recognized the blood-soaked creature before them as number 1 Recycler. What the hell is this? Number 1. Recycler stumbled out, covered in blood, shocking White Horse and Veteran Survivor to their cores. "Bro, what happened to you?" The lizard man's entire body was covered in deep gashes, drenched in blood, looking as if he had just emerged from hell. Chu Guang narrowed his eyes, instantly recognizing, "These are wounds caused by the marauders." Number 1. Recycler panted, reporting in a hoarse voice. "There's a marauder camp." He specified the location. "It's about 1 mile north of the abandoned construction site, and about 1.5 to 2 miles from here. There's a tire factory." The group of players surrounded the battered lizard man, and Chu Guang cut straight to the chase. "Did you engage them?" Number 1. Recycler quickly waved his hands, frantically denying in front of Ye Wei. No, I swear I didn't provoke them." He explained the situation, his voice still panicked. "I was about to retreat when I ran into their patrol team. I only saw 3 of them." Chu Guang crossed his arms, his sharp gaze unwavering. "So, you still ended up fighting them?" Number 1. Recycler lowered his head, his voice full of bitterness. "They discovered me, so I had no other choice." Chu Guang analyzed, picturing the marauder patrol, 3 men and a hunting dog, which were the cause of the bite marks on number 1 Recycler. Chu Guang finalized the information about the tire factory to the north, and then ordered, "Number 1 Recycler, go rest in the training pod first." Number 1. Recycler immersed himself in the treatment pod, his wounds slowly closing thanks to the cell repair function. With his robust physique, recovery was a minor matter. Despite being covered in blood, number 1, Recycler still obediently complied. "Yes, Administrator." Number 1, Recycler dragged his battered body away, while the other players gathered, buzzing about his miserable appearance and the news that he had found a marauder camp. The gamers erupted in excitement upon hearing about the marauder camp, shouting, "A new dungeon? Awesome." 2 players began calculating. One complained about having to grind for money to buy guns urgently, while the other debated whether to buy land or guns first. Another player, hunched over carrying bricks, was scolded harshly. "Stop messing around, focus on carrying bricks first." Ye Wei and another player's eyes gleamed, their battle lust boiling, ready to dive into the new dungeon, while Chu Guang stood with his arms crossed, observing from behind. Chu Guang examined the strategic map, clearly identifying the strongholds. The marauder camp to the north, the mutant lair to the east, and the survivor activity areas to the south and west. Chu Guang analyzed the situation. The base was caught between a pack of burly marauders, green-skinned mutants, and skeletal zombies, truly a tight spot. His eyes flashed with determination, and he declared bluntly, "Whether it's marauders or mutants, there's only one way to change the situation. Take one of them out." After the players had logged off, Chu Guang strode alone through the empty corridor, deciding to check the forums for gossip and gather information. The high-tech door opened, and Chu Guang appeared, startling Xiaoyan, who was sitting in the corner, and she quickly hid the paper she was reading. Xiaoyan immediately took a defensive stance, knife in hand, her eyes full of vigilance as she stared at the uninvited administrator. Chu Guang didn't say much, sitting down and handing her a steaming bowl of food, simply stating, "Here is dinner." Tormented by hunger, Xiaoyan no longer held back, slurping down the bowl of food in an instant, ignoring Chu Guang, who stood watching with a speechless expression. After eating, Chu Guang ordered Xiaoyan to continue memorizing the conversational phrases, not to be lazy, then turned and left. Returning to the control room, Chu Guang sat in his chair and began browsing the computer to grasp the situation outside. The information on the forum made him break out in a cold sweat. The marauder camp has been confirmed, with an estimated force of up to 100 men. Number 1. Recycler reported his glorious feat. He intended to capture a marauder alive, but they were too numerous, and upon seeing him, they fled in terror after reloading, only managing to leave a hunting dog to bite his arm. He continued to complain, cursing that the hunting dog almost bit off his tail, and that the marauders this time seemed tougher than before. Meanwhile, Chu Guang sat in front of his computer, reading number 1 Recycler's post with a completely helpless and speechless expression. He narrowed his eyes, a meaningful smile playing on his lips, muttering why the content of this post was so vastly different from what he had heard half an hour ago. Sitting before the modern computer setup, Chu Guang fell into thought, piecing together the absurdities in the lizard man's story. Veins pulsed on his forehead. Chu Guang growled in his mind, realizing that the big lizard man dared to lie to an administrator like him. However, he quickly clicked his tongue and let it go, deciding not to fuss over trivial matters, and instead moved on to read the comments to see what people were saying. Chu Guang scrolled through the forum, where people were discussing animatedly, comparing number 1 Recycler's scouting skills to being worse than a Teletubby, and finding the situation familiar, exactly like how Crowy had died so absurdly. Number 1. Recycler was officially branded a noob by the gaming community after being exposed for not knowing how to move, not knowing how to team fight, and only knowing how to charge in and take hits. Suddenly, Liu Zhenya emerged from the rubble, raising his device to capture number 1 Recycler's moment, making Chu Guang think that perhaps the photo function would be the only chance for that guy to redeem himself. Chu Guang secretly assessed the marauders. These guys might be useless in other areas, but when it came to urban warfare, their skills were maxed out. Fed up with the lizard man squabbling, Chu Guang decided to scroll through other posts to catch up on the gossip. He noticed a post by a player named Fleeing Mole, a rookie he remembered from Alpha 0.2. Chu Guang smirked, nodding in acknowledgement that this was indeed a high-quality rookie, someone with brains, not the type whose hands moved faster than their mind. Fleeing Mole's post analyzed the two main ways to earn money in the game: making cement and hunting, accompanied by images of players grinding and recruiting teams. The rookie delved into details. Selling the corpse of a mutated hyena only yielded 5 silver, but if one took the effort to butcher it, the value soared to 50 silver. The system exposé continued. Dried meat bought from NPCs cost 5 silver, but sold back for only 1 silver. A classic scam that made Ye Wei furious. The post concluded with a blunt statement: don't trade with NPCs. Players should exchange with each other for the best prices, an idea enthusiastically supported by Ye Wei and his teammates. An economic strategy diagram was outlined. Hunters cooperate with other players to butcher meat, selling directly to the community, and only then offloading the surplus to NPCs to optimize profits. As an administrator, Chu Guang fully acknowledged that Fleeing Mole's proposal was extremely valuable, helping to increase the depth and interactivity of the game. But as the GM of Shelter 404, Chu Guang had a completely different perspective. He was visibly annoyed, because in his eyes, everything here, including the players' bodies, belonged to him. So why should he let them freely use his assets for trade? Furthermore, trading with the natives was inherently impossible. Even Chu Guang was frequently discriminated against and suspected just because of his voice. He admitted that even with his sales experience from his previous life, it was useless here, as he understood nothing about the market and its rules. Like his transaction with List, Chu Guang bitterly realized that this world was just a collection of scum and thuggish marauders. Instead of letting players trade with the local rich, it'd be better to let them carry guns and rob, just like Ye Wei was pointing a gun at a merchant's head. Chu Guang had a sinister idea, deciding that all major export transactions must be placed under his strict supervision. His plan was clear: establish a fixed trade caravan, map out a trade route from the outpost to Reed River Town, and regulate exchange items like dried meat or animal hides. In this plan, players would act as bodyguards, responsible for transporting and delivering goods to NPCs, simplifying the process for rookies. Chu Guang sat in front of his computer, coming up with the idea of imposing taxes to control the players. Tariffs are a good idea. I must write that down, he sneered, clearly disdainful of the gamer's naive idea. Free trade? Ha. Chu Guang's eyes sharpened as he secretly calculated. When I need you to fight, it'll naturally tell you who to trade freely with. With the plan complete, Chu Guang stretched contentedly and decided to check his reward points, while Xia Yan remained in a corner. Ding. A virtual screen appeared, and Chu Guang was quite surprised to see he had accumulated 30 reward points. With a sly expression, Chu Guang decided to go all in, using all his points to open 2 intermediate mystery boxes and 10 basic boxes. The first item to appear from the gacha box: 2 bags of hemostatic gauze. Next was a blister pack of 12 antibiotic pills, homegrown produce from Shelter 404. The last item was a bag of salt, a luxury item that could boost immunity and metabolism. Chu Guang was utterly shocked looking at the bag of salt, sweat pouring down. These stats? Did I just pull a legendary item? It turned out this was the real deal. Every 0.02 pounds of salt would permanently increase stats. Chu Guang frantically calculated. If I gobble down the whole bag at once, then, he immediately dismissed the crazy idea, imagining himself turning into salt, and decided, forget it, I'll put it up for sale tomorrow. Checking the rest of the loot, Chu Guang was speechless when he saw that all that remained was a bottle of soy sauce and a bundle of lollipops. He cursed under his breath. Tired after a day of grinding, Chu Guang decided to put everything aside. That's enough. Time to sleep. Chu Guang left the room, leaving Xia Yan sitting alone on the floor, holding a piece of paper that looked like a contract. Xia Yan sat there silently, lost in thought after Chu Guang had left. Her eyes gleamed with determination, as she told herself, tomorrow is my first official day of work. Still, Xia Yan couldn't help but feel skeptical about her new job. Is this weapon shop owner position even a respectable job?